Surf fans, it's time to get fired up. This is the Lexus Trestles Pro, and all the stars are here. Bright and early this morning, Jack Robinson, Connor O'Leary. Our finals day field is looking stacked. We've got Ethan Ewing, Sawyer Lindblad, the wild card, going deep into this competition, and our reigning world number one. That's Gabriella Bryan wearing that yellow jersey, hoping to keep her momentum flowing. Well, we've cleared the water. The swell has arrived. Our finals day field is set. Looking like we could be expecting a great day of surfing. I'm Chris Cote. This is Rosie Hodge. Rosie came down here right before the sun came up, and we saw sets rolling through. Everybody getting fired up for finals day here. I got it on paper. I can assure you this is going to be an awesome day.
Yeah, Chris, we're all fired up. I mean, anytime that you come down to lows, it's firing, especially on dock, and you just see that crisp white water making its way through the lineup. We're going to have pumping waves all day. The south-southwest swell is expected to just keep on rolling through and build throughout the day. So it's going to be an amazing day of surfing. And
a lot of cool and interesting storylines as we kick this thing off. The lower Trestles Pro. I am holding a stack of papers in my hand, and on paper, you would think that Gabriella Bryan, ranked number one in the world, would have the edge right now, but do not discount the talents of Sawyer Lindblad. This is her home break, so she's a wild card in this event. She just missed the cut, but then gets this wild card, earned it, I should say, just through her merit. She's an incredible surfer, so maybe a little bit of the pressure is removed. Maybe the post-cut landscape could be friendly to Sawyer Lindblad. In your estimation, Rosie, I know you surf out here a lot and probably see Sawyer just demolishing waves, rights and lefts. Do you think she's got a shot going up against Gabriella Bryan, who has just been on an absolute tear?
Yeah, I would have to say that I'm not going to count out Sawyer. I think that she's got a huge potential to take out the current number one. I mean, just think back to their most recent history. Was at Margaret River, where Gabby took out Sawyer Lindblad in the quarterfinals, and you have to think that was Sawyer's opportunity to make the cut to qualify. So I think in this one she's going to come in super fired up. She's got something to prove, and I just love this heat on paper. We've got a goofy footer versus natural, and there's so many positive attributes that both these women can play with, and I can't wait to see bring their best surfing to the forefront.
Hearing a song playing in my head, it's the TSOL Surf Film Classic, Revenge. And that could be what Sawyer Lindblad needs to lean into. Basically, her chances of making the cut, like you just mentioned, were cut by Gabriella Bryan in West Oz. And of course, Gabby, I mean, we watched her story through the Aussie treble. She went off, and she seems to be wearing that yellow jersey very well. Having her best competitive season yet by a long shot. And to say that she's the most improved surfer over the past 2 or 3 years is pretty huge, because she was already really good, but definitely in 2025, we're seeing the best Gabriella Bryan we've ever seen.
I've seen some jaw-dropping free surf footage of Gabby over the last few days. I mean, undeniably the most powerful surfer on the women's tour at the moment. So just incredible to see her, the way she's matured on the tour too. I think she made a couple competitive mistakes in some of the events that we've seen this season, but every event she's just learning and tightening up that game, and she's become such a dangerous opponent and world title contender.
Coached by a legend, Richard Dog Marsh. And in the Richard Dog Marsh camp, she kind of has some older brothers, Connor O'Leary and Leonardo Fioravante, and so she's got multiple access to a lot of great minds in surfing. But here we go. First wave ridden on finals day here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, Sawyer Lindblad. And her backside surfing has been stellar throughout the entirety of her professional career. I mean, she looks so comfortable and confident. I love that. You can hear the crowd. One more. So Sawyer Lindblad definitely has the crowd in the palm of her hand right now. And even though it's kind of still a little slow and sleepy down here on the beach, you can already feel the energy that San Clemente has brought for their local heroes.
Definitely, you hear the whistles on the beach. We're going to see jet ski assist come into play today, but I love the way that Sawyer positioned herself on the apex of this peak, really allowing her that opportunity to stay in that critical section on that backhand. Her timing out here is so great. One thing I will note this morning that's going to be a little bit tricky for the surfers is that little bit of southerly wind and texture on the face, as we see the surfers just kind of trying to cut through that, and Sawyer did such a great job. I think this wave is something that will settle the nerves and just have her become a foundation for her to build on.
And what does the jet ski assist do for the surfers? Does it give them a little bit of something in the back of their mind, like they're going to be able to ride more and more waves just because they're going to be able to get right back into the takeoff zone?
Definitely, just the energy management. I mean, we saw surfers on the last day of competition just giving it their all on every wave and then having to do the long paddle back. Lowe's definitely expends a lot of energy surfing this place, so just to have that little moment to take a breath while you're on the back of the ski, I think that'll give us the opportunity to see better surfing as everyone will have more energy.
And for those watching that are unfamiliar with lowers, maybe they've never surfed here before, pretty much a right-hand point break with a shorter but punchy left. And Rosie, I know you surf out here a lot. There's no chance of getting out and running around. I mean, you look at the cobblestones you have in front of us, that's the first thing that the surfers are facing. It's kind of a long walk and can be kind of treacherous, the slippery basketball-sized stones. But for these surfers to have that jet ski assist, are you expecting now to see 5, 6, 7 rides potentially per surfer per heat?
Yeah, definitely. And I also just think about, we've got this long range swell that's coming through. There's a big, there's going to be a lot of waves, but it might be a little bit inconsistent. But definitely, I think we're going to see a lot of sets coming through. So I think, yeah, like you said, 6 or 7 waves per surfer. That's what we hope, right? Everyone having an opportunity to rip.
Good. The more waves, the better. That's what we want to see here. 27:56 to go. Waiting for Gabriella Bryan to activate on her first wave. While we wait, let's go down to the cobblestones. We've got Mitchell Salazar with one of my personal new favorite surfers, Dimitri Poulos.
Yeah, and not only yourself, Chris, I think he's got a lot of new fans too. Dimitri, congratulations on your first CT event as a wild card. Conditions out there this morning for finals day. How'd you feel it yourself?
Thank you. Yeah, it was super fun, a little tricky, but I think it's going to get really good throughout the day, and there's plenty of opportunity, and I think there's some insane surfing's going to go down, so it'll be sick.
So, big comparison, challenger to the CT. What's your main takeaway after having surfed your first event as a wild card, Dimitri?
It's just bigger. It's kind of like going from the QS to the Challenger, but it's just like the next step up. So it was a little overwhelming, if I'm being honest, but I loved every minute of it. And yeah, it was a lot of fun and made me want to be here next year even more. So
appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I think he's going to be here next year. Dimitri is quickly ascending the ranks, and I think he would fit in quite nicely here on the championship tour level. And that mustache is mean. That's a good one. It's a Saturday stash for you.
I didn't even notice it on the opening day of competition. That thing just sprung up over the course of 2 days.
He's really maturing quickly in front of our eyes. A CT level surfer. So 26:30 to go. First score comes through. It's Sawyer Lindblad with a 4.83. So I think that was as expected. I mean, just good, clean, powerful surfing. Nothing super flashy, but I don't really think she had the opportunity to get too radical on that wave. Love what she did there. Kept it clean from beginning to end. Came through with a mid-range score. All right, so as we wait for the next sets to roll through, let's take a quick look at the Surfline forecast for today. The good news that we got earlier on is that this contest is going to be full of waves, so plenty of days to choose from. Yesterday was pretty good, but I think it was a pretty easy choice to go for it today. We saw some great sets already this morning.
We've seen some amazing waves, and today we have that long period south-southwest swell that's meeting that old remnant southwest swell. So with that longer period, it is going to be a little bit inconsistent with those really top-notch sets, so you're going to have to want to wait, make sure you're on the best waves. When they come, they are amazing. There's a lot of power, a lot of energy with that building swell. I mean, it's going to go 6 to 8, like I said, building throughout the day. Tomorrow it drops Sunday, kind of peaks on Sunday, starts to dwindle down a little bit on Monday. So we're pulling the trigger today for finals day. best day of waves that we've seen all event long.
I never like to walk away from waves. And the good news is, if you're local, you can watch this all day long, take notes, and then get up bright and early tomorrow, spend your Father's Day down here at Lower Trestles, having watched the best in the world. Show us how it's done. Tomorrow could be your shot to come down here and get involved. It might be kind of crowded tomorrow.
Just fair warning.
just so you know. And I think, fathers should get priority on Father's Day.
Agreed.
We'll see what happens if you paddle out here and pull that card. Let me know how that goes.
Thank you.
24:30 to go. Sawyer Lindblad, one wave ridden. Gabrielle Bryan still waiting, but she does have priority. While we wait for this opening ride from Gabriella Bryant, let's go down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I think we've got a hidden Joe Turpel.
Oh, man. Hey, Chris. Yeah, it's really nice to hide in here. The energy is electric. What's up, Dimitri? How was your session? Fun? Awesome. Couple nugs out there for Dim. Well, it's been really fun just being in here. The energy's pretty locked in. Everyone knows it's finals day. They're getting their warm-ups in. I talked to Leandro Dora. Jack Robinson came running up the stairs. Just looked at me. He's like, we've got a really good surfboard. So he went out and had a free surf. The board felt really magical. Just catching up with Luke Egan, reminiscing on his win that he had out here. He remembers every detail, the conditions, and how that finals day went. He said how different it was not having the jet ski assist, being such an endurance contest, and really thrilled that the water patrol's in play today for finals day. Griff had a cool little moment just saying, wow, how good is this? It's a Saturday, it's finals day on my home break, feeling the positivity. And talked to Dakota Walters and Joel Vaughn. They felt that win this morning, and they're like, hey, if that picks up, that's going to help Joel big time with all the big airs that he threw down just the other day against Italo Ferreira. So yeah, vibes are high, you guys. Finals day, it's on, let's go.
Yeah, we're feeling it. When I saw onshore on the Surfline forecast, I actually got fired up because onshore wind at Lower Trestles is absolutely air wind.
And we are going to see it kind of clock around throughout the day. So it's going to be fun keeping tabs on these conditions. Obviously, we had that low tide at about 6:21. It was a negative low tide, so it's going to be great to see that tide fill in and the waves continue to improve, Chris.
Well, this is a unique thing to professional surfing, is we literally get to go into the locker room as these athletes prepare to do their job. We saw in the background there Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a stretching band. We saw Caroline Marks, just last-minute conversations with her coach. How important is that final 5 to 10 minutes before you paddle out when you're, just preparing?
That's so crucial. I think just having that space to kind of quieten the mind. As you see, it's really condensed in that locker room. So you need to find your own space away from your competitors, get the warm-up going, and make sure that you just have your head in the game before hitting the water.
22 minutes to go here. First score comes through for Gabriella Bryan. Maybe a priority mistake because we saw her quickly up and out. She gave priority right back over to Sawyer Lindblad, currently in the lead. So we're at 35-minute heats today. Now we're already down to 21 minutes, 45 seconds. This is going to be a test, no doubt, for both of these surfers. I mean, for Gabriella Bryan, the momentum has been huge for her this year. When you go up against a wild card with nothing to lose, that can be a scary predicament. And right there, just caught a little bit inside of this right. As we all mind surf this wave, this is kind of where you'd be doing some work, and then bam, that section right there looked pretty impactful. So it is going to be a hunt for the most critical section of this wave. Sometimes it's on the outside, but seemingly this morning it looks like the most critical part is that end section, where you can really kind of put an emphasis on the wave that you surfed. And I know that the judges like a good clean finish.
Yeah, I think just the bookmarking your waves out here at Lowers is so important. Definitely that opening first maneuver and then finishing with something strong. The judges just absolutely love that. Looking at that wave was a little bit shouldery throughout, so really no harm that the ladies were out of position for it.
All right, 20 minutes to go here, 30 seconds. Potential set rolling through here. Both surfers having a look at it. Sawyer Lindblad does have priority, and she is in the perfect spot. Here we go, wave number 2, she fades left. Quick snap there to set things up way out on the open face. 2-stager, roundhouse cut back right there. So pretty good so far. This wave could grow on the inside. There's the section she was looking for. Smashes it for the finish. Crowd goes wild. Let's go Sawyer. I think we're going to hear that a lot in the next 20 minutes. Well, second wave ridden from Sawyer Lindblad. Felt kind of a lot like the first, but that finisher, I mean, that's the last second thing that the judges saw. That leaves a good kind of taste in your mouth when you're going to write down that number.
Yeah, I think that's going to go a little bit, it's going to go better than her opening ride. And it's just an illustration of her local knowledge, right? I mean, with that priority, faking right so that Gabriella doesn't go on it. Watch this little intricate look there. I mean, she wasn't really interested, but then also just fading that takeoff to put in this cuppy section. Definitely the emphasis for me, like you mentioned, this end turn. A lot of flatness through the middle of this wave. Nice opening turn, and then the finisher, just so knife sharp.
You can't be shy out here at Lower Trestles when it comes to using tactics, because Gabriella could have gone right on that one, but it just looked like Sawyer was in complete control of the peak. You gotta love a good, just a subtle fake out too. You know, she kept us guessing on that one, and again, unpredictability is a thing that I think the judges love.
And I think when you look at Sawyer, I mean, just the fact that she surfs every day, she knows how to kind of work the crowd when it is crowded, and she's free surfing, and also knows where to put herself on that apex of the peak in all kinds of conditions. And she's just utilizing that knowledge right now to have the upper hand on Gabby.
1834, the saw blade comes through, improving on her opening wave at 5.83. Have to think that that came on the strength of that finishing turn. Sawyer makes her way back in the lineup. Gabriella Bryan's out there waiting, and so is our very own Strider Wasilewski. Happy Saturday, Strider.
Happy Saturday, finals day. I'm pretty happy. We're out here in the zone, just courtside, watching it go down. The court today was a little bumpy this morning after that wind, but now it's starting to glass off, and it's got that kind of like equal look on it. So you look out the horizon, you can barely even tell whether the sets are coming. So pretty interesting out here at the moment. No real waves of substance yet, I feel like. We saw Gabby fall on that first wave. I think she's just getting the nerves out, and you know, Sawyer did that big bang on the inside of that left. I got the Jumbotron behind me. I could watch the whole thing. I was pretty happy about that.
How'd you like that kind of fake out? We all thought she was going right, but then she cut left like a true goofy footer would do. What'd you think of that takeoff? Pretty cool looking.
Well, I love it, especially from my angle, because you can see the way the walls are approaching, and that's the beautiful thing about lowers. You know, like each set today is going to be a little different because you've got two swells in the water. You got that new south-southwest and that old south-southwest that's got a shorter period. So that's going to break up the swell line a little bit. And it's also going to kind of differentiate each peak that comes in. So there might be a better left or a better right. So I don't think it's like an every wave is going to be the same and everybody's going to go right because that's the best wave. And on that wave, you could see the lineup from here. It just looked like a perfect left from where I was. And I was like, oh, she's not going right. And then she just faded right into that thing and, you know, put the hammer down on the inside. So super fun to watch the position, the takeoff, and the decision today, whether we're going right or left. But you'll be able to see that as the waves approach. They'll define themselves, they'll know where they're going, and they'll just tag it all day long.
Strider, are the surfers turning back and watching the Jumbotron? Because this is a pretty unique thing for the championship tour. Not all breaks do you have access to a screen like that where you can literally watch your own replay. Are you seeing them using that as a tool towards success?
You know what's amazing is all event long, in every event that there is a Jumbotron, they use it. So they ride the wave. In their mind, they've dropped a score. Then they're watching the replay. Then the score drops, and they go, okay, I was right, or I was wrong, or I was close. You know, they really do gauge off of that. And then what they see and what the judges are giving their scores from, then they can calculate and kind of have a game plan on what they need to do to get the next best score. So it's pretty cool to see the Jumbotron in play here at Lowers, but it's just on the right.
Strider, I got a question for you. What's the water like this morning?
Water's a lot warmer than it was, say, the first couple of days of competition. It kind of got warmer over the last couple of days, but today it's probably about, I'd say 65 and super comfortable out here. Got a 4-3 on, but I did throw the booties on because we had to do a little reef walk this morning to get back out here.
Right on. Thank you, Strider. Our man in the field, literally in the playing field. He's probably even with where our surfers are at right now on the right-hand side. 15 minutes 18 seconds left, so we're halfway through. 2 waves ridden from Sawyer Lindblad. The saw blade is doing it for now. 5.83 and a 4.83. Gabriella Bryan still just sitting on that 0.43, a no-go so far. And these surfers have gone head-to-head. We've been talking about this potentially being a revenge heat for Sawyer Lindblad after basically getting knocked off tour by Gabriella Bryan in their last matchup. So far, Gabby has the edge with 3 wins to 0. And the telling number there is that max heat score 15.93 and the max wave score 8.10, just a little bit higher. Of course, the Gabriella Bryan numbers have been increasing throughout the season. So this could be not only a shakeup for the final 5, but also just a feel-good moment for Sawyer if she can defend one of the most powerful surfers on the championship tour, showing what she's got right now, Gabriella Bryan, but little mistimed, maybe thought that wave was going to be something different. That was a rare mistake from Gabriella.
Yeah, that was a use of priority there. And I think it all stemmed from, you know, that cutback maneuver where she was pushed back a little bit on her heels. We'll get a look at the replay. So have a look at this opening maneuver. She kind of sets her rail. And right there, she kind of almost has to wind up the windows just to regather herself. Does well to get that composure back. And then you can tell there's that little bit of texture in the face. And like we said, there's that long period swell and that remnant of the southwest swell along with the south wind. So there's a lot of elements at play here this morning. And I think on your forehand, it's a little bit tricky. You got to stay in that cupped out section. Here goes Sawyer.
Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand. Flying down the line on this right. It looks like it's growing. There's a critical section. Big snap. Still flowing with speed. Huge turn for Sawyer Lindblad. I mean, so far this wave above and beyond what she's done on her opening 2. If she can get the finish, that was solid power all the way from beginning to end. Tanner Gudauskas, who has been doing double duty, working with us on the commentary squad, and I would say adding a lot to the conversation. Tanner's been on fire in the booth, and he's also been working with Sawyer Lindblad behind the scenes. Just a little extra help, a little extra local knowledge for Sawyer, and it looks like it's working. That was a great wave for Sawyer.
Yeah, that was fire. I mean, that's really going to improve her situation. And also taking this wave, and Gabby's probably, you know, on the ski, checking this wave out, and she had priority. So Sawyer really utilized her wave selection so well. I mean, this wave just drawing off the cobblestones a little bit better. One of the later waves in the set, kind of smoothed out from that wind texture. Love her timing on this wave. Those opening maneuvers look really like big standout moments on this wave. A clean little finish there. I think it's all about the connection that she had on these outside maneuvers, though. Just flowing through these maneuvers, super functional too, to keep her out on that open face.
I mean, that's about as good as a backside turn can get.
Super crisp. I mean, you know.
And it projected her down the line, too. She got a speed burst after that first turn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was so functional. It was critical. That second maneuver, especially super critical. Both those moves were different. So you had that float, and then you went up in the hook of the wave.
Sawyer's, I think she has an underrated style. So sick. The way where her arms are throughout the whole wave looks so good. And the judges agree. Biggest score of the day so far, a 7.5. So for Gabriella Bryan, who had a awkward moment on that wave, just couldn't really capitalize, she's got to answer back. And that's not the answer she wanted to give. This is kind of a weird heat so far for Gabriella Bryan. What's happening?
Man, I think Sawyer's just done such a good job of getting in her psyche, because as she has a look at the fins there, it did almost seem like one of them snapped out. But Sawyer's done such a good job, right? She's started early, she's put those 2 scores on the board, and she's incrementally increased every time she's stood up on a wave. As you see her team kind of looking at the replay there, wondering what happened, because that was very unusual for Gabrielle to make, what, 3-4 mistakes now in this heat?
Well, when she, on the previous wave, she did that roundhouse, and you nailed it. When she kind of hit the water, she was on her heels and wasn't able to recover from that kind of awkward positioning. And this fall right here, I mean, this came out of nowhere. It's like she hit a speed bump and went over the handlebars.
Yeah, that you see there was that little bit of like bump in the lip there where it kind of doubled up, and I think she just didn't set her fins quite right there. And I also think she's maybe trying to like overdo it at this moment. She feels like she needs to surf to a certain standard. But I feel like for Gabby right now, she needs to settle her nerves in, because you can tell in her body language that she's looking a little antsy.
So with 10 minutes to go, Strider Wasilewski, what did you see from your angle? What's happening right now with Gabriella Bryan?
Well, there's a somebody in a room, a voodoo doll, and they're just going, "Hurt," and moving a leg. Or it's unbelievable. Watching her surf right now feels like she just basically showed up and just like doesn't even remember how to walk down the street. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know what's going on. She checked the board like 3 times just to make sure there wasn't something going on under the board. And I feel like, you know, the texture of the water out here and the way that the lip line is, maybe that's affecting her, because when she's going into her turns, she looks like she's solid, and all of a sudden she skips out and something misses. So there's something going on under her feet. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but let me tell you, it's not fun to watch, especially for her camp. Sawyer, on the other hand, sure-footed, solid on the backhand, just connecting with timing, everything looking great, comfortable at home. And I just hope that Gabby can turn this around so we can see a nice little slug match out here, because I want to see her go to town on some of these waves. It's beautiful out here. The waves are fun, well overhead. You watch the waves arrive, and they just look insane from where I'm at. So hopefully she can get something started.
At the moment, it looks like somebody's got a case of the Mondays on a Saturday. In the camp, they're feeling the concern as well. It is the dog pound right there. Richard Dogmarsh, Connor O'Leary, Tyler Wright, adding to the concern right now for Gabriella Bryan. We know how good Gabriella is, but again, Sawyer Lindblad is controlling this lineup. Deep bottom turn, straight off the top. Powerful. Flying down the line. So much flow, perfect style. I mean, Sawyer Lindblad is peaking at the right time. She's already sitting on a 7.5. But the looks of those first 2 turns, she might be matching that number, if not more.
Well, yeah, you know
San Clemente, rise up.
All the way through, extract as much as possible.
Sawyer Lindblad is looking
Easy
like
to
a
jump right on the
completely
ski
different
from there.
surfer than we saw on the Aussie treble leg. She has come here with some serious swagger. We love to see it. 7:30 to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from the Lexus Trestles Pro. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Trestles. Fast walls, clean lines, and endless flow. Perfect for combos and progressive surfing. Real waves, true physics. The closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
Right back into it. Can Gabriella Bryan come back into this heat? So far, that's a negative. 4th wave rated. Only 1 score of note, and it's a 317. Meanwhile, On the other side, we've got Sawyer Lindblad, who's now dropped an 8. Just comboed Gabriella Bryan. This is a rude awakening for our current world number 1. Whew. I mean, we want you to go ahead and download True Surf. You can check it out at worldsurfleague.com/truesurf. This video game is so fun. You can actually play live conditions, you know? So it's kind of like, really surfing, but you're playing it on your phone. It's good times.
Have a look at Sawyer Lindblad. This wave, 4th wave from Sawyer, every time she's got up, she's improved, and those 2 turns out the back are just perfectly precise placed maneuvers on your backhand. I think the way that she's taken off on this wave is really setting up, set herself up for major maneuvers. Just, yeah. Sawyer's surfing a perfect heat.
I mean, that was as clear an 8 as you can get. This opening snap, perfectly placed.
And you can tell, even on the bottom turn, I mean, watch, there's a lot of chatter on that face, and she's cutting through it so precisely, staying low, keeping that center of gravity low, really releasing that tail. I love that maneuver from Sawyer Lindblad. I think she does the best version of it on the Women's Championship Tour. And it's cool to see her utilize that strength.
I'm loving watching a surfer find that flow state. Sawyer has made no mistakes. You look at her scoreline. This is like the perfect heat. 4.83, 5.83, right? Built her foundation, followed it up, got that 7.5. That amped her up. Found another perfect wave, the best wave we've seen of the morning so far. Ripped it all the way through, 2 and 8. Mistake-free, loose, fast, powerful. Saw blades on one today, Rosie.
She looks so motivated to beat current world number 1 too. We spoke about it in Margaret River most recently. Gabriella knocked her out of the quarterfinals. That essentially pushed her out of the cut, out of the top 10. So there's a lot of fire and electricity, I think, with these 2 women competing. They're so nice, but I think as soon as you hit the water, those little memories come to mind, and that extra motivation is definitely propelling Sawyer at the moment.
Well, you know, on those 2 days off we just had, I got to see the band Foreigner. And the reason I bring that up is because one of their songs is called Urgent, one of their biggest hits. And one of the lines is urgent, emergency. And that's got to be what's going on in the mind of Gabriella Bryan right now. With 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, is it even possible to break a 15.50 combo?
Has Gabriella been comboed all season?
I don't think so. I'm not that good at math, but I don't think so.
I don't think there's been an instant this year where she's been in such a severe combo. I know that in El Salvador she was like on her heels there. I think in the semi and the final, and she fought back, and that was really impressive. But I don't think that she's had a heat where she's had to climb out of combination this badly yet this season.
Well, it's not just the dog pound that's stressing right now. It's a lot of people out there, 14% to be exact, that put Gabriella Bryan as their power surfer on their fantasy squad, second only to Katie Simmers. So, yeah, some fantasy surfers right now are stressing, but I guarantee you not stressing as hard as Gabriella Bryan. But I think at this point it's more reflection. You know, I don't think it's possible to climb out of a hole this deep with 1.5 minutes to go. So, Rosie, I know you've been in a lot of situations, mostly winning, but I'm sure you've been in this situation as well. What's going through your mind when you've just been absolutely flogged in the first heat of the day on finals day after carrying all of that momentum?
Disappointment. I think you feel really disappointed. I think for every surfer, they just want to surf to their potential. They want to put on a good show. They want to go down swinging. And I think for Gabby at this moment, it's just having that kind of heart-sinking moment where you're like, I didn't surf to my potential. I want a fresh clock. I want to do this all over again. But yeah, you learn so much as a surfer. You lose way more than you win. Gabby's always smiling. She's had such an amazing season, and you're going to have these heats. This is what surfing's all about.
It happens.
Yep.
Yeah, shock and awe on a Saturday morning, but I did like that subtle little look right there. You know, Gabriella Bryan most likely just going, wow, okay, Sawyer, good job. You know, not much you can do at this point, but full credit to Sawyer Lindblad. I mean, this was a huge test for Sawyer, and coming back like this after not making that midseason cut, getting the wild card, and to really just prove not only to herself but prove to everyone else watching that she is among the elite and one of the absolute best female surfers on the planet. This heat right there, I think, is going to be a great confidence boost for Sawyer. And now for her to be moving through after taking down world number 1, we could see an incredible fairy tale story starting to develop.
Yeah, pretty rad. I mean, the smile says it all. I think there's a lot of people on the beach super happy for Sawyer at this moment. Into the semifinals at her home break. That's a dream run.
It's massive. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Remember, expect the unexpected. Sawyer Lindblad, the saw blade, comes through, making the semifinals. Stay tuned. Caroline versus Betty Lou up next.
I mean, how good is WSL Rising Tides? This is the most competitive lineup in the world, and you have all of these young girls that are just coming and taking it over. There's a lot of pros out there, and you've got 20, 30, 15-year-old girls that are like, actually, you know what, this is my spot.
We had Jessie Dora here, our commissioner, who's on her last event, which is super special and emotional.
Jessie has done so much for our sport. Women's surfing would not be where it is without her.
When she initiated the kind of Rising Tides grassroots program, it was alongside the equal prize money, which was a revolutionary in all sports. It was felt everywhere.
Look, I will say I'm definitely more proud of things like WSL Rising Tides than, anything for me as a competitor, because this is the stuff that matters. There's 30 kids out in the lineup at Lowers right now, girls who've never surfed it, so this is the important stuff, and yeah, I'm really proud to have been a part of it.
What a legacy already left behind by Jessie Dora announcing that she's going to be stepping away from the championship tour from the WSL, and probably just going to get really barreled for the next few months and decide what she wants to do next. Sky's the limit for Jessie, and the sky's the limit for saw blade Sawyer Lindblad. What a heat! That was incredible. I mean, that was like somebody just opened up a hot cup of coffee and threw it right in our faces. What a way to start for Sawyer Lindblad. A wild card in this event, taking out current world number 1. We'll see what that does with that yellow jersey, because we know there's a rack with a couple yellow jerseys ready to go if something wild happens. Again, I'm not good at math, I can't project anything, but all I know right now, that was a statement victory from Sawyer.
Oh man, that was huge for Sawyer. And yeah, you go check out the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com and follow it in real time. There could be a little bit of a shakeup, Chris.
Well, we got another heat in the lineup, and this one's a banger as well. Caroline Marks going up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We know these two have history. Of course, it's fun to kind of create, manufacture rivalries, but I can guarantee you that they're friendly rivals in the water. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming off a huge victory, her first, the 2025 Gold Coast Pro champion. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson we knew it was just a matter of time till she would get a championship tour win. She did it in a big way in Australia.
And just a big moment for her. I think, we've seen her on this championship tour. We've seen her have her ups and downs, and now to get that victory, to kind of feel like she's fulfilling her role on the championship tour, it's massive. And you just touched on rivalries, Chris, and I definitely think that there's a lot of competitive fire between these two women. Asked Caroline what she thought of the matchup, and she was like, yeah, can't wait for it. Yeah, and I was just kind of like, well, you want to expand on
You see
that?
a
And I
little
could
fire
just tell
in her
that,
eyes.
there's a lot going on there. I mean, their most recent history was at Bells Beach, where Betty Lou got the nod over Caroline. So, yeah, there's a lot to watch in this heat.
Caroline Marks, an absolute titan of this sport. 2023 WSL World Champion, gold medalist. And she's done it all at such a young age, and she's already got Hall of Fame numbers. You can only imagine the next 3, 4, 5 years, her trajectory is still rising, which is incredible to say because she's sat on the top of the surfing world for so long already.
Definitely. I mean, she's what a success story as one of the youngest surfers on the championship tour, winning that first equal prize purse at on the Gold Coast back in 2019, and now to see her go from that to the gold medal, the world title, the gold medal, just everything, coming in time to Caroline, successful career.
A polite paddle battle happening right there. Both surfers just kind of, you see boxers in the ring in the first couple of moments of the match. They're kind of measuring each other out. I think for Caroline Marks, and you can tell me this, if you're, they're both good. Caroline Marks, Sawyer Lindblad, goofy footers. They both live here in San Clemente. They both surf lowers a lot. If you're watching one of your contemporaries that's looking so comfortable out there, does that help you in any way, or do you think Caroline's just kind of already had her game plan set before what Sawyer just did?
I think definitely Caroline would have had it set, but I think like you mentioned, there's so many similarities with Sawyer, so just to watch it play out and be like, okay, yep, that's exactly what I want to do. That's another thing that Caroline probably would have got to mentally prepare for.
It makes visualizing ripping those rights on your backhand pretty easy when you see it happen right in front of your face. 28-16 to go. Either one of these surfers yet to strike. That gives us the chance to catch up with the Saw Blade, standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. Her first time advancing into the semifinals at her first CT event right here at home. What was your excitement level this morning, Sawyer, knowing that the tide's coming up and the swell is also pumping today? It's finals day. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. During the free surf, I was watching it for like an hour, and it didn't look like super consistent, so I wasn't sure. But then, like right when they made the call, it started like getting really good, and I was just super excited to get out there.
The local support, tomorrow's Father's Day, your dad down here was early, but most importantly, the kind of sense of community that you see right out around here at Lowers, is that something you're feeling here?
Yeah, for sure. My grandpa's here, and my whole family basically are all down here on the beach today, so yeah, I feel the love.
What's your fondest memory growing up of this event in particular?
I think watching Tanner Gudauskas, he's actually coaching me in this event. He came and like just was always he was the wild card for like a couple years in a row, and he would always do really, really good. I think he beat, some really high names out here. So yeah, just like taking inspo from him, also being a goofy footer, and yeah, we've just been working on like getting vertical, choosing good waves, and yeah, I'm excited to keep going.
It's working out so far. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys?
I thought for sure she was going to say my fondest memory of lower trestles happened 2 minutes ago, taking out world number 1, Gabriella Bryan. I mean, you cannot put enough emphasis on what Sawyer Lindblad just did. 15.50 total. That's massive. That would have been a big number throughout the entirety of this event. And speaking of big numbers, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson during that interview went off. This wave got completely obliterated.
Oh, and look at the line on this wall. Just Betty has so much to work with down the line. Just takes her time, laying that rail in, time on the bottom again, slashes through this wave. What a beautiful way to start a quarterfinal matchup. Just tears this thing to shreds. I mean, she's had a lot of amateur success out here at Lower Trestles. You can tell the level of comfort that she has. Deep bottom turn, meeting that lip line with such precision. Just staying in that top third so she gets that projection speed out of it to head straight into this next maneuver. Hammers it off the top there. Beautiful round pin under her feet. The board's looking really good. Kind of widens that stance, waits for this wave to stand up for her. Just cuts right through that chop too. I mean, you think about Haleiwa, her home break and lowers, they're pretty similar. I mean, there's chunky sections that you contend with, and Betty just looks so comfortable out here. Great opening wave for her, taking control early.
She's wielding a samurai sword on that wave. An 8.83. I mean, she cut that thing to bits. I don't think there was anything more she could have done, and I think you can tell when a surfer is kind of like maybe trying too hard. That was the perfect amount of push, the perfect amount of flow. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, with that 8.83, just secured her highest single wave score of the entire season. And what a time to do it. Going up against Caroline Marks, who arguably would be considered the best ever female surfer to do it here at Lower Trestles. So time to shine is right now. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on fire with an 8.83. Strider, how do we fan these flames? That was right up in your grill, too.
Yeah.
Your hair is finally wet. Betty Lou just sprayed you.
It's still raining. Let me tell you, Betty Lou making it rain. I like the comparison. Well, not the comparison, but the kind of the Haleiwa lowers, the high performance, the note there. Because while we were in Hawaii just a couple weeks ago, I saw her and she was running down to Haleiwa to go rip the walls out of it. That last turn she did in here on the inside, all fins, half the board out of the water, just nothing but precision and pushing the tail as hard as she could. So the reality of how hard she's pushing is a new thing. You watch her surf these waves, she's banging through the lip, she's feeling a lot more aggressive, and she's actually doing more of an aggressive turn off the end of each one. So before, the Betty Lou of old would just come up, hit it, and then just kind of let it ride out, and just kind of send the power down the line. But you can see that extra flare into the lip, really pushing it at the end. Matt Biola saying there's a new Betty Lou on tour, and he loves her.
Yeah, the new Betty Lou has arrived. And the board she's riding, which was shaped literally half a mile away from here, it looks absolutely perfect. When you see a surfer connecting with their craft, like we're seeing right now with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, you're witnessing something really special. And it's a huge momentum swing because it's even, you know, obviously the surfers paddle out, they get in position, momentum is even. When you open up with a wave like that, I mean, that puts all the fire inside of you, and you've already got your opponent up against the ropes.
Definitely, it's like the perfect way to start with excellence, her best wave of her career. So it's interesting because I feel like we were watching Betty and she was getting these close call losses and she was getting early knockouts out of events, and suddenly I think at Bell she started getting a little bit of momentum. We saw a little bit at El Salvador, and you know, she goes on to win the Gold Coast contest, and now, you know, that handbrake feeling is gone. She's surfing just with unrestrained ability that she's always been capable of. It's what we saw her on the Challenger Series with some big wins, but now to see this brand of surfing on the Championship Tour is what we've been waiting for from Betty.
100%. We got 22 minutes to go. Caroline Marks yet to answer back. So far, shock and awe on a Saturday. Joe Turpel is right there in the mix in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Joe, it must be feeling pretty electric where you're standing right now.
Remember when we talked earlier, Chris? Well, it's only heated up a little bit more. I mean, legends are built on days like today, on finals day at Lowers, when it's this good and consistent. And I was talking to Rosie about this earlier this morning, the fun rivalry we have emerging with Betty Lou and Caroline Marks. Obviously, ton of support for both of them. Tommy Whitaker coaching Betty Lou this season. One thing he told me before the start of the heat was basically what she did on the 883. He's been really impressed how she's been reading the lowers wall throughout this week in this contest, and they did identify, you know, with Gabby Bryan going down on some of those real big first turns, that it's not always that huge power hook to start, as sometimes that first section can be a bit softer. You've got to be really smart about how you set up that first turn and then build down the line and go all out on the finish. So way to go for Betty Lou, checking that box. Starting off with an 883, putting pressure on the world champ. For Caroline, she's got depth as well, with Luke Egan as a past champ and also Mike Parsons identifying the right waves. They've noticed the rights and lefts are sometimes just as good on these peaks today. We know Caroline's famous for a big backhand, but she's going to keep her options open in this matchup. Back to you, Chris.
Oh, thank you so much. Joe Turpel embedded in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Here we go, Caroline Marks. Has to get around a huge section. I think I heard a tire being flattened right there. You could feel it. She came around that section. You know, the excitement level just completely disappears. There's something when you drop into one of these big lowers rights, especially on your backhand, when you see Caroline Marks. She goes into that wind-up, and you get excited, right? That wave did not have that excitement. It was pretty much flattened from the beginning.
Oh man, that wave was looking so good. I was actually surprised because that one had like that longer line to it where she was taking entry from on the right. I was surprised that she didn't fake it and go left, because the left looked kind of good too. But hey, that was a tricky one, because you think she wanted to get that slingshot in. She wanted to come around that white water and put herself in the perfect position to get critical, and that one just fizzled out.
So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now sits out the back with priority. It'll be another no-go. Caroline Marks sitting on a .50. Both surfers looking in. Is there as much, towel waving and hand gesturing as there used to be in professional surfing, or is the plan set when you hit the lineup? It's more just use whatever, knowledge you have?
Yeah, we'll get back to that point as you see Betty going.
Quick high line, bottom turn, and the strike. Massive first turn on this wave. Carves it back, surfing with vigor. Just vehemently driving down the line and attacking each section. Love to see it. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now backing up that 8.83.
We're going to take care of you, Milby. We're going to take care of you right here.
This is wild.
Oh, it's so good.
So far, I mean, the first heat was very lopsided. It's starting to have that same feeling again. There is a lot of time left, and this is Caroline Marks talking about, but this feeling right now is like really leaning towards Betty Lou.
You just hear Brody Sale in the competitors area that's saying that was perfect, and it was so well surfed. I mean, every maneuver choice here is so intentional as we see her streaking down the line, getting to the bottom of that wave, really delaying that bottom turn, swooping in there. Another bottom turn hook. Important thing was to just kind of stay critical. Definitely that end maneuver was my favorite on that wave.
I think I heard it. It's like a whip crack. Caroline Marks now. Okay, answering back. This is the Caroline Marks we know and love. Deep bottom turn, straight up into the pocket. All right, we're starting to see some fire now. There we go, a critical section blasted by Caroline. Another backside vertical whip. She's a machine when it comes to this lower trestles right-hander. Strong finish there, Rosie. That's how you fight back.
What an answer back from Caroline. Just loved how critical she stayed through all those sections. That quality of wave-wise, that was one of the better waves that we've seen all morning. Super glassy face, little cupped out hooks all the way down the line. Really just a high-performance canvas for Caroline to get busy on. Fades that bottom turn, wants to stay critical on this wave as you see that kind of shouldery section with that white water. Now she's getting excited as that lip starts to present itself. Going through the motions here, this midsection at lowers gets so fun when it steepens up like this. You just get to schwack it in that corner pocket. Again, strikes that lip. So really for me, the midsection of this wave was kind of what really got my excitement levels up. Finishes it strong. Really good answer back from Caroline. Love the way that she's looking over her shoulder, winds through, stays low to that board, even touches the deck. And again, that eye line is just taking her exactly where she wants to go. She kind of swings those shoulders around. Where your eyes set the lip, that's where your body's going to follow. So beyond vert on that encounter of the lip line. Just such a good illustration of how technical Caroline is. I mean, if you're a goofy footer, or if anytime you're going on your backhand, this is the kind of surfing you want to do.
If you had a question as to why we have a championship tour event at Lower Trestles, that wave right there answers it. An absolute dream runner. I mean, a high performance perfection right there. And it's glassing off. I always knock on wood when I say it's glassing off, but we're witnessing right here, I mean, the galactoid milky texture of this water starting to smooth out both right and left. With 15:34 to go, we've got a heat on our hands. We are waiting for scores, though. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and sometimes when you have to wait a little bit extra, it's a big numbers coming. You can feel it. It's like
It's brewing.
when Godzilla comes out of the water. You know something's about to happen, and it's going to be big, and it's going to be scary. I think that's what we're about to see from Betty Lou Johnson's score.
Yeah, we
And Caroline's score.
And Caroline, yeah. The judges really having to think. You know, obviously comparing the two contrasting styles with the goofy and the natural.
And did the
gonna be
judges talk
fun.
to each other about scores?
Do you know what's going to be fun, though, when this number drops in is both of these women are going to be sitting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. So
Oh,
they're
yeah.
going to hear the numbers and just be like, you hear that? What? Because we're seeing a couple numbers populate.
All right, so Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's number comes through, an 8-point ride. Caroline Marks answers back with an 8-2-0. It's official. This is not a blowout. This is a surfing superheat.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Every, surf is just going wave for wave, turn for turn. It's kind of reminiscent of the heat that Caroline had in the WSL finals with Katie Simmers, that opening heat. So
Love this. Love the reaction shot. Poker face right here. Whatever comfort Betty Lou was feeling with those two big numbers, I'm sure she's still feeling good about them, but just a little bit less comfortable.
yeah, we'll see. I mean, she's got the 8.83 and priority and the 8. Wow, what a heat. Caroline, 8.64 is what she requires, and 13 minutes, 40 seconds. There's we're gonna see more action.
No one's safe.
No.
No one's safe in this lineup right now with the way that these two surfers are doing it right now. So with 13:24 to go, both surfers right there at the takeoff zone while we wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey, I'm over at the Hogue tent here, right on site at Lower Trestles. I'm here with Aaron Wood, PA, as well as Dr. Fahmy here. So I'm with Aaron. We talk a lot about health, and the center of a lot of our health is our spinal health, isn't it?
That's correct. So here at Hogue, we have a comprehensive spine and pain program. Dr. Fahmy and I kind of tag team seeing patients. Although surfing may look graceful, there's a lot of stress to your neck, upper back, and lower back when you're getting those pop-ups and getting on the board. So we're definitely here to help you. We'll be seeing patients in San Clemente. Our new Hogue office is opening July 14th, so excited to see everybody. We aim to have a comprehensive program with interventional pain management, spine neurosurgeons, and physical therapy to help keep the residents San Clemente active, healthy, continuing surfing, doing the things that everybody loves. So we're excited to welcome everyone.
That is awesome. Dr. Fahmy, talk a little bit about once we do have an injury, just how do we manage that pain?
Yeah, it's a great question, and like Aaron said, we're fortunate at Hogue Health Center in San Clemente to have a massive team of care professionals, and so we treat pain in a number of different ways, starting from physical therapy, rehab, working ourselves back to our sport. We do offer, of course, injections, minimally invasive procedures, and when the time comes, if needed, obviously surgery is there as an option, but the idea being that we're catering treatment to each individual patient's needs and their goals, and ultimately, trying to get them back into sport.
That is awesome. Well, I'm going to get tuned up by both of these doctors, take care of my spine and my pain management, guys. And congratulations, it's open right now. San Clemente Hogue location open right now in San Clemente. Thank you, guys.
Our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Kaipo. 11:24 to go. Situation stands as it did before we met those doctors. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the lead with an 8.83 and an 8-point ride. Caroline Marks with an 8.20. Making things interesting as we get to the final portion of this heat. 11 minutes to go. Betty Lou sitting out the back with priority. And we haven't said the P word that much today, but so far priority has been huge. We saw in the opening heat, priority was masterfully used by Sawyer Lindblad, and some priority mistakes led to Gabrielle Bryan only posting up a 5.17 TD total.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, with that longer period swell, you're going to have these weights in between the sets, and yeah, when that little apex peak comes your way, you want to be on the receiving end of it.
Well, you're going to have to wait and see what happens next. Can Betty Lou advance through, or can Caroline get the edge? You're going to have to stay tuned to see what happens next. Welcome back, surf fans. It's the Lexus Trestles Pro, and at the moment, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the edge over Caroline Marks, but Caroline now has priority. Here's what we've seen so far, semifinal number 1. That right there is a surf fan's dream. Caitlin Simmers versus Molly Picklum. Semifinal 2 already filled. San Clemente Sawblade, Sawyer Lindblad. Who will she face at the moment? Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is on a good one. She's got 2 8+s already, and she's on the Red Bull ski right now, making her way back out. This commute made possible by our friends at Red Bull, and here we go. This was during that break. Betty Lou back at it.
Using her priority, this kind of mid-sized wave just hits the cobbles so perfectly. Like, just head-high lowers is the sweet spot of where you want to be in terms of it, just offering up these little gifts where you can set your rail line and do some of your best surfing. It's a good-looking wave from Betty. The question is, does it improve her situation? She's got 2 8s in the tank already. Look at that, just beautiful rail work from her, upping the ante every time she stands up on her board.
I think Alicia Keys should write a song about Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Call it "This Girl Is on Fire." Oh wait, she already. Maybe she'll do part 2. Because it's happening right now. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson putting another dream run together. She got her maiden victory, and I feel like a lot of times when we see these surfers come through and get their first big win, it's just, I mean, it's like some kind of shot, right? You go, oh, I can do this. I did it.
Yep.
I'm going to do it again.
Yep, it's fun. Let's keep the momentum going. Yeah, Betty's done a really good job this season. I mean, that win, so special. Then to see her come down to lowers and just improve the situation again. Look at that, the best wave of the heat.
Wow, okay. Near perfection. 9-point ride for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. That means Caroline Marks needs a 9.63. But look at that score line. 8.83, throwing away an 8. And that 8 is extremely valuable throughout any competition. When you're throwing away an 8 and adding a 9 to your score line, you're doing something incredibly special. What is going on right now with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson? Who are we watching?
It's flawless. And, you know, you mentioned she's had success at amateur events here at Lowers, her first time competing at a championship tour level at this location. But she went out on a mission to start strong like that, to really take control early, and with the priority every time, improve on your situations, drop a 9. I mean, this is the best heat total that we've seen from the women. Maybe all event, really. Men's and women. We'll get that. We'll clarify that. I'm getting excited.
You have a calculator I can borrow?
Yeah, no, and then, 5.5 minutes remaining. Caroline, your competitor, needs a 9.63. I'm not even going to say that that's not possible for Caroline, because, yeah, she's so dangerous.
Well, we've gone back to back now with surfers achieving their greatest, or their personal best. At the moment, for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, this number, 17.83, this is the best heat she's ever surfed in her career. And doing it at the right time here in the quarterfinals, at the moment with 5 minutes to go, looking like a lock to advance. We know anything can happen, and this guy has been right on top of it all morning long. Strider Wasilewski, is it heating up out there thanks to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson?
It's warm. I mean, tell you, there's just nothing but flames flying off the back of Betty's board. I am just so impressed with how well she's surfing, how like dug in she is. She looks super confident and comfortable, but it's a new Betty Lou, and that's what we want to see, the progression of each surfer. But I will say that Caroline Marks right now is saying things that you don't want to hear. I mean, she's so upset. You know, after she lost to Caitlin Simmers out here in the finals, the things that came out of that girl's mouth, I was like, oh my gosh. And you know, she's so competitive is my point, and I love that about her. And she, you know, the fire is burning deep down inside of Caroline Marks right now. So she wants to answer back. She wants to give it her all. She's going to do her best, but I don't know if she, you know, trying to get to where Betty Lou is at the moment. That's a tall task, but you know what? The goofy footer can do it.
Wow. When Strider's that fired up, you know big things are happening. We're inside of 4 minutes now. Caroline Marks out the back with priority. We would talk about good numbers all morning long, and here is your CT by the numbers, your max heat scores for 2025, and make room at the top. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has just secured the highest heat total of 2025 for the women, eclipsing what Erin Brooks did, 17.83. Pretty much a royal flush. I mean, that's a heat total that will get you through 99% of heats on the year.
And I think, you know, within competition, you have these kind of mini goals and little mini feathers in your cap. And I think for Betty, looking at these numbers that she's put up, knowing that it's the best of the season in the women, that's an accomplishment. And that's something that you're like, okay, like I'm on the right track, right? The judges are really appreciating my surfing. My boards are feeling good. I'm fit. I'm in a mentally good space. I'm looking really good to be in the semifinals here at Lowers, and when you look at those numbers, she automatically becomes a favorite for a win here.
Well, you know what they say, and they, meaning the WSL, is history will be written, and in fact, it's being written right in front of our eyes by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, securing, again, the highest heat total for 2025. Right in front of us. I mean, for all to see. Shining brightly, 17.83. And look at, now she's chilling. She's in a hot tub. She's, you know, après, demolition, just loving life.
Well, let's also think rankings.
Whoa,
you think about
give it to me.
Tyler Wright out of the competition, Isabella Nichols out of the competition, Gabriella Bryan, she's, you know, they way up there. But the three surfers ahead of her, Caroline Marks, who she's competing against right now, Tyler Wright, Isabella Nichols. So for Betty Lou, she's not just thinking about, you know, qualification anymore. That ship sailed, the cut's done. But now it's all about the WSL Final 5. And this contest is a huge turning point for her to march up those rankings and get inside that top 5 picture.
Minute 45 to go. We know how good Caroline Marks is. She's proved that to us time and time again. But at the moment, she needs a miracle, a 9.63. That would be the highest single wave score of this entire event. Here we go. Something magical could happen. No. Put the rabbit back in the hat. Not going to happen on that wave.
So on the live rankings, Betty Lou has climbed up 2 spots already in this event, and she is in the top 5.
All right, with a minute to go, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson may have rubbed the right lamp because her wishes have come true with 3 incredible waves, an 8.83, an 8, and a 9. with 50 seconds left. I hear a door being closed, Rosie.
That's
Do you
fair.
hear that door?
That's fair.
Is it being
I'll look over.
double locked,
Yeah.
latched, welded shut, nailed shut? It's over.
I never, even with the flat ocean and 30 seconds remaining, it's difficult for me to say that it's over for Caroline because she is so clutch. But yeah, Betty, I mean, wow, perfect heat, no notes. Go hang out. It's finals day. You'll be in the semis. We'll see how you go in that. But yeah, this was just just keep doing what you're doing, Betty. No notes.
You should be a coach. No notes is good notes. Just do that again. Just have the heat of your life again.
Oh, there we go.
Such a big fan of good sportsmanship. Caroline Marks knows what just happened. There's Betty Lou's mom.
Coming off that victory on the Gold Coast.
Go ahead and cry. I'm about to cry too. I mean, you see a surfer enter the flow state and live in it like that. It's a huge moment. So Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, the highest heat total of the year so far, with more to come. We're gonna flip it over to the men. Joel, Vaughn, and Griffin Colapinto coming up next.
Betty Lou just put together one of the best performances of her career on the championship tour. Only excellence on every single wave she just rode at Lower Trestles, taking out a local these days in Caroline Marks and a world champion. That was a huge heat win. She's moved into the final 5 on the live rankings, and there's so much more to look forward to on finals day. Joe Turpel with a CT competitor and Jesse Mendez. We're starting things off with Griffin Colapinto. He'll have the crowd behind him, but this rookie named Joel Vaughn surfed out of his skin the other day. Well, Jesse, let's get started. Opening ride for Griffin Colapinto. Snap to slide, controls it. Big belt, inverted, tail blow reverse. That was insane. Running after this inside track with a nice pace. Griffin greases it off the roof. Nice pocket surfing there with a nice snap, and Colapinto throws down the rotation, reverses his finish. Already feeling the flow. Joel Vaughn looking to answer. Nice clean connection for the Australian. Going for a big punt, loses the grab, but wanted to pick up right where he left off against Italo a couple days ago.
I'm so excited with what I see right there. Like, obviously the previous heat with the ladies, they smashed it, and the boys kind of got fired up with all of that movement, and starting off with Griffin. Beautiful combination of major maneuvers. Got the flow, got everything different pace throughout the wave as well, which we'll talk about it in a bit. And then Vaughn gone for a Hail Mary in the first wave. So close, just missed the grab just by a touch. That's what kind of made that board fly away for a bit. But yeah, beautiful start for both of us to watch, and everyone's at the house.
Yeah, great matchup for Vaughn. His first time appearing in the quarterfinals in his rookie season this year. Had a lot of ninths, and you know, was actually rated higher than Griffin Colapinto when we got to Bells Beach. But that's where Griff got his best result of the season at the time. Got the third at Bells, then the final at Margaret River. But for Joel, your reaction to what he did against a world champ like Italo, who's a favorite to win every contest on the calendar, that was a really big statement for Joel.
And also with the back against the wall, obviously, you know, first year on tour, it's so easy. Like, there's less pressure right now for Joel because he made through the cut, so it's kind of a freedom for him to express himself on top of a board. But still, there's so much that he himself wants to prove to everyone. So for him to have a back against the wall against someone like Italo on these conditions, probably one of the most high-performance surfers on the world in the most high-performance wave, but we'll get back to that after this beautiful A-frame that Griffin took off. Just love the pace right here, how he's being critical but still taking his time, and right there so inverted, and that needs so much of your body and so much of your strength for you to get that going, and right there to regroup and connect the dots nicely through the end and finish it off once again on his foot with a nice blowtail to finish it up. Like the judges are going to eat that up.
Great view here on the IC replay of what it's like to be in the water with Griff at lower trestles.
I mean, look how inverted he's going to get. You're going to see the bottom of his board right here. Like, you know, like by the front angle, I knew that was going to show up in that angle right there, and that just showed the commitment that Griffin was on that wave.
Big throw tail reverse for Vaughn, as he is not holding back at all. 2 falls out of the way, so he's got his warm-ups. Now he's ready to get into the excellent range just like Griff did on his opener. Colapinto locks in a nice solid 8-point ride on his first wave against the rookie. First time they've been in a heat together, and Griffin establishing himself as a local in the lineup, and it really came down to how great he could read this wave. Really cool paced opening turn, but then really just set him up for one of the most radical versions of an inverted blowtail reverse you could see, with total risk when he's doing that out the back.
Yes, and I love how you mentioned the pace, because that turn itself requires so much energy, and it pumps your heart up. So for him to regroup and kind of clean up afterwards is impressive.
Rolling in now, feeling the momentum is Griffin Colapinto. Great bottom turn, throwing down the wrapping cutback. Now he's got a cool pace to him now. He's building a lot of speed, big ramp, he'll float it. Setting up a nice open face hook. Reading this wall well, and an absolute hammer of a finishing move. Crowd enjoying that one. That's the Marks family there, supporting Griffin. Caroline moving here a long time ago, even though she went down. Their whole family sticking around to support Griffin Colapinto in this one. Great job to the Water Patrol today on the Red Bull skis. They've got to be perfect with their lines, the way they drive these surfers out the back to make sure that there's no wake in the lineup. Probably one of the toughest venues on tour to make sure that there's no wake on the open face. Doing a great job. Let's catch up with a fired up Betty Lou with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Congratulations, Sakura. What an amazing heat. So far this year on the women's side, it is the highest combined heat totals between the two of you, and he dropped an 8.93. You were throwing away an 8. Congratulations, an amazing one.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just getting in the role of fun waves and being in the right priority order, and you know, making sure I could just rip the hardest. And yeah, super happy to get that one over Caroline. We've gone back and forth a few times. And she's a star out here, you know. She won a world title out here. So yeah, I have nothing to lose. Yeah.
On a day like today, it's so easy to maybe get in your head and think, oh, all I want to do is free surf and catch waves. How do you kind of tone that down and make sure I still need to go out there and compete rather than just surf?
Totally, yeah, you have to, you know, hold your emotions for sure, and not get too excited. But yeah, just knowing what waves that I want to surf on, I think was the
highest heat for me. But yeah, just knowing to get those waves and just being in the right order of it all and just keeping the momentum.
And what's it like being injury-free this year? I know it's been a couple of tough ones leading up to this, but finally getting consistency as you've been looking for a couple of years.
Yeah, totally. Honestly, I have not been injury-free. I've been dealing with an injury since pipe. I got a spinal contusion there, so I've just dealt with that this whole year long. And yeah, just super happy to kind of find my feet back and get back in the order and make some more heats. But yeah, really happy just to still be in this contest.
Working out, congratulations.
Thank you so much, thank you.
Guys?
Thanks so much, Mitch, and congratulations, Betty Lou, your best combined heat total of your career, 17.83, and also the best combined heat total of the entire season for the women's tour. Lights out in that heat. Now she's into the semifinals. Now she's into the top 5.
I mean, and let's talk about confidence change for her. I feel like she got on tour with lots of confidence, so much expectation on top of her. Obviously fell off, came back on, and she was also steady, but I felt like she still lacked putting on the right foot on top of the board, you know, like for the quality of surfing that she's able to provide. And after taking that win, just everything, you know, all the weight off her shoulders kind of went down, and this is the type of surfing she's capable of doing. 17.83, it's a big statement for a combination of 2 waves on the World Tour.
Big names out of the event for the women. World #1, Gabby Bryan out. Caroline Marks, world champ, out here at Lowers a couple years ago, out of the event, setting up some good semifinals, and waves are pumping. Griff opening up with an 8, has total control right now over Joel Vaughn. How's it been from the water strider?
Well, it's been obviously the perfect seat, watching these guys and seeing the aggression from Joel Vaughn, looking like he's not holding back at all. He's got a good game plan in his head. He's just got to come down with it. And then Griffin, you know, opening up with a solid, excellent ride. But then this next wave, it looked like he ripped the bag out of it to me, but you could tell he held back just a little bit. So, you know, with that hold back on it, I feel like the judges are kind of noticed that, you know. I mean, he ripped into a beautiful turn off the top, and then when he telegraphed down the line, looked like he was going to go for a big air, but then he goes for the float, and then you're you know, in your mind you're like, oh, okay, I was ready for more. But then he goes back and he rips the bag out of the rest of it, and then he's blowing tail to finish, and you think, okay, you know, that's still a really excellent ride. I think maybe you could go 7, but the judges, I feel like they understand and know that there's more in there, that they can give more. And I think that Griffin heard the score and went, oh, okay, well, get ready, because here it comes. And I feel like we're going to see fireworks right now from Griffin. I feel like he's going to go above the lip and just start boosting, and he knows that he can't hold back. It's finals day. This is the time to put it all on the line. And I love that you know, Joel's already started out with that, but he's got to pull it down, and I think we're going to see some huge numbers out of Griff right now, because I feel like he knows he's got to go big.
Hey, Strider, I just have a question for you. Obviously, we all expected he was going to go for the air right there, but do you think he held back, or it was just a maturity sign of him, just knowing that wave kind of got a little bit flat, there wasn't so much coping, it was like, hey, better probably hold it a little bit here and finish a wave and get a backup than anything else?
You know, I do think the IQ came in there, the heat IQ, but I also feel like, you know, we want more out of it, and I think that, you know, him holding back a little bit maybe is something that, you know, he thought about right there. Here we go. We got Joel. Let's see what he does with this one, you guys. Take it away, Joe.
Nice fading wrap for Joel Vaughn. He just wants to ramp up. Now he's chasing, so caught behind for a long time, but he'll go right into a punt attempt. Throwaway for Joel in his first 3 attempts.
I still do think that he has the right mind, though. Like, he has to go that big, mostly because Griffin already has an 8-point ride, and he's a dark horse. Like, he is the Grom, the young guy that just got on the scene. And when you're going against someone that has the belt, you have to show your best game. And this is his best game, going big, going for big, critical, progressive maneuvers. And I personally think it's just a matter of time until he lands one.
I was talking to Dakota Walters this morning when we had a little bit stronger south wind. And he was like, yeah, I just hope this wind picks up. And the theory there was for Joel Vaughn to use it to his advantage in the air. I talked to local legend Mike Parsons, and he's like, yeah, I'm pretty much certain it's going to die off, you know, this morning, which Southwind kind of does. When you get it in the morning, usually it goes away around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. It's already laying down for us pretty early. Griffin way out front. Let's check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey, Look what I just found. That's right, it's the new Lexus LX Surf, the Surf Edition, you guys. This is a beautiful car. Comes standard with racks, a drawer system, a ladder to get to the roof, internal racks, external racks, luxury leather interior, a mix of functionality and surfability, all coming from our good friends at Lexus. This is a beaut, and I am driving this home this afternoon after the conclusion of this surf contest. Thank you, Lexus.
Thank you so much. Kaipo, you're going to look really, really good in that. Great to have Lexus on board for the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. That's the LX edition, which fans can go check out here on site. A lot of great features, can get you into some good waves because it's a good coastline. Kind of scour during this time of the year. Can go way up north if you've got the time and energy. 2025 LX 600 luxury. Trim of the vehicle has been customized into that Surf LX. You'll see that on the back of the vehicle. So we check out a view of Lower Trestles here. It's a beautiful California State Park. The California State Park system is just wonderful, protecting these resources. Got a lot of visitors that come here to Lowers every year, estimated about 2.5 million every single year that want to be a part of not just Lowers, but all these trails and all the different surf spots up and down this coast. Big thanks to the whole state parks crew that takes care of this place and keeps it looking pristine. There's about 11 endangered species here in the San Mateo Creek, from coyotes to bobcats, even mountain lions living deep behind Lower Trestles here. As you see the fans showing up here on Saturday morning to see the champions crowned today. Griffin and Joel Vaughn still the lineup to themselves. Late decision for Joel to check out the left, just quickly up and out. So Joel hasn't landed anything huge yet, but he had the best heat of his season against Itzlo just the other day. When I asked him about that heat, he's just like, gosh, I've been waiting to do that all year. I've had heats just with not a lot of waves or options. He's like, that's the kind of surfing I've been trying to bring to every event on the calendar. As we focus in on the rankings, it's been a steady climb for Griffin. Once he got to Bells, found his rhythm, and he's still on fire, just inside the top 10 now.
I mean, it's crazy. This is a big event. Look how many guys have so much opportunity to just climb on the rankings and be on the top 5. Pretty much everyone, maybe not Griffin. Griffin might be on the borderline there of crunching that top 5 out of this event, but all the rest, they're looking good to solidify it or get in there.
So Yago Dora, you see world number 3, highest seed left in the event. He's got Ethan Ewing coming up next. Joel Vaughn, another throwaway. 5th attempt to land something big and under the priority of Griffin Colapinto. Joel Vaughn has got talented brothers in his family. 3 brothers, 2 are older. They also are very talented in the water. And you know, for Joel's dad, Bonnie, longtime lifeguard for about 30 years. Griffin's dad, a lifeguard here at this very beach. He's actually on the clock right now.
Interesting.
So these guys got a lot in common. Great surfing brothers, and their dads, lifeguards in completely different parts of the world.
That's very interesting. Obviously, I knew about Griffin's dad, but not about Joel's dad.
Young Huey Vaughn is hoping to be on tour with Joel in the future. Griffin already is enjoying Crosby to have some family on the road with him. Huey does huge airs. He won that Stab High event with some crazy corked out indie grabs. It was unbelievable to see how in rhythm Huey was with ramps. It kind of makes sense that Joel's just as talented in the air as well, as he's going to look at this wave. Just pacing himself. There's no wave maximum like there used to be in pro surfing. You don't count turns anymore like you used to do at events way back in the day. So Joel can just keep catching waves and see if he wants to commit. No harm, no foul. 16:45 to go. A lot of legends around watching this event at Lower Trestles. Kaipo's with one of them now.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. I'm here with Jim Hogan, the original San Clemente surfer, the first San Clemente surfer to make it onto the championship tour. That was way back in 1983, Jim.
Yeah, that's correct. Kaipo, yeah.
And talk to me a little bit about, just the San Clemente surf scene, the San Clemente surf mafia, if you would.
Well, back then we really we're prideful, city here, and we don't like to lose. And we kind of brought that up through our high school and everybody here, and we kind of pushed it down on all the kids. And if you lost the high school championships, then that summer, all the guys that were on the teams before got to cut you off. So it made everyone a little bit better.
And you still have that pride, San Clemente Board Riders Club.
Yeah, I'm here to support San Clemente all the way. Love my town and the people. And, I got to surf on the tour with you. And, we had great times back then, and a lot more difficult at that time to travel and everything. We had 28 events in one year, and 150 people in the trials and 16 spots. So quite fun. I'm so happy to be down here at my home break, supporting everybody. Sawyer just killed it, and it's just awesome.
Thank you for your time, Jim Hogan.
How cool is that? Thank you for that, Kaipo. Tracking down one of the great spirits of surfing, man. He's still a Grom. Jim Hogan rips, too. Talk about aging gracefully. He's a contender. He could put a jersey on tomorrow.
And still smoke some people.
He is such a great talent, man. And he's just got that hunger. He's just an incredible high school wrestler as well on the team at San Clemente High School. Also an incredible surfer. Our good friend Martin Potter would always stay with Jimmy Hogan when he was in Southern California. As we have a wave now setting up, maybe split peak, watching Colapinto set up a nice fade and cut back. Now starting to step on the gas. Wall's growing ahead of him. Now lays down that rail again. Great connection with his rail work. The lip shows up, snap to slide. Colapinto with the wrapping turn. Fun end section approaching, ton of speed. Big chuck tail reverse. Perfect landing. The support crew there, Malik Schilling, his brother Kraz, his father, Mitch Colapinto, the California State Bar lifeguard crew. That lifeguard tower is just straight into the heart of Lower Trestles. He was not trying to get off work today. He knew he'd have the best seat in the house.
Unless Joe did something very special on that left, it looks like he's going to be in a big combination right now. And we're going to check that out. Let's see what happens here for Joe. Up and vertical. Wave gets a little bit flatter, so he has to cut that curve short, but he knows he needs to get kind of a backup to get closer to Griffin. Beautiful finner right there, backside finner, very technical, very hard to do, but obviously on the last section of the wave, I feel like Griffin is going for his best wave so far of the heat. This wave, he linked up better. He was very calm throughout this stretched out section, and right here, unloaded all that speed that he carried throughout. Wave gets vertical, beautiful board slide, so much control. And when you think he was probably gonna hold himself and just finish the wave, went for a beautiful air reverse to finish it off that wave. It was almost a perfect surfed wave if you think about it. I'm not saying it's close to a 10, don't get me wrong, but this is excellent surfing. Didn't catch any rails the whole time, very clean, precise, pushing that back foot. Look how much weight he transferred to the front foot halfway through that turn. He gets so compact on top of the front leg. And that's what it's required for that specific maneuver to get the release. And right here, eyes it down the section, rotates, knows exactly that he's gonna land. So much confidence. He translated the confidence into that wave. That was beautiful surfing from Griffin.
Well done for Griffin Colapinto. Strider, how you feeling?
I'm just trying to like rewind the emotions. I mean, I just was watching, Griffin Colapinto ride that wave, and every part of it was almost perfect. And the way that he attacked it, the turns, I mean, the rails were, nothing got caught like Jesse was talking about. So Jesse, I mean, I know Joel Parkinson had a hard time getting a world title because he almost made it look too easy. But can you make it look too easy? Because it just looked like he didn't even try on that wave, but every part of it was perfect.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem. I feel like sometimes you gotta dramatize a little bit and dirty it up because you're going against, it's all about emotions, and the judges are humans and they need to see the dramatic and the element of surprise. So, yeah, but that being said, he's gonna get rewarded no matter what, because that was excellent surfing, and that's easy to see.
Yeah, great call too, Strider. I think with Griffin, he might get left out of that like smoothest style on tour story. You know, oftentimes we're tagging Ethan Ewing with that for good reason. You know, Miguel Pupo, Yago Dora. You know, Griff is just as smooth. And, you know, above the lip, on the open face, and it's showing today on his home break. Big combined total out front. An excellent heat for Griff. Joe Vaughn is in a big combination situation. Let's see if he can fight back. For our local impact project, aligned with the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, WSL One Ocean, partnered with WSL Pure Grantee, Surfrider Foundation, the California State Parks, the San Onofre Parks Foundation, and the Western Surfing Association. And really had a lot of the pros down here helping out, promoting habitat restoration through invasive plant removal. Thanks, Cross. Thanks, Cole. Thanks, Griff, and the rest of the crew for protecting your home break. Join your local Surfrider Foundation chapter and make the beach better than it was when you got there in the morning for your surf. Carry trash with you when you see it on the trails and put it in the right spot. Thanks for being with us on finals day. It's a nice Saturday morning. Tide will be filling in. Surf is still on the rise. Solid south swell, long period swell out here this morning. Woke up with some south wind. That's already calming down, and we still have 8:25 to go in the heat with Joel and Griff. The rookie from North Shelley Beach, Board Riders, is up now. Joel Vaughn throws down a wrap. This one's got a kind of a corner on it, bending towards him, and that'll give him a ramp. Jumps out of the sky, pulls that one off, right into a nice snap to follow. Now winding up again for his second air. This time it's a tail high reverse on the same wave. If you wondered why this gets compared to a skate park, that was a great example on how Joel Vaughn played it. Two big airs, variety between them, and that'll leave Griffin by himself now to take on this wave. Griff's already got a couple of big eights. Lays down a solid carved and tail release and just steps off. Just shows how in form he is right now.
How's that acceleration on that turn itself? Like, and that's the element of surprise that he can bring to the table, even though he's a very smooth surfer. Like, you did not expect that turn to be the way it is. And also Joe Vaughn, props to the guy. I told at some point he was going to land one of those, so good way to come back to the heat.
It reminded me of John Florence when he was a Grom, and this was a QS event a long time ago. John had a real cool skate style, and he would just go for air for air. You could tell he was just playing with it. Joel, the similar approach, starting with Griff here.
That's the acceleration. Did you notice like how much speed he got throughout the turn? He wasn't trying to gain speed as he was bottom turning. And here's a beautiful wave from Joe Vaughn. Starts off a little bit on the flatter side, so he sets himself up, does a cutback, takes his time, makes sure he's not getting ahead of himself, and as the waves start to steepen up, Nice straight air. I felt like it was a little bit more on the sticky side, you know, like the tail was really low compared to what he does, and that's the point of difference right there. You can see the difference of how high the tail was. This angle is going to be great to watch. Look how the tail stayed under the nose of the board the whole time throughout this transitional air right here. He stomps on the back foot, gets some high, but the tail is always below the nose, so the judges are going to take notes of that. But then the point of difference between the first one and the second one is just how committed and how critical it is. Backs it up with a nice setup carve once again, and then he starts to eye down. And then now he's going to push on that back foot, but get that nose nice and low and the tail inverted. So this shows how critical that second air was, and he's going to get rewarded very nicely for that.
Well done. This is shot by Aaron Lieber from the Red Bull Ski. Tail high, great projection, and a ton of pop. I think that's what really stands out with Joel Vaughn's aerial antics, is how high he can get. I mean, we saw that a couple of days ago in the round of 16. We've seen that on the Challenger Series with enormous alley-oops where he's maxed out the scale and got 10s for single maneuvers. It just seems like he goes higher than anybody else on tour.
No doubt about it. But just like a good breakdown in between that and the first air reverse that we saw it on this heat from Griffin Colapinto on the 8-point ride. I think that's why Griffin's went to the excellence, because how inverted he was. So that shows commitment. It's so much harder for you to bring the board back underneath you. As much as Joe Vaughn's airs was higher and Griffin was more of a nose pick, still so committed from Griffin on the first wave.
If you go back to the IC replay, how this heat started, Griffin Colapinto was able to throw down a nice carved tail release, and then the second turn was unbelievable.
Yeah, do you see how extended he was, how far from the board, and to bring it back under? That's the commitment that the judges want to see, and that's why this wave got into the excellent range, and probably not Joe Vaughn's on the 717. But if you see right here, his bottom turning, he's getting very compressed, even touches. Look how, you can stop right there and go back a little bit, please. Right here. Notice this is the middle of his board, and notice how deep and engaged that inside rail is going to be. Basically 80% of his board is inside the water, and that's all to create a good angle for him to get inverted the way he wants. So we can keep moving forward now. He's eyeing it down the section, and we can stop right here. Notice the nose of his board right now. He delayed himself, got very deep in order to create that angle, and that nose of the board is going to go inside the lip somehow. We can keep moving forward now. Goes through the lip, and then now he starts to stomp on the back foot, and he's getting that angle, and we can stop right here. This inside rail right here, that's now the outside, it's almost facing more than a 90-degree angle towards the beat, and he's showing all the bottom of this board to the judges. And look, he's parallel to the wave right now. The angle that he created on that turn was very incredible, and we can keep moving forward, and how he's able to bring that tail right here back under his foot and his body and rotate and come out clean. That was, I think it kind of, like, if you don't break it down and don't slow itself down, it kind of goes unseen. Like, it's so much to digest that it's even hard to explain. So incredible from Griffin Colapinto right there.
You explained that really well, Jesse. That was just such a radical turn. Nose pick reverse in a heavy section, and the way he set that up, he had to read his home brake so well to have a meaningful section to punch off the top. That's the depth of Griffin Colapinto. Got an 8 for that. That was the second maneuver on his opening ride. He has a better score of an 8.4. And then Joel Vaughn just got his best. 2 airs on the same wave, 717. So not comboed, doesn't have priority, and needs a 9.23. What are Joel's options right now?
I mean, looking at his strengths and what I see from him, obviously he's going to need to find a wave of substance, most likely a wave that it's stalled, that has energy, has speed, and go for broke. Land one of those airs that he tried to do in that first and second wave and combo it up with something else, because so far, Griffin has ticked all the boxes in the criteria: flow, variety, speed, power. And Joe, I felt like he lacked 1 or 2 of those, so he needs to clean that up. But the good news for Joe Vaughn is he's one of the most progressive surfers on tour right now, and he's not scared to go big. So I do have faith that if he has an opportunity, he's going to show it to us what he's capable of.
San Clemente doing really well today. Sawyer Lindblad lights out in her performance on her home break. Kind of giving her dad an early Father's Day present. Mark, her father, super pumped on that performance. Griff doing incredibly well in this matchup. Remember, Cole Hauschman, an IC team rider, has Jack Robinson in the back half of the draw, so locals are hoping for an all San Clemente final, which would be a historical moment at this event. The Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown, minute 10 on the clock. There's the crew. Crosby looked great the other day. Really ran out of time, but lost with the highest score of the matchup, a 9.33. And I think that a lot of those guys on screen right there are going to be in a movie premiere tonight, a film called Feels Like Yesterday by Jacob Vanderwerk, featuring Griff, Cross, Cole, Hayden Rogers, Jet Schilling, Cannon Carr, Ian Crane, and Luke Weiler. So movie premiere.
That's a good name for a movie. I like that.
Feels like yesterday, huh?
Yeah, that's great.
Feels like yesterday you won the Triple Crown, Jesse, and
I know it really
accomplished
does
a lot on tour.
I mean,
it kind of was though, really.
When you're on tour like those kids are, some of them the QS, some of them on the CT, you're constantly on the run. So it really feels like 10 years ago was just about a minute.
Time flies when you're traveling on tour, that's for sure. Joel Vaughn's felt that this year as the guy that's now leading the Rookie of the Year charge, as we have Marco Mignot and Al Cleveland Jr. battling with Joel for the rest of the season. A big round of applause is happening on the beach for Griff. The two boys shake hands. And Griffin Colapinto has moved on to the semifinal on his home break. Jake Davis happy about that one. A big shock as to everybody, all the way from Sano to uppers, and Mitch Colapinto still whistling on the lifeguard tower. Up next, Iago Dora takes on Ethan Ewing. We'll be right back.
Iago Dora is the most underrated surfer on the championship tour. The Brazilian is a cool, casual, creative genius who surfs with a style that is so technically advanced, it's hard to comprehend.
I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to be better each day and keep improving.
Gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Upside down, Iago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Where most of the surfers can get a bit inverted with their tail out high above their head, Iago's consistently tweaking and boning out airs and actually grabbing so many different ways.
Dora goes to the air, answers back.
I like to be creative and really be free to do whatever I want on a wave. The feeling I have from surfing is more important than any title, I think.
Quarterfinal number 2 continues here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. World number 3, Iago Dora, takes on world number 6, Ethan Ewing. Regular versus Goofy, Brazil versus Australia. Joe Chappelle, Jesse Mendez to break this one down.
two of the smoothest surfers on tour. A lot of ways to differentiate their styles. But Iago having a better year so far than Ethan Ewing, sitting world number 3. This is how things started, Jesse.
I mean, I love that paddle battle to start it off. That's great. Beautiful carve to open up, and how he was able to regroup after all that tension in the beginning. Jaws it out even more and finish it off on the softer side, but the first 2 carves are beautiful from Ethan. Looks like Iago got the wave behind him. Started off with the beautiful drawn out carve. He kind of had the same mistake the first day. Wow, that was a huge missed opportunity for Iago, because that wave was probably one of the most lined up waves we had so far this morning. He probably notices that and he's going to go for a punt right here, but the wave, yeah. Unfortunately, that bottom turn really set him off, because that was probably one of the best waves I saw today.
Paddle battle to start. You love those, Jesse.
Yeah, but the tension that it's created too, I was actually surprised that Ethan was able to just shut it off and kind of go to work and really display some very critical maneuvers and very on rail as is expected. Right here, nice tight carve. And then this one, he draws it out more. He's gonna go point that nose a little bit downwards, a little bit longer. You can see that he extends that front leg. And then that's when I mentioned I felt like he was gonna probably get a little bit more, maybe hitting a bit late, so he didn't want to overpower the section and maybe get stuck, so he finished it off on his foot and got a decent score.
Ethan tried a ton of surfboards in the lead up to this event, working with Mike Parsons here at Lowers. They've had some great connections here over the years, including a wild run where he finished runner-up in the world. But Mike told me that he's sticking with that DHD Juliet model that he's really liked. It's pulled in a bit more on the tail, and so he's really been releasing some incredible power turns, especially yesterday in the warm-up session. They paddled out around the same tide yesterday that he'd be out in the water today in this quarterfinal. Let's now hear from Griffin Colapinto with Rosie Hodge.
Griffin, it's finals day. We're at your local break. You're into the semifinals, and there's a lot of support on the beach for you. That seemed like a nice little warm-up, that quarterfinal for you.
Yeah, it was. It was really fun. Incredible to show up to really good waves. Long period swell, but still consistent enough to run the event. And yeah, it's insane. Like every wave, you can just tee off, and it runs all the way down. So pretty pristine today.
We want to focus on the contest, obviously going into the semis, but then also this evening you guys have something fun going on.
Yeah, we're really excited. We're showing our premiere tonight. It's the Stance headquarters in San Clemente. Feels like yesterday. We worked real hard on this movie on the off season. Cole, Houshman, Crosby, my brother, Jet Schilling, Cannon Carr, Hayden Rogers, Ian Crane, Jake Davis. Yeah, so we're really excited, and we hope everyone can turn up.
And we're just having a look at the tail end of your wave over here, Griff. What are you seeing?
Yeah, just boards looking nice. Boards magic. Thanks Lost Surfboards for making such good boards, and yeah, I'm excited to get to surf another heat.
Looking good, looking sharp as we watch the end of this wave. We'll send it back to you, boys.
Had to throw the rotator there. Just all in today. Finals day, all in.
You heard it here, guys. He's all in. Let's see how far he goes.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Griffin. It's really cool when you have a big Jumbotron right there. I mean, Strider could see it from the water, so competitors can actually watch a replay if there's a lull at Lowers and kind of make little points and make improvements on their next opportunity. Griffin fired up. You can tell he's locked in. He's dreamt about this in world title fashion in the past, where he was all in the WSL finals, and now that it's a regular season event, you can really enjoy it. You know, he's at home, throwing premieres tonight, but it's a much more comfortable type of energy that he can harness, that he could really relate to the championship tour as at the regular season level.
And I think also I mean, his position on tour right now, he's on the uphill. I never thought he was going to fall off tour just because the type of surfing he has been doing the last few years and the type of competitor maturity he has. But he was struggling in the beginning, and then as soon as he got back on track, the surfing was there. It was just a matter of time. And he got back on track, and now he's going uphill, you know, like it's the best moment of his year so far. And he's at home, like you mentioned, eating at the places, having coffee wherever he wants, where he likes to have, and having a whole family and friends support. It's really second to none.
Iago Dora calls San Clemente a second home. He gets boards from Matt Biolas. He's been coming here for a long time, well before he was on the championship tour, so he's more than comfortable at lower trestles, even surfs different waves. He really enjoys it, can really settle in.
He lived here too. Like, I don't know if he full-time lived, but I remember for a period of time they were here for a while, and mostly his dad and mom, they had a house rented for the full year here. So yeah,
I remember that. Yeah, he was kind of down by State Park.
Yes, correct.
Kind of ran into him all the time, and he really enjoys it here. There's actually a lot of Brazilians in San Clemente.
There is. We're kind of everywhere, Joe.
Yeah, no, it's great, especially around the good waves. Really smart.
We really are, mostly in this area here. It's like, I mean, I basically have a house to sleep in every neighborhood.
Pretty easy,
I have
right?
a friend.
And for Iago too, riding for Lost, the team manager Gian, from Brazil, and gets things really comfortable when he can get a lot of surfboards while he's in town. For Iago, he's really good at everything. He's really good at power, really good at carves, really good in the air. I think that always shines at high performance type waves. So I hope Iago gets to release a few big airs in this matchup. That would be a really big point of difference against Ethan Ewing today.
Yes, I agree with you, and I think he has to kind of go that route. Like, I think the difference, obviously, if you talk about rail, you got to give the nod to Ethan. But if you talk about variety and progression mixed with rail surfing, Iago definitely has to be on top of that. So he needs to find those lefts or even rights, because we've seen it before how good he is on the air and also on rail in places like El Salvador. So just got to clean it up. That 3.5, in my opinion, he had potential for an excellent score or something close to it.
Pacifico fan picks just a little bit in favor of Ethan Ewing. 55% of you see the Australian getting the win. 45% going with Iago Dora. That's almost split down the middle. What a great heat. They've had some fun matchups in the past. They've competed in Brazil together. But now here at lower trestles for the first time. Ethan start a 6.67. Iago's opener a 3.5. Winner of this heat takes on Griffin in semifinal number 1. And for Iago, the year didn't start off great result-wise. He said he felt good, but a throwaway result to kick off the season at Pipeline. Got his first event in the first event win in the first half of the season in Portugal this year, and a really fun final on lefts at Super Tubos in Peniche. It's all about how you prepare before heats, and for more on that, we'll send it to Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Preparation is key. Iago Dora's board over here, but on the other side of his board is a grip that is necessary for that high performance surfing. I'm talking Fu Wax, and Fu, they have a new product. This is the Fu Wax wax cooler. So you don't get any messy, melty wax in your car, in your bag. It keeps your wax from melting, protects your wax, puts your wax in the Fu Wax wax cooler. And speaking of Fu Wax, I got a surprise. There is the Mitchell Salazar signature Fu Wax available here in a very, very limited edition. Mitchell, I'm gonna try some of this.
Well, the interesting about that, I got my own one right here too, but the one that you have is autographed, so that one's worth a good amount of money, but major shout out to Fu Wax right here. I mean, they did this for us, all the commentators. Major shout out to Guy and his wife Marcela for doing such an amazing job right here at this event. But really, the community, got to thank Lexus, Outerknown, all of the brands that support surfing. Thank you guys so much. And the impact that this event has on the local community, especially right here in Southern California, couldn't appreciate it anymore. But yeah, go get your bar of Fu Wax. Appreciate you guys.
I want a bar with Mitchell Salazar on it.
I'll get you one, Joe.
I want a signed one.
Yeah, I want a
one.
signed one too. That's amazing. I want to surf like Mitch. Fu Wax is great, and remember, a little goes a long way. You could use it as a nice little top coat. It's really sticky, and I've actually talked to a few surfers on the championship tour. It's like they can't surf without it. If that wax isn't there, they don't know what to do. They've gotten so used to how sticky it is, especially guys that love to do huge airs. It's really changed
and
surfing in a lot of ways.
And I think mostly on cold water, that's where you see the biggest difference. On obviously, Fu Wax was created in the city that I grew up, so I'm a little biased for saying that, but I've surfed with my whole life, and the difference on cold water, it's really what separates Fu Wax from, I think, from the competitors. It gives that little extra stickiness that it's really second to none. You don't even need booty sometimes. You know?
How good is that? Iago at the moment under priority, turning in a special season so far. Super talented at a lot of events, but especially in Brazil, where he got his feet wet in the championship tour jersey, first as a wild card, where he took down multiple world champions on the same day, and then had a really cool heat where he was in the water with Adriano de Souza. His dad, Leandro, coached de Souza to his world title in 2015, and this is just some of the magic that Iago's laid down at Saquarema, getting a perfect 10-point ride for this giant air, got himself a Yeti 110 Tundra.
I mean, he didn't even have time to transit from the takeoff into that lip line that he was aiming for. It was so impressive how he was capable of doing that.
And now rolling into this one, it's Ethan Ewing winding up for the snap, looking good there, pushing out in front, and a full roundhouse. Cool redirect once again. The king of flow and precision surfing blows the tail out for an exciting finishing move. Now Iago Dora wants to go left. Nice, healthy wrapping turn to start. It starts slowing up a bit, so he fills in the gaps well. Throwing some water off the mayhem. Now launching, tail high reverse. Iago Dora finding a nice landing on the lowers left. For spectators, they choose their seats wisely. A lot of them expected Iago to go frontside and pull down a big maneuver like that. So they set up their chairs accordingly for this matchup in quarterfinal number 2. That was the difference that we're waiting to see. You know, Iago building to a big ramp, but the same way Ethan built to a pretty exciting blowtail finish.
Yeah, that was very powerful as well. He kind of was a bit late to the party on that last turn, but he was able to get up and with all the strain, push through it. Starts off here, gets up vertical, beautiful back. Roundhouse cutback right there for him. Wave slows itself down a bit, but then right here, it gets bowly, gets coping. Stomps on that back foot to get that nose up and vertical, but I love this bottom turn here. Do you see how much he delays, Joe, on that bottom turn and fades himself in order to get the most critical part of that wave, because he was kind of fading that wave. And right here, we'd all expect this from Iago to finish it off on those lefts. Tail high, so lofty. Always gets more pop than expected, mostly from the body language that he's usually does. But this is a beautiful angle from that bottom turn. Look, that wave's fading it out, but he's able to delay himself and get on the most critical part and use all that energy from his body to get a great turn out of a pretty soft section right there. Exclamation point. And he's gonna finish it off. We're talking about Joe Vaughn's inverted airs and griffins, and look at this right there. Look how much, Teo was up high, and he's gonna get rewarded with that combination. That was amazing surfing from Iago Dora.
What a great split peak. Uh-oh, Iago's up again. Waiting patiently for this thing to stand up. Some creative lines there, but getting sticky, he goes down. So that'll most likely be a throwaway score for Dora. Opened with a 3.5 to start, but now Dora hits the jackpot on his second wave. 7.77 from the panel. Ethan Ewing's last now coming in at a 6.93, his best so far.
Yeah, I think the judges were on top of that. That was very well. Iago's more progressive, obviously more critical on that last finish with the air reverse. So getting the knot on that one, but looks like there's a set coming, maybe 2 A-framey, so he's opting not to go on that one. And Iago sits in a very good position right now. It's almost like a point higher, a little bit less than a point higher from Ethan's first wave. So he needs to get separation and give himself opportunity on the lefts right now.
Having fun with his left is Iago Dora, world number 3. Throws down a nice finish, starting to heat up on his front side. Iago appreciates the lowers left, maybe more than most. And he has a lot of different ways he can read it. And with the air that he threw down on his 7.77, saved it for the end of the wave. For Iago's creativity, he's a guy that can maybe do that on his opening turn. Let's watch what he did on this one.
And he will, I think, Joe, as the heat comes in, but got that wave kind of halfway through, but he knows he just needs a backup of a 5.83, finish it off strong. I don't think this is going to come in a 5.83. I think it lacked a little bit of criticalness. He took off the wave already halfway through, so he missed that first section of the left that is very important, usually a bit steeper. So, yeah, getting a 5.17 right there. But I think for him it's important, mostly on the lows, create separation from Ethan and put himself on opportunities, because he can turn a 5-point right into a 7. We've seen it before in this event. And he's a wild card. He has such a big arsenal under his sleeve. So it's an advantage he has to take.
So looking at 17 minutes on the clock, Strider, we've seen Ethan attacking the rights, and we've seen a little bit of both from Iago so far.
Yeah, I'd love to, just touch on that situation. Iago's got the whole playing field. He's obviously amazing on these lefts, and what he can do in the air is second to none. His rail game, his lip sliding game, everything. He's technically savvy on the left. But when you think about back to like Iago Dora in El Salvador and what he did there a couple of years ago, I mean, that was some of the most incredible surfing we've ever seen. And that was like, all backhand, all tweaked out, all boned out, huge backside airs, grabbing, every different type of air you could think of. So I feel like, in my mind, in this heat, he would have the advantage just having the whole playing field. Whereas, on the other side of it, Ethan's just got that incredible rail game on the rights. So, I don't know if he's gone left in this event so far yet, but, I'd say that Iago's kind of the favorite with the whole playing field under his feet.
Strider, do you have any good Christian Fletcher stories?
Yes, but we're not going there.
Some fun memories for Strider coming to San Clemente.
I will say that surfing lowers with Christian was one of the highlights of my learning curve, and getting to surf with him out here at lowers was incredible. I mean, the stuff he used to do and watching his attack, and I was getting the surfboards, the wetsuits, all the stuff from Christian, and really kind of took me under the wing for a while. So I will say thank you.
Gosh, so many great memories with the Waz all around the world, but also here at lowers, Christian did tons of airs and won one of the biggest prize purses at the time back in the 90s for going to the sky. And now that's set up guys like Iago to do the same thing in 2025. We'll be right back. The Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, by Outerknown, find your Outerknown, and by Lexus, experience amazing. Iago Dora continues to hunt down the lowers left as he comes around the corner into a nice open face slice and steps off, fighting for the lead against Ethan Ewing. Iago still has the highest single score of the matchup, but chasing a 5.83. Gonna have a tough time getting the score on these smaller waves at this stage of the game. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, the Cruy champ. Just threw that in there. Australian Open champ, Cascais. A lot of ways I could move with you. So, Jesse, 12:30 on the clock. Iago's fishing under priority, but we'll see what Ethan can do here, trying to get out of the 6 range on this one. Big blast to start, knifing that section. Whips it from behind to try to gain some ground. An aggressive foam climb But sometimes that lowers right can shut down quicker than you'd hope.
And I mean, that's the first turn. It looked like he was on his way to get an excellent score, but then the wave just kind of ran out too much, and he kind of caught that inside rail as the lip was coming down on the second turn, and then great way to finish it off a wave. I don't see that's bettering the 6.67. I personally thought that was better, was cleaner, more on rail. Besides the first turn itself, that was like probably the most aggressive turn we've seen it so far from Ethan. But for Iago's side, it's just, you know, kind of got priority now, so feels like a momentum shift right here.
Well, we know, you know, before Iago didn't have priority, kept taking those lefts. Well, before we get there, we'll watch Ethan's again.
Yeah, so this is what I mentioned, like a little bit more urgency right there, a little bit more power, but that wave kind of just ran off of him. Like there was nothing that he could have done better, really, for his type of surfing. You're gonna see how much rail is always engaged with this guy. Beautiful layback, uses that backhand to support himself, transfers the weight perfectly, and right here, the wave starts to run down quicker than he was probably hoping for. Almost catches a little bit of that inside rail, has to put the board pretty flat. And then once again, great surfing, man. What could he have done better? I don't know. As far as rail surfing, he could have done anything better on that wave, just really lacked quality, I guess.
Ethan takes this wave under priority. Big snap to slide. Laying down the rail again on a wrapping cut back. Nice drive through the bottom again. Leans back and crushes it. Puts that board back up again. And drills the finish. You can then tell on his pace that he's always surfing with an extra gear, that he's waiting to release if he needs it. Right there, he knew he had a smaller wave, so he added a little bit more speed. And that's in the criteria. We'll see how the judges react.
Yeah, that's great surfing from him. And hands attached to Iago, he kind of had to let that wave go by. It was a smaller wave in size, but starts off redirecting that board, pushing on the back foot. The wave gets a little bit slower, but he somehow always managed to keep the speed on the wave. Beautiful third turn with a lot of release and control, and a little bit late for the last turn, but he had to, because he had to go big on that third one. Commitment very tight on that pocket, the most critical part of the wave. And then this is when the wave gets a little bit flatter, but he's able to generate speed throughout the rails and the fins. And this is the money turn of this wave. Stomps on that back foot, but then transfers the weight over the board to keep the control. Iago having a look there over his shoulders.
Iago likes watching surfing, doesn't he? He calls himself a surf nerd. He just wants to study it, not just himself, but what everyone's doing on tour. As he saw a lot of that from the back from Ethan Ewing. Seeing the score come in now just under Iago's best, but almost the same, a 7.70 compared to Iago's 7.77. Incredibly close with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, and expectable. Like if you break it down to both waves, Iago had that big air on the end, very lofty, but the wave lacked criticalness. And this wave just a more put together wave, more on rail throughout the whole time. So very distinct surfing on different type of waves, but both pretty close to excellent.
It is finals day. Let's check out the Pacifico finals bracket. We just saw hometown hero Griffin Colapinto get past rookie Joel Vaughn, looking incredibly connected. A couple of big eights scored for Griff. He'll be against the winner of this heat that's underway. At the moment, Ethan Ewing has the lead over Iago Dora. We have Kanoa Igarashi, Connor O'Leary in quarter four. Both surfers representing Japan in that one. But coming up next, local boy, powerhouse, goofy foot that took out world number one, Jordy Smith. Cole Houshman is preparing for Jack Robinson. Cole's looking comfortable. He's kind of got that look like a prize fighter, just kind of dancing a little bit in the athlete zone. It's one of those guys that doesn't mind saying hi to a lot of people, especially if they're close friends and family. And then compared to the zen approach of Jack Robinson upstairs in the Red Bull athlete zone.
Yeah, it's just a contrast one. It's kind of like a rock star, you know? Like likes to dress up always like on point, usually wearing black and ready to, you know, to put on a show. And the other one's just that hard-working, talented freak that stays very, very low profile for how big of a surfer he is.
Yes, Cole, do you wear sunglasses at night? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
Including 2 days ago at the IC party.
You saw that too. That
Yes,
was
I
great. He
did.
has his own signature shades from IC. Why not?
And the guy's 6'4", 220 pounds, so it's very, very easy to point him out.
Powerful moves in the water, powerful moves on the dance floor as well. Cole Jack up next, 7 on the clock here. Dora chasing a 6.86. Interesting game plan that Cole had the other day against Jordy. He didn't even look right once. It's what brought him to a U.S. under-18 title and a fun final with guys like Cody Young from the past. Cole grabs the Apple Watch, and he'll be in gear coming up next. But it's interesting, Jesse, with Iago's decisions in this one where he was taking pretty small waves to try to turn the heat and wasn't getting him. For Iago, he knows what a good wave looked like. What do you think his intentions were on those waves?
I think the intention is just creating opportunity for himself, because he's one of those surfers that can take off on a 5-point right wave and turn into a 7 with the air skills that he's capable of doing. But it's funny because he kind of tried off his own poison. He let a small wave go and he had priority, and Ethan took advantage. He's also a guy that is capable of doing the same things, turning 5s into 7s, and he did that. But it's just depending on the situation of the heat that you see it on. Like right there for Iago, he had priority. You can't burn your priority on conditions like today, even though it's slow on mediocre waves. Like, you have to wait for something of substance, and I thought he was the right decision. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, but I think there's still 5 minutes and 40 seconds left, and I'll expect there's another set coming towards the surfers.
Let's see where Kaipo's hanging out.
Wow, I'm really, really comfortable. Why? Because I'm in my new Yeti beach chair, 4 reclining positions, breathable, lightweight material. This chair folds flat, has backpack straps, you can take it on the go. It's so functional, so comfortable. Of course, Yeti, with excellent products in every category. Add beach chair to that list.
I love that, Kaipo. I'm sorry, I'm taking that chair.
I have one of those.
You have one already?
I do.
Yeah,
I
so
bring
that's
it
my
camping
shirt.
all the time. I'm for real. They're amazing.
That's so good. Kaipo always finds a great place to watch the action. Thanks to our good friends at Yeti. Giving away a 110 Tundra all season long for 10-point rides. We love perfect 10, so difference there. All judges throw 10s. That's 5 judges on the panel. Sometimes we got to throw away like a 9-8. Then you wouldn't call it a perfect 10. These competitors will take either one. Dora's done it in the past, as we watched that big punt that he had in the final in Sakurama. And this year, Yeti's adding a lot of signature Yeti products inside the 110 Tundra for those special moments when you score a 10-point ride. The judges save it for really impactful waves that are ridden in a season. They're waves that you can remember as we look at Ethan up and out. 6.93 and a 7.7 for Ethan's roll right now in the lead, looking for a spot in the semifinal. Something that he's accomplished this year back at the wave pool event in Abu Dhabi. Made the semifinals at Super Tubos in Portugal as well. But it's been since Portugal that we've seen Ethan in a semifinal. He knows how important it is for seeding. This year different coming into Cloud Break. We'll break down who's going to be the favorite once we get that locked in. He's put so much energy into lower trestles. That's his big advantage. Even over a guy like Iago Dora, who hasn't been able to put a jersey on here. For Ethan, he's had a world title on the line multiple times with so much intensity, and that's just fueling him right now here on finals day. Ethan springing into his first section here to work with. It's a throw tail, smaller wave. Snaps it on the second one. There's a full roundhouse. Driving into that section as well. That DHD Juliet model looking great. And now lighting up the end section. So that's Ethan adapting. We've seen bigger sets earlier today. We know the swell's on the rise, just having one of those lully type heats at the moment. And it's been a little harder to reach a solid backup. Both getting close to excellence on their high scores. And that's Ethan just managing the clock in time, especially without priority there.
Yeah, and like the same separation I felt like Iago needed to do when he had no priority. It's Ethan's time now. Like, it's time for him to create those opportunities and maybe capitalize on. I don't see that wave coming to 6.93. he surfed it so well. There's a lot of commitment to the surfing, a lot of rail, but the wave was much smaller in size, and he kind of got flattered throughout the middle part of the wave. You can see here, just way down the line more, but starts off with a lot of commitment, like I mentioned, backs it up with a nice snap. And then that's when I mentioned, like, it lacks energy, this wave. He's doing everything he can. But for the 693, I don't think that wave's coming that high.
Ethan looking for a major win this season here in 2025, back of the Red Bull ski, jumping off. The Jet Ski driver there, Ryan Hargraves, doing a great job, always a big part of the team here, and also up at the surf ranch in Lemoore, California. Priority still with Iago, 90 seconds on the clock. Iago does have one of his pet events coming up next in Brazil. But he knows how
win ever, right?
What's that?
First ever win on the World Tour, right?
Yeah, that's it. First win. He's also finaled there. His track record just incredible at Sakurima. But for 2 years in a row, he's just been improving. Finished 7th at the World, then 6th in the World, and got very close to competing for a world title. But his best start to date this season, minute on the clock. Decision time for Dora, needs a 6.86 to take out Ewing. Paddles into a nice looking left-hander. It's got the lip as well. Tags it to get even more speed. Iago's on the wind-up, big tail high reverse, and he pulls it in a very challenging section.
That was next level. I'm not even talking about the air itself, like the situation that he sits on. Obviously the criticalness of the air, but the landing was out of this world. Like, he was landing with the lip. Everything could have went wrong there, and somehow he pulled it off.
His coach, Leandro Silva, wants a 9 for that one. We'll see what the judges think. He doesn't even need that much. A 7 will do. A 6.86 is the actual number. Just stunning Ethan Ewing, getting a lowers left, having priority in just one big section. That's where that air game completely pays off. Clutch performance, and that closeout section on that dumpy little bank right there is really hard to hold your line. You basically lose transition, goes into flat water, and for him to come out of that is sensational.
And like, mistimed the first turn, so he knew he had to go massive on the second one. And then right here, he eyes it down. He launches on the perfect spot, but he doesn't project enough down the beach. So he's landing with the lip, and the wave is doubling up under him with the tail hanging. Everything was supposed to go wrong, and he pulled it off. That was impressive from Iago, and just shows that he's supposed to be in the top 5 by the end of the year with the surfing like that in critical conditions.
That was massive clutch performance from the highest seed left in the draw. That was the highest seeded matchup we've had in finals day. Iago moves on to take on Griffin Colapinto in semifinal 1. Cole Houshman versus Jack Robinson up next. We'll bring in Chris and Mitch for the call.
If you're just tuning in, we are watching the Yago Show. What a performance. M. Night Shyamalan called. He wants his twist back. What a finish. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. That was radical, and this is a little something we could watch all day long. The buzzer beater finish, Mitch.
Extraordinary, phenomenal, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we're just talking about high performance surfing and one of the most high performance waves in the world, and the landing on that air right there, Chris, just superb, well deserved. He's into another semifinal.
Diabolical.
Yep.
And just at the right time, ice in his veins. Yago Dora moves through, going up against Ethan Ewing, who many cited as the favorite to win this. Well, more favorites to come. We've got the local Cole Hauschman going up against Jack Robinson. Ranked number 7 right now, but room to move up towards the final 5. This right here could be a defining moment in Jack Robinson's 2025 season, but he's got a big ask in Cole Hauschman. I'm Chris Cote. That's Mitch Salazar. We are hyped to bring you this quarterfinal number 3. We're going to be setting our semis after this, and so far, so good. There have been some incredible moments out here in the lineup. We've seen history written already.
Yeah.
Our women's quarterfinals were incredible. 2 of the highest scoring heat totals of the day. And I think more to come. The waves have arrived, and the surfers are all rising to the next level.
100%, and I think that just has a lot to do with the waves and, you know, the kind of consequence that this event has on the rest of the season, Chris. I mean, going into Brazil right afterwards, you have Jeffries Bay, and of course, a bit wild card over there, the last event before the Lexus WSL Finals, which is Tahiti. Hauschy, well, you know, he's looking to move up into the rankings, wants to win his 2nd CT event, already won at Bell's last year, but so far he has just looked incredible on the lefts, and 2nd quarterfinals appearance, semifinal over there at Punta Roca earlier this year.
Well, hoping to see Cole Hauschman with some Rodman-style rejections.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to wait for the next set to roll through. While we wait, the Yago Show is on. Yago standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Such a clutch performance. Yago, you sat worst priority for that over 10 minutes. With 30 seconds remaining, you caught this wave that we're going to play on the big screen. Can you just talk to me what was going through your mind as you're contemplating this ride?
Yeah, it's really hard having the nerves to pull something like that out, and I knew I just needed a wave. The score, I didn't need a massive score, and the wave actually started not the way I liked, but then it gave me a good ramp in the end. A really tricky ramp actually, because it got like super hollow, like where I landed. Like the landing was really tricky, and I was just like, I have to make it, and then rode out, and I was like screaming, like, ah, just like thankful for the opportunity, you know.
Add to that the pressure of the moment, and let's talk about coming up against Griffin Colapinto in the semifinals. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, I love it. Griff is one of my favorites, and yeah, this is his home break, and I spent a lot of time out here as well, and we've had a lot of good sessions together out at Lowers, and yeah, I hope we have a good heat and hopefully some more waves than this last one.
We just also heard over the loudspeaker that you've gone from 3rd to 2nd on the live rankings. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm not thinking about it too much. It's each event at a time. I know it's like I can jump to 2nd now, but then there's other good guys behind me that can still like pass. So yeah, I'm just thinking about this single event and do as good as I can here.
Level-headed, we can't wait to see you in that semifinal. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rosie. You may think he's going freestyle, but Yago Dora is a calculated assassin. That was clutch surfing. And Mitch, if you asked me, Yago, yellow, 2 words that go together nicely.
Yeah, and Jordy Smith still, nobody can take him out after or during this event, but heading into Brazil, Yago's won there before, and just point something out, after he lost in WA, he came straight over here. He's been here close to 3 weeks now, so putting in a lot of work with his coach Leandro da Silva. Even on the off days over the weekend, they've been getting here super early. It's obviously paying off. We could have an all-goofy final, Chris, by the way, and we've only had one goofy-footed champion at the CT level. That was Luke Keegan back in 2002. Could potentially be the year.
All right, here we go. A battle to start. Who is going to get it? It's going to be Jack Robinson. Boom! Throws the tail straight from the jump. He flattens out just a little bit, but that right there was just an act of will.
Yeah.
Going up against Cole Hauschman in a paddle battle at his home break. That right there is, that's forcefulness. I mean, that is really just kind of being the tormentor in the lineup. And priority is now set. Cole Hauschman will have that priority position. So with 27:33 to go, we've opened this thing up, and let's open up Strider Wasilewski's mic because this guy is amped.
Oh, there's so much in the beginning of that heat. Those guys setting up, just trying to get position, trying to establish the dominance on the peak. Cole held it for the whole time, and then Jack just skizzled inside of him to take that wave. Obviously Cole was looking at that left and trying to get to that position where he could get underneath Jack to take the position to go left, but it didn't happen. And Jack just like muscled him out of there. So it was just a fun little look at the heat before the heat, and like maybe a little mental edge or whatever you want to call it. But these guys are so competitive, so fun to watch. Hoping we get a little flurry this heat. Last heat was a little slow. Come on, Mother Nature. Let's get some waves.
We are just sipping on some Strizzer. Bro is making up new words. Mitch, what is skizzled?
I'm not sure, but Strider's got a great vocabulary out there. And Strider, if we still have you, by the way, it seemed like the swell direction changed just a little bit. It seems like the left just equally as good as the right, whereas previous days, it definitely seemed like the right was a little bit better.
Well, I feel like it's just a matter of time before they both fire up. It's, we have that leftover south-southwest and then the new long period south-southwest coming in over it. That's why you see those broken up peaks across the right, and they're kind of comboing up and making what you see right now. Right now we got Cole on the backhand though, throwing down one hammer, two hammer, looking for a third. Bang! He's just fundamentally breaking this wave into pieces. Let's see what he does on the inside here, guys. Take it away.
Yeah, this wave never stood a chance. Cole Hauschman's power act is among the best of the best. And he's just going to go ahead and add a sixth to that one, standing up strong. And he has a huge fan base on the beach. I would say the biggest fan base of any surfer left in the draw. You can identify them by the hats they're wearing that say Powerhouse.
Yeah, him and Griff have a big support crew down here. Obviously, all the locals coming down and supporting their surfers, but most importantly, you just see the impact that this event has on the local community. We look at the IC replay right here, Chris. First few turns, just extraordinary. I mean, going into the lip right here, really tight in the pocket. Second one, a bit flatter, but just due to the section. And this is a working class wave right here, Chris. Just top to bottom, everything done so well. It ain't gonna be a massive score. It's a great starting point for Hauschie though, and just look at his technique, as you were mentioning. This wave never stood a chance. Gonna see if they fully count that last one as if he rode out, but first few turns on the outside just picture perfect. And when we talk about somebody this tall being able to position his board and his body that tight in the pocket, very difficult to do. Another testament just to his great technique and power right there in the power source of the wave, Chris.
Well, at the very beginning of this heat, Jack played the antagonist, and he poked the bear with the cheetah dyed hair, and this is what happened. Cole Hauschman answered back loudly. That is going to be a huge score. That's one of those waves where you just see it and it's undeniable what he just did. Speed, power, flow, all the way from the outside to the inside. Comes through with a decent chunk of points, a 6.83. Not a bad start for Cole Hauschman.
Not at all. Basically a 7-point ride right there. And as you were mentioning, Robinson made sure to control the peak at the beginning. Good call by Hauschie not to force it either. You get a priority interference or a non-priority interference at the beginning of the heat. Could have completely changed the outcome. You see the average right there. Really tight scoring this morning so far, and judges really recognizing that there's a lot of potential out there for excellent scores. We've already seen a good number of them, and here goes Robbo now.
Coming around the section. Oh, beautiful searing carve to start. Another hard turn right back into the pocket. Quickly laying into the third. He's got a section to work with.
Wow.
Gets the front three. And he's pointing, he's waving, he's doing it all. That's Jack Robinson now trying to knock on the door and open it up and enter the flow state.
And he definitely did on this one. Just phenomenal turns on the outside, and that finishing air was just nasty, Chris. But for how the wave was, this was perfectly surfed, and what a great read from the start. You can see it right here, coming from behind the peak too. Wants to make sure he stays in the pocket the entire time, and just like he won bells, I mean, goes to the rail surfing, fully engaged, a couple in a row. And look at the slight readjustment right here. Cuts it just a bit shorter with the layback, and look at where he's perfectly positioned, just behind the white water, straight into the air reverse. Excellent technique. To me, this should be something higher than an 8. Best score of the heat so far, I'd be thinking, but look at the perfect teepee. And the way he dropped in behind the white water, you want to be able to do that, especially on the right-hander. But I mean, we talk about technique and rail surfing on point right here, Chris.
After that first turn, he's just thinking, okay, go back, Jack, do it again. Steely Dan vibes all day long on this wave. I loved that he entered those turns with almost a vertical snap and then just quickly laid down the rail.
And came in from a different angle, too.
So cool.
Major point of difference, and if you look at one of his home breaks over there in WA at main break, there's a couple of similarities. You do want to come from behind the peak, but the variation on rail, we talk about progression surfing when it comes to being on rail. We saw it with 3 maneuvers on the outside, and that air was just spectacular. I mean, to go from the bottom, turn straight into the air reverse with a picture-perfect landing, phenomenal stuff. I'm expecting a large score, and I feel like it's going to be the best of the heat so far, Chris.
Well, you know, the judges are looking for a variety of maneuvers, right? And so you think of Cole's wave, all power all day, but the similar turn where Jack had 2 big power whips out the back, hooking them down, so you had the power there. Then he built a ton of speed with the flare at the end, gets the air. I mean, that's exactly what the judges are looking for. And that number right there illustrates that point perfectly. A 9 points for Jack Robinson. Judges eating it up with a spoon. He just served them brunch. They said, thank you, here's your 9. Now get back out there with 21 minutes, 18 seconds left. Woo! Electricity through the lineup with 21:13 to go. Jack Robinson now in the lead. Well, what board is Jack riding? Let's get a little bit more insight. We got Kaipo in the pits.
Jack's the warrior, this is the blade, and this is the master. Marcio Zuvi from Sharp Eye Surfboards. We're going to talk a little bit about what Jack is riding out there, Marcio.
Yeah, Jack is riding one of his models, 6.0 squash tail. This is a backup here, round tail, but basically the same model. We have changed designs for Jack. We've been working really close with Leandro, you know, his coach. And during El Salvador, we realized that really we need to make some corrections, especially on the volume and on the deck, you know, keeping more the volume all the way to the rail, and a couple other small changes. And that right there on the spot, it made a big difference, you know. So from that on, he went to bells, to wind bells, and that's what he's been on ever since.
It's just these real like micro adjustments that you're making on the fly as the surfer's equipment kind of evolves.
Exactly. I mean, the importance of actually being able to go to the events and test prior to the events is key, because exactly what happened in El Salvador, I was there a week before, and then we're testing everything, and we're able to really pinpoint, me and Leandro, what we need to change. And right there, I made a board in almost one day, and then so it's the same thing here, you know, it's same thing everywhere we go. You know, it's important to do that.
Thank you for your time.
And just in time, as we see Cole Hausman now powering his way on this left. And
oh my
hammers
God.
the finish. So some big laybacks. And he's just chopping wood here at Lower Trestles in his backyard. His fans are flexing. So far, this heat has been incredibly exciting. And that score is going to come through. Most likely another hefty number for Cole Hausman. And really cool to hear that insight from Marcio Zuvi. I mean, these are millimeters we're talking about. That can be the difference between, you know, a top 10 finish and a potential world title. So I'm sure we'll be talking more surfboards, but right now let's talk power. Let's talk swinging the axe.
Well, this was absurd right here. The first turn's good, in the pocket the entire time, holds it. Look at how creative he gets right there, though. Blows the tail, kind of slides with it. And right here, this is an intelligent part of the wave where he just adjusts on the fly, goes straight into the Larry layback with a lot of power. I am very interested to see how high they go with the score right here, just to the short nature of the left in comparison to the right. But you talk about 3 perfectly executed maneuvers on a wave. Just intense, proper. See right there, the blowtail into the grab. Just incredible the way he was able to hold it. And right here, he adjusts so well. What an intelligent surfer, how she is. Adjusting on the fly into the layback. Just absurd stuff. 6'3", 225 pounds. And you talked about the micro adjustments with board. He has done the same thing with Matt Biolos and the Lost Crew. Incredible.
The score comes through 8-1-7. Hausman now takes control of this heat. Jack Robinson out the back with priority, needing a 6-point ride. Cole Hausman must have been taking mental notes after his first wave. Pure power, but a similar maneuvers all the way down the line on that one. Switched it up, adding variety, being creative, throwing the tail, and of course getting that big, clean, strong finish. So this has just become a total battle, and we love to see it. 17:36 to go. Both surfers out the back, ready to strike again, and Strider Wasilewski is in the best seat in the house.
Oh man, finals day, 8s or lates. Let me tell you, this is so fun to watch. I get the replays from the Jumbotron over here, watching the replays of Cole and that last hack he did, that power hack. I mean, these waves don't stand a chance under his feet. I mean, he just loves to destroy every bit of water that he can stomp on. You know, it's fun to see the way that he just gouges through I mean, those turns are so hard to do and push through every little lump. He's got so much energy going through it, and he just linked each turn so perfectly. And then the finish, I mean, that was just violent. That was just purely violent, and I loved it. But I want to say that this is some of the best surfing I've ever seen Jack do on the rail. I mean, those carves he's doing, those are beautiful, big, huge, open carves on the face like that. And then to come in and just combo it up with these massive airs on the inside that land it perfectly, the way that he just executed that wave, I mean, these are just amazing blow-for-blow moments. That's why we came to Lowers. This is why we're here. This is basically the most high-performance wave we have on tour, if you ask me. You got lefts, you got rights, you got moments that just are defining for these surfers right now. I'm just having too much fun, maybe. I don't know. Am I getting too excited, or is this really exciting?
Not at all.
You're
Get more
at the
excited.
appropriate level of excitement. I think we're all right there with you. I mean, this is not superlative. This is super surfing all day long. And I love that the call was made to make this finals day, you know, because we came down here this morning, it was a little bit of a question just because of the cadence of sets rolling through, but the brilliant minds behind the WSL call crew came correct this morning. It's been absolutely firing. I mean, look at all these event top scores, 9s, 8s all day long. And so far this morning, we've already seen history made by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the 2025 highest heat total for the Women's Championship Tour. And I believe there's more to come. I think we're going to give a Yeti away today for a perfect 10.
Ooh,
I got
I
a feeling,
it.
will it be this wave right here? Jack Robinson up and out, a deep bottom turn. Straight into a kind of a kayak ride. He was on a goat boat and fell off.
It's a good call right there with a little cockroach ending right there for Jack Bravo. So lots of time still, 15 minutes. He's going to be able to regroup. And we'll say one thing too, with the tide coming up, you do a slower paddle back out and you're able to catch one of those double ups on the inside. It tend to be really good, but I'd be thinking, okay, right here with Cole already having an 8.17, he's already posted a couple of excellent scores so far throughout this event. Might want to be on a set, and with the long period south-southwest swell, it does allow for you to break up the peak evenly, and I feel like if Robinson is going to share one with Cole, he's got to make sure to force him to go left once again.
We got 14:38 to go, over halfway through this super heat. Quarterfinal heat number 3 has been epic. And guess what? There's a lot more to come. Stay tuned. You're watching the Lexus Trestles Pro. We'll be right back. back at it. This is the Lexus Trestles Pro. We've got 12 minutes, 15 seconds left. Cole Hausman at the moment in the lead, going up against a hard-charging Jack Robinson. So our numbers are in terms of score, but let's take a look at our numbers here at the Pacifico fan picks. That's right, Pacifico fan picks are in. 58% of you out there in Web World say Jack Robinson's going to get the win. 42% of you say Cole Hausman has it in the bag. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see if your Pacifico fan picks are correct.
Pretty tight numbers, Chris.
Yeah, I think so. And those are global picks, too.
Yep.
So it's not just coming from the region we're in. That's coming from all over the world. I want to thank all the fans for getting involved. However you're watching right now, wherever you're watching, Saturday here at Lower Trestles, wherever you are in the world, welcome. Skate park is open. Airs, carves, power surfing, speed, everything you want to see has happened already this morning and will continue to do so. We're going to roll right through into the finals. We're going to crown a champion today.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, I mean, the impact that this event has on the local community is just amazing. And you see the who's who down here, too. I saw Corey Lopez, his kids are around. Of course, Jim Hogan, first CT surfer ever from San Clemente. And major shout out to all the sponsors that make this happen, Chris. I mean, look at where we're at. I mean, look at how good the waves are and how stoked out everybody is. And really does make a big difference having this one as a regular season event.
Well, where the surfers out in the lineup do a little bit of peacocking, trying to figure out when the next set rolls through. They're both making a move, and as they make that move, Strider is right there in the zone. What are you seeing on the horizon?
I see some bumps and some lumps coming through, so there's going to be some decisions made, but I just have to point out, Vissla Shaper rankings, every single heat that was won today was won on a Matt Biolas Mayhem Lost surfboard. So far. That's a lot. I mean, we've got a Mayhem in every single heat all the way until the last quarterfinal. If Cole can bring it home right here, this will be another Mayhem win for the day. I mean, it's pretty wild that he's got that many boards out here in the water winning.
Well, he's shaping around the corner. And I think Strider's actually sitting on Mayhem as well. Barrel roll.
Yep, that's a paddle, so already going to switch right here, Chris.
No!
And
Not
big moment
the barrel
of the heat.
roll he wanted. Big mistake right there from Cole Hausman. And he knows it, we know it, everybody knows it. Luckily for Cole, he does have 9 minutes and 35 seconds to go, but you do not.
No.
I repeat, you do not want to give Jack Robinson priority right now.
That was a big moment in this heat right now because Robinson doesn't need a whole lot to take the lead, just a 6, and by his standards, already dropping the 9. That's a walk in the park, so just watch out for Cole working on a priority right here. I'd be getting to work anything I could go on, and seems like Robbo might have a clean face right here, Chris.
And it's going to be Jack Robinson. Quick stall to the high line, cranks it off the bottom. Little whip there. Not quite the intensity as we saw on the wave before, but what can he do here on the inside?
Oh, no.
Not much. I don't think that's a 6.
I'm surprised he went on that wave, honestly. With that much time left, I know he just wanted to change the situation, but needing a 6, I'd be thinking, okay, more than anything, get something above a 7. Now you're forcing Hauschi to get another 8-point ride, so 8 minutes 40 on the clock right here, Chris. A big moment in the heat when Hauschi paddled for that wave, wasn't able to get up, and now Robinson throwing that one away is still going to need the 6.
To me, this whole wave reeked of indecision. It didn't look like he really wanted it, and then he kind of went. First turn was somewhere in the middle, second turn the same.
Good pressure by Hauschi, though.
Yeah. Plenty of time, though. 8 minutes, 21 seconds to go. What happened here? See, did he really want to go? He's already kind of up and riding, thinking, why am I doing this?
Well, he forced him to go. I mean, he was interested, so if Jack didn't go, Cole was definitely going to try to improve on the 6.83. And right here, you're thinking, okay, first 2 maneuvers were average by his standards. Try to force the reverse in right there, and with all the froth on the face, an unfortunate and unforced error right there by Jack Robinson. But you look at his 5 years on tour, including this one, he's already amassed 8 victories in a short period of time, starting over there in Mex. Of course, winning at home in Margaret River a couple of times, coming off of the win in Bells earlier this season. He's really won in the premier locations worldwide, Pipe, Tahiti, and did very well in Fiji last year, made it to the semifinals. Would be huge for him, though, if he at least makes this heat right here, moves up in the rankings if he's looking to make it into the Lexus WSL Finals.
Wow. All that information. I feel like I'm in a glass case of emotions right now. This is a tense heat in the lineup. Cole Hausman now, quick paddle. He's gonna go to his backhand. And a mid-tempo backside tail slide, big carve. Third turn was a hammer. There he goes, vertical. Oohs and ahs coming from the beach. Spray still falling from the second turn. He's still going. There's the finish. Tower House. What's that? He just told everybody, I got this.
Chill out, yeah.
Chill out. We're good. We're good.
It seems like he might have retouched the hair in the days off too. So thing looking good, but you know, just talking about what Strider was mentioning, Matt Biolos and Gian have done an amazing job with their team, and of course their boards on point. And how could you not? You have the perfect canvas out here at Lower Trestle, so it's perfect proving ground out here for these boards and equipment. 6 minutes 20, Chris. Could potentially improve on the 6.83, but a big answer right here from Robinson.
Here we go. Jack Robinson needs to get rowdy on this wave, building up speed, flying down the line. Goes for the alley-oop and goes down. That was an alley nope.
Every
Big
wave
fall after a big air. That kind of sent out a little message of concern.
He pulls it though, and we're looking at something big. And at this point of the heat, at this point in the event, every wave is impactful.
Every air counts.
Yeah, and he makes this one, and I dare tell you, it's a transitional air, but it looks really sick. It has the height, the amplitude, and he keeps going on this one. There's no doubt that he's getting way more than the 6 he needs. Starting with Haoshi here, though. I mean, as you said, it's a mid-tempo kind of paced wave. The first turn's great, though. Off of the bottom into the rail, surfing once again. You can see, though, it just never has that kind of explosiveness because it's much more of a softer wave due to the size. Still very well surfed, and if he does improve, it ain't going to be by a whole lot. Great finish, too. What a way to hold that composure till the very end. And tells the fans on the beach, chill out a little bit, guys. I got this. And I'm thinking to myself right here, you just pull this air and keep going down the line, you're going to get a massive number. Look at the distance that he covered right there, and I think he was already looking down the line before completing the air. Unforced air once again, and time winding down right here. He's going to need a major number to get back into the heat.
If you can clear a section with an alley-oop, that's pretty big time.
Mm-hmm.
That's elite level.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Jack Robinson, a rare fall on an air that we've seen him do a million times, and more bad news for Robbo. Cole Hausman now with a 7.77 increases his lead. Jack Robinson needs a 6.94. No dire straits right now. I mean, I don't think anyone's super worried yet about Jack Robinson. We know how good he is. He's out the back with priority. 6.94 is palatable. I mean, that's a number he can get.
It's a good wave.
And he just needs the opportunity, and knock, knock, who's there? It's Jack Robinson. Going right, throwing the tail. Split peak situation, but Cole's out. But Robbo still driving down the line, mixing up his maneuvers. Nice, flashy, kind of lip sliding maneuver. Now he goes into the carve. Still going. He is blasting this wave. Smart finish. Yeah, point to the judges. Did you see that? They saw it. They saw it from beginning to end. That was a dagger from Jack Robinson. I told you not to worry, Mitch.
Ryan Scheckler up there too, and you get a round of applause from somebody that's good on a skateboard. You know you're doing something great, and you know, just to point out, to be able to handle pressure this way inside 5 minutes, I mean, you're talking about an elite surfer right here. Good job by Haoshi, though, tried to distract the judges by going left. Wave didn't pan out, though. A great air reverse to start things off. Larger, taller part of the wave, too. The way he holds that roundhouse, though, world class. And, you know, not many people can do that worldwide, to be able to hold a rail for that long. And right here, just gets to work, knows that he just doesn't necessarily want to keep it safe. He just wants to complete the wave, though. Holds the rail once again. And you can see right here, decreases the speed, diminishes it just slightly, and gets a great finish. Needs basically a 7. He should be getting way more than that. And, you know, once again, taller section on the outside, maybe not as critical as we were expecting. The tide's still coming up, so going to make things a little bit softer. Look at the way he's holding the rail the entire time. Goes top to bottom so well, and especially this next one. I mean, he's able to go on the face of the wave for so long and hold that. Just picture perfect stuff. 6.94, I feel like he's going to have a situation change right here.
I think he took that 6.94, chewed it up, and spit it out. above and beyond the requirement.
What a heat. Haushi nearly 16 points. Robinson's going to get far beyond that, too.
And
Just
right
really
at the right
excited.
time with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, clutch moment. One of the best closers in the business, though, if you ask me.
ABC, always be closing, Mitch. Inside of 2 minutes now. Remember, he was looking for a 6.94. Everybody's saying yes.
Yep.
Mathematically speaking, he's done it. 7.27, it's enough. Now Cole Hauschman needs a big number, an 8.11.
Capable, though.
And that's got to hurt. Cole Hauschman, surfing probably the heat of his event with an 8.17 and a 7.77. That's just the storyline that we've seen this year on the championship tour. Somebody reaches their personal best, and their opponent just finds a way to shatter their dreams.
Father Sean right there, looking onwards with everybody else. You see Joey from IC in the back, too.
You can hear a pin drop right now in the speech.
Man, he's got a big support crew, though, and he just needs a wave right here. And if the perfect peak comes through, you got a decision to make, too. Do I go on the backhand or still surprise them with the forehand surfing going left? 55 seconds, Chris. He's got to make it to the inside if he wants to have a shot.
Well, here we go. Will we see a buzzer beater? Not on that wave. Inside of a minute left, Jack Robinson grabs the lead away from Cole Hauschman, who seemed to have this thing in a stranglehold. Never discount any of these surfers.
Not at all.
At this elite level. Everyone is capable of greatness at any given time. And I mean, we all win watching this heat, but unfortunately at the end of it, only one surfer will advance through into the semifinals.
To have that mental fortitude, though, to trust yourself and know that a wave was going to come in the clutch time, to be able to convert that way over Haushi, who's at home feeling comfortable. Massive win right here for Jack Robinson. What a heat, Chris.
Wow, that was a heartbreaker for Cole Hauschman, but you know, it was looking like destiny for Jack Robinson, who's been surfing as good as we've seen him surf all season long. At the moment, I think low-key Jack Robinson is the one to be in this contest. And he is now a semi-finalist here at the Lexus Trestles Pro. Don't go anywhere. We got Igarashi versus O'Leary and a special guest in the booth. We will be right back.
The Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Hogue Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus Trestles Pro. Zen's dad, Jack Robinson, just went nuts. Got the last-minute victory over Cole Hauschman. He is in the semifinalists, and as promised, a very special guest right here. I'm Chris Cote, that's Mr. Salazar, and of course you already know, Leonardo Fioravanti. Welcome to the
guys?
booth. Welcome back to Lower Trestles as an event here on the Championship Tour, and we'll be talking to you for the next 32 minutes, but for now, let's kick this thing off. We've got Kanoa Igarashi flying down the line, air into the flats. Light work for Kanoa, a smaller wave, but definitely makes it count all the way through to the inside, slicing hard. So Kanoa Igarashi here in 2025 has been doing some of the best surfing of his career, as has Connor O'Leary. Both surfers representing Team Japan, and that's the turn that got Connor to where he is right now, but unfortunately he goes down. So as our judges lock in their numbers, let's welcome Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo, which one of these guys is your favorite? You don't have to answer that.
I was not going to answer that. I was going to go straight away from that question, but yeah, Jack's got a good amount of support. But thanks for having me. As you said, we're stoked to be back at Lowers. I definitely would rather be competing than sitting here with you guys. But
we don't blame you.
I mean, Jack, I lost to Jack the other day, and he was ripping the other day. He's ripping today. It's always really incredible to see what Jack does. He finds a way to compete at the highest possible level, finds a way to surf every location at his possible best, and as you know, it's inspiring. It's inspiring. It really is. As much as you want to beat him, it's inspiring.
Unfortunately, you know exactly how Cole is feeling right now.
Yeah.
But we talk a lot about, you know, the coaching. I know you're part of the Dog Pound, probably one of the most elite programs in this entire surf world. So when you suffer through a loss like that, obviously give it a couple minutes, right, to let the sting go away. But what did you take away from that loss against Jack, and how will you kind of use that information moving forward?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, after a loss, I used to be way more emotional and beat myself down way too much. And that's what I've been trying to really work on, is not beat myself up as much. Obviously, trying to learn from those mistakes that I made and see where I can be better, but move on. You know, Brazil, as crazy it is, Brazil starts next Friday or next Saturday,
like
not even a week from now. So that's important to turn the page and you know, get into the, you know, move ahead. But I mean, what I can learn from is I'm happy with the way I'm surfing, but when you go up against Jack Robinson, you cannot afford to make any mistakes. That's for sure.
Well, you got a million fans out there, and I will say you've been doing some of the best surfing that I've seen of your entire career here in 2025.
Thank you.
And it's a long season, like you said. You know,
yeah.
you can't carry those losses with you. So I'm excited to see what you do in Brazil. But for the next 29.52. We're going to put you to work here. Before we get there, let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge standing by with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, amazing performance. You lock in the 9, but it took you about 4 opportunities before you found that backup. What is it like between the space between the 9 and the backup?
Yeah, I keep trying. I just had to keep trying. It was a great battle. There was a lot of energy going into that heat. We're good mates. We're good friends, me and Cole. So, you know, always expect like fireworks. So, yeah, really happy to get through that one. And yeah, one more to go, and then another one to go.
Talk us through the 9. It was insane.
Yeah, it was really, really well surfed wave, I felt like, from start to finish. And just throw the risk at the end too with the air. Yeah, boards feel great, body's good, and I'm good. So yeah, just happy to be here today.
And Connor and Kanoa in this heat at the moment. Who would you prefer to match up with in the semi-final?
Me and Kanoa had a lot of history. So yeah, that's cool. That'd be cool. But Connor as well, you know, we're mates. So yeah, it's I feel like we'll see what happens. I'll leave that one up to this heat.
Jack, thanks for the time. We'll see you in that semi-final.
Thanks, Rosie. Thanks, Jack. You know, Igarashi comes through. His first wave was a 5.83. Pretty much earned every bit of that score. Connor O'Leary now back at it. I mean, this backside whip that Connor O'Leary has is so lethal. When he's able to unleash on a cleaner wave, that wave didn't do him any favors. 28.15 to go. And now he's got a front row seat to see Kanoa Igarashi flying down the line. I think the difference between this Kanoa and the Kanoa of last season, to me, is speed.
Yeah.
You see how effortless he is going down the line.
Speed, I think more than anything, that was amazing wave surf. I think speed, there's always speed in canoe surfing.
The biggest thing I see is his confidence.
Yeah.
His confidence is
100%.
back. It's the canoe that we've all known that's been competing for the last 10, 12 years. It's the solid canoe that doesn't fall off, that does big turns. He knows what he wants, he knows what he does, and this is to me, is a very dangerous canoe, and probably the most dangerous I've seen him throughout his whole career, I feel. I really do believe that.
Do you think confidence equals consistency in a lot of cases?
100%. It's because throughout a year, I think everybody surfs good, but then when you're confident, you get into these moments when you're needing scores and you need to make things happen. And that's what happens, when you're full of confidence and when you're, feeling really good, you can bring the best surfing out of those moments, in those pressure moments. And, he started with a 5.83, which was a pretty small wave, but he surfed it really well. Got on a better wave. He's just dropped a 7.33 for that last wave. Amazing.
If there's one thing that I can really see from you too, and you guys are obviously the same age, same thing with Jack, is your maturity now. And just the way you're speaking right now, like, come a long way. I mean, we've known each other for a long time, but can you just go back to those moments where I'd see you at events representing your nation and you'd be the only one, remember? And now
Always,
look at you right now, and dude, you've made the final of pipe twice. To me, you're easily one of the most improved surfers the last few years on tour.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I am still the only Italian representing the World Tour. I hope one day there is going to be more Italians that follow me on this tour. I'm 27, but I feel very young, so I hope that I got at least 10 more years in me, so maybe a new generation will come by the time I'm look at Jordy. I mean, he's 37 and he's world number 1. And I mean, it's really cool to see also Kanoa improving and Jack always improving, and I do feel like I have been improving every year. So this tour is so hard, and the new level of surfing that the new generation, everybody that comes in, they're so good. If you're not improving, you're not going to stay on this tour. Not only top 10 or top 5, you just cannot stay on this tour unless you're bringing the best out of yourself every single time.
Every heat is going to be a test, that's for sure. 25:36 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with Capo Guerrero.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm here with a couple of epic doctors from Hoag Hospital. Dr. Armstrong right here, surfer Dr. Armstrong. And this is Dr. Dang. You can also call him Marvin. Also, another thing I want to talk to you about first, Marvin, is the relationship between surfing and jiu-jitsu.
Oh, yeah. Surfing and jiu-jitsu has had a very long-standing, rich history for very many, many years. One of the founding teams and members of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the renowned Gracie family. Many members also surfed as well. So when the Brazilians came over to the States and brought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu over to spread the art, they really landed in a lot of these coastal towns, a lot of in Southern California. And since then, Jiu-Jitsu and surfing, just like that right there. Super duper close, super duper intimate as well. Some surfing legends, Joel Tudor, Pat Sonori, Kelly Slater, all very high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioners. And since it's been here in California, super duper close. And certainly with us at Hoag too, and we really see why Jiu-Jitsu and surfing go so closely, right? In that not only is it very physically demanding, but it's also really tests your mind as well as your heart. So when we're over at Hoag San Clemente right here, we offer a lot of offerings for everyone. We have our sports medicine center. We offer a lot of non-approved treatments for everyone, including ultrasound guided procedures, regenerative medicine, everything you need to perform at your very best and to return to activity as soon as possible as well.
There you go. Thank you for that. Dr. Armstrong, just a quick tip for surfers' health.
Well, I mean, certainly utilizing the Hoag Health Center in San Clemente that's opening up on July 14th. Making sure that you stay with your doctor, surfing every day. I think it's going to help you being out in the sun with sunscreen on. And, if you're here in Orange County, just make sure that you're coming to us at Hoag Hospital. We've been here for 70 years. We've been down at these events for the last 3 years, and we love being here.
And thank you for the care, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Back to you, Chris.
So if a loved one, a family member, your boss, your teacher, whoever, kind of gets at you for surfing too much, just tell them it's doctor recommended. I was prescribed this medicine. Surfing a lot will help your health.
Always.
And, right now, looking healthy. Connor O'Leary. It's just a matter of time before he has a breakthrough performance and wins an event.
Connor, I've been traveling with him so much, and I can feel a little bit of nerves out of Connor on this wave. I think it's gonna get him back in the heat, as it is a 6.5. But hopefully this loosens him up for the next wave and really brings the best out of Connor. But 6.5 is totally in the heat, and we see Kanoa on a really good-looking wave. Looks like it's the second wave of the set, which is always much cleaner, and opts to get out because maybe there was not too much action.
Got a little weird at the end of that one. So Kanoa Igarashi right now sitting on a 7.33. Connor's high mark is 6.5. Leo, is there a number that you feel comfortable with? You know, like there's a big difference obviously between a 6.5 and a 7.5. But for Kanoa Igarashi sitting on that 7.33, is that kind of like the base work to get a little bit more comfortable in a heat?
To be honest, on this World Tour right now, there's no numbers really that you feel comfortable.
Nobody's safe.
I started with an 8.5 on my first heat against Jack, and I thought I was feeling pretty comfortable. He dropped 2 8s on me. So, like I say, this level, so I look at last heat, 16 points to 15.8 from Cole Hauschman. Yeah, this way from Kanoa, he missed a couple, missed his timing a little bit at the start, and up to get out and maybe get the priority back, and looks like he's back up. I mean, just wants to keep surfing, keeps feeling it. With this wind like that, yeah, he can throw his big blowtail that he's got really well. And is he going to be able to get a finish on this one? Sure does. Drifts the tail. Maybe better is 5.8.
Styles it out. Mitch, Kanoa Igarashi on land is super, he's quiet, he's really mellow.
Yeah.
But when you see him out in the water doing what he's doing right now, I mean, he has brought a different kind of fire down the lowers.
Yeah, and he tends to be very active in the lineup too, catches a lot of waves. He tends to not surf for that long, which I think is really good for your body too. It kind of lets it cool down, but comes from beach breaks in North Orange County. I mean, you have to be good at moving around lineups, and especially here at lowers, everybody knows on the most crowded of days, it could easily be the most crowded lineup in the world. But as Leo's pointing out, maturity and evolving and progressing every single time you paddle out is probably the main thing that you need to focus on every single time. And Leo, just looking at your career, looking at Kanoa's career, was there a certain moment where you just sensed, I belong? Like, this is when I realized that, like, I can be here and do my thing.
To be honest, it's my 8th year on tour, and probably 2 years ago when I had my good seat, my first, 2021 I finished 12th in the world. 2023 I finished 9th in the world. I think it was only in 2023 where I was like, showed my best surfing, and I started feeling like I belonged. But you can never, as I keep saying this, get too comfortable on this tour, because the moment you get too comfortable, that's when everything catches up to you. And these guys are another example, as we spoke about Kanoa improving so much. Connor is one of those examples that he keeps improving. I mean,
truly does.
I think Connor's backhand is the best on tour. It's so lethal, it's so powerful, and being able to travel with him a lot, I'm inspired by his work so much. I often go on my phone, record his waves, flip them over, so that I can see him going technically left, so that I can try and do similar stuff as him, which is pretty easy on the iPhone. You just flip the camera, and then I'm able to study a lot of the turns that Connor and Ryan do.
Well, Mitchell and I don't really.
That's
like
illegal
that,
for us.
Ryan Cullinan, his blowtail, I've flipped that thing over so many times, and this is the blowtail I think that I'm talking about. Coming up, one of Connor's waves from the first round. This is inspired by Ryan Cullinan, and even Connor has talked about it. Ryan does this better than anyone, but this was just as good as Ryan does it. This was amazing.
I think that's the most watched, rewinded, and watched again trick or turn or whatever you want to call that madness of this entire event. And it's funny to watch it in slow-mo, because it was so fast in regular motion that slow-mo looks regular, but how he did it in real life was like fast. You blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Wild stuff right there.
You can't even realize what's going on.
I watched that as a goofy footer, of course, probably 15 times throughout the night, and the physics and everything that went along with that turn. I hope we get to see another one. I just want opportunity for Connor O'Leary. I mean, he's worked so hard. He's earned his spot on the championship tour right now, and this is still heat. He only needs a 6.67, 18 minutes, 21 seconds to go. I know Connor is part of the Dog Pound, your guys' crew. So what are those post-event meetings like, or what are the breakdowns like? I know you're not sitting around only talking about surfing, but when you guys all get together in the round table and do work, what are you guys talking about?
We always have a great time. I think we have a really good time. Dog is somebody that keeps us very humble and keeps
Oh,
us
yeah.
very true to ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
It's very rare that Dog says that we're ripping. Very rare. Maybe happened once in my entire life that he's ever said that I was ripping. But at the same time, it's good because he pushes us to a level that we need to get to, that we need to stay at. And obviously we talk a lot about surfing, but there's so many different things. Talk about being athletes, talk about being good humans. I'm lucky enough to travel with Ryan and Connor enough. You know, Bryan has not made the cut this year, but started the semifinals in the first Challenger Series, so I'm sure he'll be back. Those guys are such good humans that I think before anything, you know, that's a huge, you know, that's an amazing part about a person is how you are as a human, and then as a competitor. I mean, Connor and Ryan are great humans. Now they've become fathers. They have that dad power. They're ripping. I'm sure Steph Single, not Stephanie, sorry. Steph is on at home supporting Connor. I'm sure little Romy is starting to realize maybe just that dad owns surfboards sometimes. And Connor, since he's become a father, he's been putting some great performances. So
Oh, yeah.
good for
Extra
him.
motivation.
For sure.
Yeah, what did he say in his post-heat interview yesterday? He goes, I got to put some food on the table.
For
that's
sure.
Definitely extra motivation. I know in your crew as well, Gabriella Bryan, you've had a front row seat and a backstage pass to Gabriella's best year ever on the championship tour. That must be pretty special too. She must feel like a niece or a little sister.
She's a little sister. She feels like a little sister. She is the little sister. She just loves to joke around, You think she's the most innocent girl, then she goes out and drops nines on you and does the biggest turns. She's definitely the most powerful girl on the world tour. Drops the biggest turns, and she's very inspiring to watch, just the way that she approaches everything with a very happy mindset. And as we see a set, looks like a bit of a wedgy one, but yeah, Gabby didn't have the best seat this morning, but she's very competitive. She's shy, she's quiet, but she's so competitive. She's going to get to Brazil with that hunger of, hopefully, you know, who knows if she'll lose that yellow jersey over here, but she's going to want to chase after in Brazil, I'll tell you that.
Nothing wrong with heading down to the next event with a little anger.
Always great. We love that.
15:27 to go. Kanoa Igarashi sitting on top with a 7.33 and a 5.83. Connor O'Leary with a 6.5 and a 4. Plenty of time left, over 15 minutes. Connor with priority. Mitch, we haven't seen the right and left conversation. A couple good scores on the left, but it seems like these long tapered right-handers have really been kind of the go in terms of getting those 8s, 9s already this morning.
Yeah, and a big thing about the left too, with this little crumble that we have, if you're not waiting really for the second or third wave of the set, it tends to be a lot dirtier, whereas the right, it cleans up down the line like we're looking at right here, Chris.
Ramp out, here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, I was sensing a big air while he was looking at that wave. It was one of those wedgy ones that you could tell was going to give him an air section, but this matchup is exciting. This is two Japanese surfers.
Yeah.
They were
Contrasting
together in the
styles.
same heat last event in Margaret River. Connor got the best of that one. They have different styles, different surfers, different build. I mean, Connor's huge. Kanoa's a pretty solid guy too. And I think Japan is winning right now, no matter what.
Now, do you guys, we talk about it here a lot. Oh, you know, it's 3-2 in their matchups. So-and-so beat so-and-so. Do you guys truly remember these
I remember.
matchups? Oh,
it's
yeah,
in your mind, yeah.
it's in the files,
your mind,
right?
Yeah. It's always there. You try not to obviously focus on that, but it's in the back of your mind always. Here's Connor on a pretty good-looking wave.
Oh.
Uh-oh, if Mitch growling, something
Yeah,
good is
that was
happening.
some beautiful surfing. Oh.
That's that switchblade right there. That's that
surfing.
switchblade turn that he's so famous for. A 3-banger, looking for a 6.67.
The last turn, I felt his tail got a little bit stuck. If I, knowing Connor, he would have liked to drift that tail a little bit, as he did on that first turn. But those first 2 turns were very beautiful, and it could be close to score. What do you guys think?
I think it's going to be right around there. The first turn's nasty, bro. I mean, Talk about great technique off of the bottom right here. Look at how deep he gets and how long he holds it for.
That was beautiful.
Well, and you know what, Leo? La Bocana, the one wave in El Salvador, is so similar to this right now, where it's punchy, it has that kind of energy. And I saw him out there a lot of days free surfing this year, and seems to be putting in the work very well, Chris.
Oh, that was beautiful. That angle psyched me up even more. And I think, like you guys said, it should be really close. It should be right there.
The 12:44 to go. And you said these two surfers have met up in recent history. There's your 4-2. So Connor O'Leary with the edge, but it's a lot of times it's about the last victory, right? It's like the overall career numbers are one thing, but it's that recent scar tissue that kind of reminds you, like, oh yeah, he did get me last month. I got to get him back. And you know, pretty even across the board. The average heat score leans over to Connor. The max heat score, Connor as well, but then you look at that max wave score and the numbers tell you Connor O'Leary sitting with all the big stats. So I'm looking at these numbers and I'm thinking, why isn't Connor O'Leary in the top 5 picture, in the top 10 picture? You know, that just shows you, illustrates how gnarly the championship tour is.
I tell myself that for Connor all the time. I mean,
just
6,
barely.
8, 7.
Yeah. It was.
Like we said, it was just there. It was beautiful surfing, really well linked turns, and I agree with the judges. But there's 11 minutes to go. We're far from done in this heat.
Oh yeah. So there's the score line there: 7-2, 6-8, 6-8, 6-8, and 7.
Tight scoring.
Pretty. Everybody seemed like they were all around the same mindset. One liked it a little bit more. Why isn't Connor in top 5? The tour is so hard. There obviously is not a reason. His surfing is amazing. His mindset is amazing. He puts in the work, and I get inspired by his surfing and his way of life every day.
And he's a solid dude. He is a really nice person, which just makes it all that much better to be a Connor O'Leary fan. We're going to take a quick break. And while we're breaking, go ahead and download True Surf on worldsurfleague.com/TrueSurf. We'll be right back. And here's what's happened so far. This is the pulse here at the Lexus Trestles Pro. Gabriella Bryan went out with high expectations on her shoulders, but the saw blade cut right through this lineup. Sawyer Lindblad at the right time had the heat of her event by far. So the local knowledge prevailed. Sawyer Lindblad, I think she was throwing away 8s. She went out there and went off. A huge moment for a surfer that suffered, did not make the cut, but then got the wild card call back and made it count. And this is the highest heat score of the year for the women. The rise of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has been incredible.
She was absolutely ripping. I surfed with her at Haleiwa in summertime, and she was going mad. You could see she brought those turns to lower Trestles on some incredible waves, and Betty Lou is full of confidence. surfing really good off her first win of the year, and she really took it to Caroline and, you know, put some amazing surfing. And then straight into the men's, you know, this heat was incredible between Iago Dora and Ethan Ewing. Iago came back right at the end with a buzzer beater and an air that I don't even know how he made that. That was just, you know, the gods of surfing that obviously helped him out, but at the same time, he is so good in those moments and so good in the air. Probably the best aerial surfer of all time, if you want to ask me.
And what a moment for Iago Dora. Of course, he's been in the Final Five picture for the last few years, but it just seems like there's a few names on the championship tour you do not want to match up against in the quarters or semi. I put Ethan Ewing on that list all day. He is the Iceman. You're going to get nothing out of his emotion when you surf against him. So a huge, huge win for Iago Dora.
We don't see much of Connor's forehand, but at lower stresses we do. And here he goes into a big blowtail, but unfortunately doesn't. You say you don't want to match up against Ethan Ewing. You don't want to match up against Iago Dora at lower stressors either.
That's true.
Whenever there's a left involved, I mean, he's so good on his backhand too, but whenever there's a left, Iago Dora really fires up.
Well,
if
look,
he can take it to the air.
Look, Leo, you got to understand, for us goofy footers, to be able to see like a peak and the option of going left is huge. Like,
I bet. I mean, I love going left too, though. Honestly, whenever we go to Chopu and Cloud Break, I'm so excited. And I was actually the other day, went back after I lost and surfed Trestles and went left and figured I want to sharpen out my backhand for Sakura.
I think your backhand is underrated.
For sure.
Because you got a hook. And I've seen it, big fan of it, and excited to see that in Rio. And to me, you know, Sakurema, the Rio event coming up next, is an equalizer because it's that open playing field, and you really don't know. I mean, you could be surfing that grinding right-hander up the beach, a long, extended left, almost a point break, or just peaks up and down. So how do you prepare for a wave that's pretty unpredictable?
Sakurama, you got to lower your expectations. You got to go there with a grind mindset. You got to go there with a mindset that we had trying to qualify for the World Tour and the Challenger Series.
That.
And you just got to make it happen no matter what. Left, right, air, backwash, whatever it is, just got to make it happen. And I feel like the Brazilian guys are so good there because they make it happen in any type of condition.
Can't wait.
Good attitude.
I can't wait. So 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Connor O'Leary gets the lead. That last score, that 6.87, weighing heavily in his score line, but it is a precarious
wave.
This is a very good-looking wave.
Kanoa only needs a 6.04. I mean, Kanoa gets sixes in his sleep, and look at this right coming straight at him. He's going to get this kind of launch from that whitewater. It's out in the open face. Nice roundhouse cutback, classic traditional maneuver. Looking nice right now for Kanoa. He has to come from behind, foam climb.
Oh, another foam climb. Let's see if he can open up here on the inside. Gets a little caught. That wave is a bit bumpy, so it is hard to carve. Got a little stock.
Nice
and a
finish,
nice finish, though. Really nice finish.
I like that show of emotion for Kanoa Igarashi. Now, foam climbs are an interesting maneuver because they're actually really hard to do.
They are.
The judges know that, and they give surfers credit for it, but they sometimes, even though they're helping get the surfer down the line, they sometimes impede the flow that the judges are looking for.
This was an outstanding read of the wave, though, especially right at the beginning with a full roundhouse. I know he didn't explode maybe the way he was looking for right there at the end of the roundhouse, but the way he surfs the rest of this wave with all this bump and lump, he didn't make a choice at a certain point in the heat, and I feel like this was clutch right here.
For sure. I mean, that was not an easy wave to surf.
No, not at all.
He definitely finished strong. I feel like he surfed that wave to the score. I feel like if he was needing a 7 or 7.5, he would have surfed that and pushed even harder.
Yeah.
But a 6 is not that big of a score, and that was link turns, 5-6 turns. That's going to be, again, very, very close.
He had to work through the mid portion of that wave.
It was a tough
kind of like
wave.
fighting
yeah,
to keep up.
Sure. It was a really tough wave to surf, and that even when it kind of slowed down for him to open up, you could tell that it was hard for him to open up, and drops the score, 6.43.
Just enough to get the lead. Now that means Connor O'Leary needs a 6.90. I love these battles that go back and forth, wave for wave. We got 3 minutes, 21 seconds left. Connor O'Leary out the back with priority. The thanks to our Red Bull jet ski assist,
Hargrave.
we get to see Kanoa Igarashi right back out there in the mix.
Yeah, well, I was surprised today to watch the jet ski assist. I was like, where was that the other day? When I caught a wave and did 15 turns, and it took me 6 minutes to get back out.
Well, we got to make you guys work sometimes.
That's true.
It's fun to make.
That's okay.
You guys have the best job in the world.
I agree. I totally agree with that
You got to suffer
statement.
a little bit every once in a while.
I totally agree with that statement. We have the best job in the world.
Speaking of that, though, like, just every day when you wake up and you're able to put on a jersey, you're able to go do this for a living, like, do you feel that kind of fortune yourself and just be like, you know what, dude, like, I came from nothing and look at where I am right now?
100%. That's gratitude is something that I've worked on, especially in the past year, where we always want more in life, wherever it is.
Those are
Whether
human
it's-
beings, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, whatever it is, whatever job you have, whatever life you live, whatever it is, you want more. So at times you really have to step back and realize what you already have, appreciate and be grateful. I mean, I am so grateful for what I have. I'm so grateful for the ocean. I get to do what I love every single day as a job, and not many people get to do that. I have a beautiful fiance who I'm marrying this year. I have an incredible family. Everybody's healthy. Those, at the end of the day, are the main things that we need to appreciate and focus on. And the rest is just bonus.
Ooh.
Love it. Love it.
Can we get them to do
Thank
our
you, Leo.
voicemails?
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's
just like,
I was
hey.
taking notes just then.
Yeah, write me an inspiring quote and let's see if I can read that every day when I wake up.
Yeah, those quotes sometimes are cliche, of course, but
They go a
they
long way.
remind you. They
Yeah.
remind you. When you're scrolling through Instagram and you're having a bad day, and even though you don't want to scroll through Instagram too much, but sometimes you get that quote that makes you appreciate what you have, and straight away actually gets you off the phone because you're like, I'm grateful for what I have. I don't need to look at Instagram and see what other people are doing. I'm going to do what I want to do.
That's a good point. It's not always doom scrolling. Sometimes there's a positive message in there. With a minute to go.
And that's where the positive mindset needs to come in right here.
Right here. That's exactly right. Connor O'Leary
waves.
needs a 6.90. He knows exactly what that's going to take. His high mark right now is 6.87. So just get that wave and do a little bit better. Easy to say from right here, but we'll see if Connor O'Leary has this clutch moment.
This is the wave, Chris.
There's an opportunity.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
for sure an opportunity.
Oh, he's in the perfect spot. Here's
There
the
he
lethal
goes.
backhand. Big
Nice
snap.
drift. Oh, unfortunately got a little bit stuck there again. Was hoping for that drift. I was waiting for that big blowtail that Connor does so
He thought
well.
about it. I think that's why he
Yeah,
pulled
yeah.
back a little right there at the end.
It wasn't an easy section. Tough
Yeah.
section. So yeah.
Well, it looked like, I feel like indecision is
Yep.
a huge part in surfing success, and it looked like he was thinking maybe the wave was going to keep going down the line, and if he would have, whatever, it's a split-second thing. If he would have known that was a closeout, probably would
You
have done
approach it
something
differently,
crazy,
yes.
One more wave at the end before the finish.
but yeah, this could be a victory lap for Kanoa Igarashi, who has been looking so sharp.
Oh, that's the drift I love to see about Kanoa.
What are Kanoa's chances of winning this contest?
They're so high. Kanoa rips. Oh my God. That's the way he's going to win the
Tail
contest
high.
right there. He got through his first quarterfinal today, obviously with some pressure, but I think he's going to open up in his semifinal, and a big win is coming for Kanoa. It's been way too long since he hasn't won, and this year he's surfing, like I said, the best he's ever surfed, so I'm excited to watch.
No doubt. Well, there's a lot of excitement in the air. We're excited to see what Leonardo Fioravanti is going to do down in Rio, and we're excited for all of you out there watching because you get to see an epic heat coming up next. Caitlin Simmers, Molly Picklum, thank you, Leo, Mitch. This has been an epic
Thank you,
day,
guys.
and
Thanks
it
for
just
having me.
keeps coming.
You can look at it that it's all for yourself, or you can, it's just for those people who support me, and that's why I do it.
I think it was really tough for Katie, leaving home when she values friends and family so much.
She's 18 years old. Her friends are all over here going to like school dances, getting boyfriends, just cruising, having fun. And we're like getting on a plane, flying 23 hours to Bells Beach. Do we really want to do that?
You're on this world stage.
And I can't even begin to describe how intense it is.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Her mom is just the real rock for Katie.
You do your best, you give your kids love. To be there for her was everything.
You know, everyone loses more than they win, right? She wants to perform to a standard that she knows she can, and she wants to do it her way.
You're watching Finals Day here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. What a career it's been, and it's just getting started for the teenage world champion, Caitlin Simmers, youngest ever to win that title. She did it last year, right at Lower Trestles. Now she features in a semifinal against Molly Picklum, current world number 3. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez. This is going to be a fun semifinal matchup. Katie versus Molly. Molly's got to figure out a way to beat Katie for the first time in her career.
I mean, it's the talk for the past few years. Obviously, we expect them to go broke for the years to come yet. And we started off, you can feel that tension outside of the water, and then when it translates to the water, it starts it off with a 2:17, 1.6. Actually, Caitlin missing a good opportunity. Molly looking a little sticky, but she might clean it up right here in front of us.
Nice clean snap on that one as she's covering some ground. Foam climb. Oh, hope her board didn't get her there on the slip off. So a fall there for Molly Picklum. Opening ride from Simmers, 2:17. So they're trying to settle into Finals Day here in this first semifinal. Remember, this was already set up a couple of days ago, where the back half of the bracket was set up this morning. So quarters 3 and 4 from the women's side started off our Finals Day. Molly into her 5th semifinal appearance.
That's a crazy stat.
Of what's been a great year this year, Jesse.
That's insane. Like, out of the events we had so far, she already had 5 semifinals. That's a huge stat to have.
And now looking at the waves coming through, a couple of bigger sets we saw on the last heat on the day. Swell still on the rise. And tide coming in. Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson on the other end of this draw in semifinal number 2. And the final 5 picture changing here at stop number 8. Betty Lou's jumped up to number 5 in the world. And with Gabby Bryan out, Katie Simmers is now the highest seed in the event. This was Katie's 2.17.
Yeah, it got a little bit more wobbly right now with that wind, the texture, and she goes for a massive, kind of like a layback snap. Just loses that back foot. Felt like it moved a little bit more towards the middle of the board, and then she couldn't really regain. Went over the heels a little bit too much right there, and that's all she rode.
Katie Simmers winning the title over Caroline Marks. Best of 3, went to the 3rd deciding title match. Came in after the first title match and lost to Caroline, and had to pick herself back up to perform what would end up being the best combined heat total of 2024. A little down carve for Molly Picklum. Nice section, picks that tail up, and it goes down again.
That's a bummer, because she was kind of on her way to a good score right there, even though it was a smaller wave. Like, you know, those smaller waves today, they're going to hit that point a little bit better, a little bit more shallow waters, and have a better cope into it. So she was able to unleash those first 2 turns. Got stuck.
So Molly feeling the importance of getting a CT win this year as we watch this one again.
Yeah, beautiful open up carve, and right here was money. Up and vertical, pushing on that back foot, getting the good tail release, getting the fins free. You can notice how much of a lump there is right now on the water. You can see those rails, like every time they bottom turn, you can notice the board shakes it a little bit. Right there, once again, the first turn even more, but Beautiful finish for Molly Picklum right there. Gets all those 3 fins out the back, but ends it up getting stuck.
So Molly down, swinging, who started off with great result at Pipe. Finaled the season before. This year was a semifinal. Then she went to a runner-up in Abu Dhabi. 3rd place in Portugal. El Sal made the semifinals, dropped to a 9th at Bells. Quarterfinal on the Gold Coast and a quarterfinal at Margaret River. So her best results of the first 4 stops of the season, but she's been real steady in that number 3 seed pretty much all year long. She's competed here in the WSL finals. Katie and Molly even had a match a couple of years ago. It was pretty big, lower trestles, and they were a little bit caught out of position, but also for the intensity of that event. That day goes by so fast. This year it will be in Cloudbreak. Starting to think about the difference in favorites and where you'd want to be for seeding coming into Cloudbreak this year. And based on Molly Picklum's skill set of great technical ability in backside tubes and her ability to charge when it gets big, definitely one of the favorites, no matter what seed she'd be in coming into that world title event.
No doubt about it. For me personally, she's the best backhand tube rider on the women's tour right now. For what she previously done at Pipeline, so it's going to be very, and she also mix it up very well on her backhand surfing, just solid rails, finners, backside finners, which the women's, it's not so common to see, so she's definitely one to watch for the top 5, and a lot of rip. It seems like it's going through the lineup right now on her screen, which is very unusual here for lowers. Sometimes just that water exit from the right side of the point, which is on the end of the left, just moves all that water going through the lineup, and that's not what you want to see here at lowers. Mostly if you're thinking about going left. It's going to clean up on the right side, only on the takeoff is going to be a little wonky, but as you see on the screen right there, it cleans up right after. But on the left is going to be trouble right now.
So Molly and Katie dealing with that turbulence in the lineup at the moment as they'll try to find some clean water to perform on. Picklum under priority. We'll watch Katie Simmers take off. Nice clean wrap to start. Her lines are so pure. The reigning world champ now sets up an end section hammer. It's one of her favorite moves to release on the end section at lowers. When she has a solid closeout coming at her, she can drop that back shoulder and let it rip. Let's catch up with the semifinalist. Kanoa Igarashi's with Rosie Hodge.
He has been on a tear this event. Kanoa, we're just chatting equipment just offline, and you told me this is the board that you've been riding throughout the event. A little bit of a mishap yesterday. Fill us in.
Yeah, I was serving California's heaviest wave, Huntington Beach, and I broke my board. I was just out there with friends. We were kind of like messing around, and I don't know why I rode my magic board. I just rode it because it was the only board that I had in the car, and I buckled it on one of my waves, and I was pretty devastated. And luckily, big shout out to the guys at Ding Doctor in Huntington. Travis, really appreciate it. He fixed my board up overnight, so really appreciate it. That was amazing. And yeah, it's nice, you know. Like, it's crazy how nowadays you can have a board that was buckled and you get it fixed and it feels just as good. So I'm really happy.
It's looking good, and you will be coming up against Jack Robinson in your semi-final heat, as we're just watching one of your replays come through there. What did you make of your surfing in that heat?
It was really hard to surf, honestly, and maybe I had, the buckle in the back of my head a little bit, and I was a little bit scared. But it's like the waves are so perfect that you expect to do. I mean, someone's ripping right now. I can't focus. It's like as good as Trestles gets right now. So when you're on a wave, you expect so much from yourself, but then the wave has this little mishaps. It's like the wave pool. The waves are perfect, but at the same time, you still have little bumps and intricacies of the wave. I misread like probably 2 of my waves, but in saying that, I'm pretty hard on myself, and I finished my last wave pretty good the way I wanted to surf the whole heat. So just gonna take that kind of approach going into the next one.
Love that. Can't wait for that matchup against Jack Robinson in the semifinals. We'll send it back to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Yeah, Kanoa, and I think all of us distracted when waves are pumping. That is fun. Kanoa was excited to see and hear the crowd cheering for that set for Molly Picklum. She absolutely went to town. One of the better waves I've seen her ride out here at lowers, with the jersey on. She just connected with a set. It was wide open, ton of open wall as we break down the IC replay.
I mean, a few things that stands out to me. One of them is wave size, wave selection, and also the criticalness. Look how big that first turn is. Even though it was a lip line, down the line, it was massive, and then into another one, and how much drive she had on those bottom turns, going around the flat sections and the whitewash in front of her, and finish it off with a beautiful snap. Came out clean. This is huge score for her, massive.
Look at this big section, giant windup, and absolutely crushed it, Jesse.
I love the approach, how she went lateral, but still was able to get a lot of spray out the back, made that turn look big, used every inch of that wave. And right here, that's what I mentioned, like, look how in front that wave is of her, and she somehow manages to go around, gets up in vertical again, and then once again, there's so much whitewash in front of her. That board is flying, it's so magic. It's beautiful surfing from Molly, and right here she's gonna get even more critical and push it a little bit harder, but yeah, the damage was done. That was it.
Single maneuver opportunities. She's a weapon. She's gotten close to perfect scores on one major move, but how about an entire right at lower trestles, getting one of the better waves of the day, a 9.6 to take the lead over Katie Simmers. Absolutely bringing it after a couple of falls as well, surfing her way into rhythm. We'll always be referencing what she did at Sunset Beach a couple of years back. One of the best turns ever witnessed in that unbelievable event, where she fell out of the sky on like a 15-foot section. You know, as surfers, we've got issues saying how big a wave is. You know, that'll always
really
be around. But that wave was enormous, and she crushed it. She's not afraid. And for her to do that at lowers, a lot more user-friendly. You know, she's not afraid to hang it up there, Jesse.
I'm just cracking up because, yeah, that wave was huge, right? 6 foot? Yeah. That's what people probably be calling in Hawaii. So,
for sure.
Yeah, the wave was much bigger than that, obviously. But we have trouble. I don't think we grew up using rulers or something.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
It's their own metric system.
You'll be like, did you see that turn Molly did? Yeah, it was a 6-footer, proper 6-footer.
Proper
like,
6-footer.
Okay, yeah. And some people, hey, it was like a 15-foot section. You make your decision how big that was with an air drop. Flashing back to one of the best maneuvers we've ever seen at Sunset Beach.
I think that was probably the best maneuver on the men's and women's side, that event itself. That was so critical on just how, I don't know, there's that backwash halfway through too that launched her up the top. She's not scared.
Yeah, and that's the big part of it. You know, from Pipe to Sunset, Jesse, you know, she's turned both of those venues into huge strengths.
And they're completely opposites, right? Like polar opposite waves. And probably the two of the most challenging waves we have on tour.
By far, she was able to go back-to-back with her championship tour wins at Sunset. Not on the calendar this year, which kind of changed the feeling of her season. Almost still won an event in her second stop, which Sunset was sitting in those previous years, and that was that pool party we had in Abu Dhabi. Kind of that skate-type influence event where skaters are so used to ramping things up. Everyone chooses their lines, and surfers are starting to get to feel that now. And Molly and Katie put on an absolute show. They're pushing each other so much, which reminds us of how this year got started. You know, Katie got Molly twice to kick off the season in Abu Dhabi, and also a pipeline in the semifinals. 6-0 coming into this matchup as Molly's going, hey, maybe this 9-6 might help things out in this rivalry.
I mean, it definitely will. There's no doubt about it. When you have a wave of substance of that caliber, it puts yourself in a way more comfortable situation, and she's probably looking for a quick backup so she has a solid combination of two waves. But on the upside for Caitlin Simmers, if there's any nerves in this heat, they're all gone, because when your opponent rides a wave of a 9.6 against you, you almost get a little angry, and you're just gonna go huge from now on. And for us and for the fans, that's amazing, because she usually pulls them off pretty well. Like those big maneuvers for Caitlin Simmers, she's second to none, and I think she's gonna go huge right now.
Well, Jesse, the interesting part about the Final Five and the title race, when you look at Molly, she's number 3 in the world. Against Gabriella Bryan and Katie Simmers, 1 and 2. Molly's 1 win and 9 losses against the surfers ahead of her on the rankings. Right now, Betty Lou's in 5th, Isabella in 4th. It's the opposite story there. She's 10 wins, 2 losses against the surfers that are right behind her in the Final Five. So based on that, you'd think that Molly couldn't afford to be the number 3 seed into cloud break if this stays the same. However, like the debate we had earlier, she probably has the advantage with her ability technically backside, especially if cloud break's really big, you know, even compared to Katie and Gabriella Bryan on the day.
Yes, it's funny because you're talking, they're two completely different opponents. One very heavy-footed, the other one just like amazing technique, which is Caitlin and Gabby Bryan. I think Molly has a good combination of both. She's like in the in-between where she's super solid on her backhand, and she's very finesse and very technical, and she can also mix it up on the barrels just as good, or if not even better, than Caitlin Simmers. So it's going to be a good one to watch. It's going to be very interesting. But, you know, it's that one day. Whoever wakes up the best and feels the most comfortable is probably going to take it all the way.
17:30 on the clock. Molly and Katie still enjoying an uncrowded lowers lineup in semifinal number 1. Let's now send it to Rosie Hodge with Dylan Slater.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing with the CEO of Outerknown, Slater Designs, as well as Firewire Surfboards, Dylan Slater. Dylan, it's so great to have the support of Outerknown here at this event. You guys sponsored Tahiti for 3 years. What is the thinking in coming into the Trestles event this year?
Yeah, obviously we loved our time in Tahiti, just an amazing place. But it's a really unique time for Outerknown. We're celebrating 10 years. We have recently announced a brand union with Outerknown, Firewire, and Slater Designs together, and have relocated all together under one roof in Carlsbad. And really the goal was to sort of build from our backyard and build community, and felt like this was a really great way to do that. So yeah, we made the decision to invest in our backyard, be here, and yeah, it just feels great.
And that's a big milestone for the business, celebrating 10 years. It's so great that it's happening here at Trestles. What's the future of the brand looking like?
Yeah, so we're really excited about the future. Obviously, through the brand union, we're looking at how we can all work together. But for Outerknown, just really excited about what we're doing from a wholesale perspective, working with our partners, new products that are in the pipeline that can enhance the surfing experience, and really support our community and what they do, and finding their Outerknown. And then of course, looking globally too. So we've got partners in Europe and Australia. So just kind of mapping out our course, but really excited about the future.
And we're just chatting about this event. The waves have been absolutely firing. This is the 3rd day that we're seeing some amazing action. What are your thoughts on the event so far?
I mean, Mother Nature has shown up in a big way, right? 3 days of just amazing surf. So just feeling really fortunate and grateful to have this kind of conditions for the world's best surfers to do their thing and show what they can do and put on a show for the fans that are down here today. So it's been amazing. You can't control that factor, so the fact that it happened our way is it's just been great.
Well, Dylan, thank you so much for the time, and so stoked with the partnership with Outerknown and the Lexus Trestles Pro. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Gosh, it's always awesome to hang out with Dylan Slater. Absolute shredder, by the way, and doing such a great job with Outerknown, Firewire, Kelly Slater surfboards. Right now they've released the Apex Evolution board short. It's their newest board short by Outerknown, and obviously tested by the GOAT, Kelly Slater. It has a new fabric and the first Barrio Net Plus board short with stretch. Always love being in the company of all their employees and their crew that love surfing more than anything else. You always think about like heritage heats and stuff. You'd love to see like a Dylan Slater, Evan Slater matchup. His big brother, editor-in-chief at Surfer Magazine for a very long time, and just passionate about the love of the sport, which is always great to see. Uncrowded waves out front. We saw that right going through all the way down the cobblestones as we have 14:25 left on the clock in this first semifinal. Molly looking for her first win of the season, and Katie looking for the yellow jersey as well.
It almost felt like Molly was going to have a look at that wave and just pull the trigger, but we got back to that after this one.
Rolling in now, we've got Caitlin Simmers. Little carve. You can tell she didn't like the way it felt as she hops out. She is still chasing a 6.87 to catch up to Molly Picklum. Molly with a big 9.6. As these two, as we mentioned, have a lot of history leading into this matchup, and it's wildly favored with Katie Simmers 6-0, which also included one of the best finals in surfing history at Pipeline, where Katie said that surf Pipeline is for the girls. That's right.
This is crazy stats right there. Full dominance. Like, it's so rarely you're gonna see on tour, even if it's someone like of a highest caliber to a lower caliber surfer on tour have this type of stats, 6 wins back to back.
Now rolling into this one, Molly trying to get her first win off Katie, off to a good start as she is flying into this section. Beautiful arc. Picklum turns under the whitewater, smart decision there. Big little sweep there, and then she'll lay it down on that inside corner. Carving through this track, she's running out of wave, but not speed. She throws a little tag to stay on her feet to eliminate the 293 she was carrying. And I've noticed on a couple of turns, especially in this heat as well, where she's gone for a climb, it's bumped her off her board. So I almost saw her thinking like, get that carve done just underneath, knowing that it was going to be pretty easy to get a better backup than the 293.
Totally with you there, Joe. I think it's just very smart of her to kind of not try and overcook anything right now. You can see that wave starts to split on the lip, and it was very easy for you to go over that and get stuck. And just very smart and amazing heat IQ from Molly Picklum. She does not need another 9-point ride right now. She needs to back herself up solid and put Caitlin with the back against the wall, needing a big score, and that's exactly what she did. So I agree with you. I don't think she needed to push any harder. And there are moments for that. There are moments that you need to go big and moments that you don't. And she's reading that very well and just show maturity on her surfing and her skills with the jersey on.
So the situation for Molly Picklum, she's trying to get her first win over Katie Simmers and get a little bit better record over the top 2 seeds on the tour. Here at stop number 8 of the season at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. Katie chasing an 8.44. We'll be right back.
The Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by IC Polarized, anchored in style under $50, by Outerknown, find your Outerknown, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Check out the live rankings as the race continues to the WSL Final 5. Gabriella Bryan upset earlier today by the backhand of Sawyer Lindblad. Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum. This is a high-seeded heat. They're both in the water now in Semi 1. Betty Lou had her first win this year at Burley Heads, and she's gone from strength to strength. She looks incredible. She took out Caroline Marks earlier today. Caroline won a world title out here, so some success there for Sakura Johnson here on finals day. And it's really interesting. We talked about how it seems like an uphill battle for Molly. Has only had one win over the top 2 seeds ahead of her, and she's had a lot of wins over Isabella and Betty Lou. It's almost opposite, right in the middle there, as she's trying to change that script around with a big lead at the moment over Katie Simmers. Sawyer Lindblad, happy to have the wild card, happy to have an Apple Watch for that next heat so she can look at her scores and priority coming in real time. And she kind of has that sort of weightless feeling of a wild card backed with a serious touring professional that is protecting her home court.
I'm so excited to watch this next heat unfold as well. Like Sawyer, it's just so good for her to get kind of a redemption, you know, after not falling off, but not being able to surf the last few events on touring. It's just that first event in her home break. Like, it would be so painful for her not to be a part of. And with the waves like they are today, like, she would be suffering. So it's good to see her in a jersey right now. She's been demolishing waves.
Absolutely crushing it, working with local hero Tanner Gudauskas. What a great connection that's been. Talking to Sawyer's dad, Mark, he's like, oh yeah, it's just been all about joy. I mean, anytime you're with Tanner, you're laughing, you're smiling, you re-fall in love with surfing. So they've been getting up early, doing the laps. Tanner's there for feedback. Any bit of information he can pass on to her. That's been awesome to see. Tanner successful out here in so many ways at the CT level, also as a wild card. Back when he upset Gabriel Medina, making his way to finals day. Definitely goes in the conversation of one of the best ever to come out of San Clemente, and that is a crazy list to be a part of because there's so much talent.
For so many years as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, I guess since Jimmy, that they just showed a few years, a few minutes back, a few hours back in the broadcast. It's so cool. How many good chargers as well coming out of here from a wave that it's not really critical.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I mean, just the depth, and then even like longboard champions, you know, from like, well, Rachel Tilley, and you know, we've got Colin McPhillips. This region just provides, you know, so many incredible surfers. Greg Long, Rusty Long, big wave chargers, Mike Parsons. As we look at the CT by the numbers, focusing on high single wave scores of 2025. Well, we just saw the highest, 9.6 for Molly Picklum, just edging out Caitlin Simmers on the 9.57. We can't see enough of scores like this. Let's go to the IC replay on the 9.6.
I mean, let's check the amplitude of this turn, how much ground she was actually able to get it on those bottom turns. She comes back around once again. She was late, but she was able to put the board on top and then keeps the rail clean. She finishes with a very strong snap. A lot of water moving, a lot of lump on the wave. We have a higher tide right now, so there's a little bit of a backwash. You can see that lip is always moving, hard to time it and to aim. Great work there for Molly. And the importance also for 4.5 as a backup. Even though it's a tiny score for a day like today, she still Liz Caitlin need an 8.44, which is one of the best scorings off the day so far. So very smart and great heat IQ from Molly to identify that she didn't need to push that hard in that situation herself, and now she sits on a solid foundation and can build on it.
Great event for the North Shelley board riders with Joel Vaughn doing great. Molly Picklum from that same part of the central coast of New South Wales. Checking out that low tide we had before the event kicked off and reaching a high tide at 1 o'clock p.m. It's 12 noon, so tide's still filling in for another hour with a solid long period south swell. Coming in with options on the Surfline forecast, knowing that we'd finish on the weekend. Happy that we're crowning our champions today on Saturday in front of a great crowd here. California State Parks doing a great job hosting us once again. They always give you one weekend day to compete on, and thrilled that it happened on Saturday. 4:19 left in this one. Molly looking for her first win over Katie Simmers. So far, so good. Katie does have priority and needs an 8.44. I caught up with Chris Borst yesterday, just talking surfboards for. It's like, wow, it was a busy year. You know, he's already been through a world title race and successful last year, and he's like, we made so many boards for Katie last year. She hasn't even got through them all yet, which is kind of, you know, taking the stress off a little bit this season. It's like with the tour being so fast, you don't have a whole lot of time to make serious changes. He did get a batch out to her for Burley Heads, and she didn't even get to him. But she saved it, and then she made the final on one of the freshies over at Margaret River.
those surfers, they need the amount of boards for two reasons. One, because they go through a lot of boards, because they break a lot of boards, and also little tweaks makes a lot of difference. Like you mentioned, they don't have too much time to stop and try and figure it out, so many different models. But if you do little changes in each and every stop, and then they find something magic, they can try and replicate that. So that's the importance of just having 20 boards in front of you. Even if you don't use it for now, you use it at some point, and that could be the magic one that could lead you to a 2-year streak of amazing results on top of a board.
Gosh, one board can make the difference in everything when you feel that confident on it. Remember, Matty Wilkinson had one where he started winning events, and the thing was so beat up. He had brand new boards. He just didn't want to look at anything else. It was more than a confidence boost. He could do anything he wanted on that thing. Even when it was damaged and beat up, he still was like, nope, I know exactly what it's going to do.
I think what you mentioned was great, because he knew exactly what he was going to do. I think the difference of a very good board, which those guys have 100 very good boards, but the difference between the very good and the magic board, it feels almost like an extension of your body. Like you think, and the board reacts it itself. Like it almost like you're not trying to work, like it just does it. And the more you get on top of that board, the better it gets. So like that's why he wrote it for so many events, even though it's probably already not floating as much as anymore. It didn't matter. Whatever he thought about it, the board was gonna recreate.
Such a great surf town in San Clemente with incredible board builders as well. If you find a street called Los Molinos, you can meet a lot of them. A guy like Cole Simler could make you your best board of your life, and then you walk down the street and find Patterson, Matt Biolis, so many great shapers in one stretch, glassers, sanders, just board builders. Check out Basham's and learn a lot of surfing history here in San Clemente. 90 seconds to go here. Molly holding back. It's up to Katie to see if she can perform on a buzzer beater like we've seen her do so many times. Her best so far in this heat of 5.67, needs an 8.44. And she might be choosing this wave to go for it. World number 2 locking in. Trying to stay undefeated over Molly Picklum. Let's see what she's got. Nice clean start. Pushing hard off the bottom, laying into the pocket with a nice carve, pushing out in front with more speed, and gets a full roundhouse. Nice draw there, super calm in her approach. Little setup, turn to link up the end section, punt, and wanting to go for the air reverse. Great idea there to throw something down that hasn't been landed yet in this event. But unfortunately, she goes down and she's running out of time, decides not to jump on the Red Bull ski with 25 seconds. And here's Molly Picklum. Nice clean rails on that first turn. Hard off the bottom, attacking it off the lip. Third turn is a nice one over the white water, and she will ride away, looking to get rid of the 4.5 on her last wave. Molly's feeling like she's done enough to get her first win over Katie Simmers.
And that's when you need to push. You know, you already built your house. Just because, I'm saying that just because she had such a substance score compared to Caitlin's first score. Best score, sorry. So very smart heat from her, and she's gonna bet it at 4.5, and huge combination of 2 waves.
So important for Molly Picklum to start getting those wins over the surfers that have had her number in the past. And now she'll get a chance at winning this event. Molly into the final to compete against either Sawyer Lindblad or Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We're about to find out. Semifinal 2 coming up next here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. We'll bring in Rachel Tilley for the call right after this. Happy finals day, everybody. Happy to see all these fans there here on the beach, and thanks for being with us all around the world on our live broadcast. This is Semi 2. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Sawyer Lindblad, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and right in the middle joining us, a two-time world longboard champion, Rachel Tilley. Rachel, thanks so much for coming in.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm stoked to be here. Finals day, it's been great, and I'm stoked to be on a heat that Sawyer's on, obviously another San Clemente local, and to be here at home is just such a pleasure.
Gosh, growing up around here, can you sum it up into words how amazing this lifestyle is and all the different waves you got to grow up surfing?
Yeah, it's we are so lucky to grow up in San Clemente. There's such diversity in the waves that we have on offer here as a shortboarder, obviously as a longboarder myself, and I love that it's now a spot on tour as like one of the normal stops, and we get to see the full field, or I guess the field right after the cut, compete here. It's been a pleasure to see multiple days of competition surfed here.
The lifestyle is what it's all about, right? And you have all these different beaches, and it's rare to sometimes have a beach where you could actually park on the sand. And San Onofre is like one of the raddest beaches in the entire world because of that. You pack your Lexus GX, park backwards, and hang out all day long. And there's always something to surf. And then you're like, hang on, looks fun up the coast at church or at Lowers, and you could surf all day.
Yeah, you know what, I didn't realize what a privilege that was until I started. I mean, I moved to Australia a couple of years ago, and I live back in San Clemente now, but to really see how rare, and we can see that on the broadcast now, that's Sano down there, that's my bread and butter as a longboarder, and yeah, it is. It's such a privilege to be able to actually park right there on the sand, and so many beach days growing up there, and yeah, it's so cool to have the world see it in this life.
I think there was surfing documented back in the 1920s at San Onofre. It's been going on for a really long period of time, and I think I told the story the other day about Jonathan Paskowitz living in the RV where they'd actually hike up to Lowers, you know, and you know, this area was controlled by the Marines at the time, so they'd surf it with like one other guy out at times and tried to pull it off, you know, before it got open to the public. But with the depth of talent from Sawyer, yourself, Karina Razunko, there's so many different types of surfers that come out of this coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. We have so many actual longboard world champions that come from here, and then obviously we have such a strong crew of San Clemente surfers, both on the men's and women's side on the shortboard now. And it's been great to see them all perform so dominantly into finals day here. I know San Clemente's very proud.
Gosh, there's so much energy from the locals that want to see a local win like Sawyer Lindblad, but she's taken on Betty Lou. Jesse, some of the best surfing we've seen, maybe the best heat we've seen from Betty Lou in her career just happened the round before where she was throwing away an 8-point ride.
I mean, it has to be hands down the best surfing we've seen from Betty Lou as long as she's been on tour, and it's just fun to watch because it looks like she's loose, you know, like she was not tight, but she wasn't herself. I've surfed with so many times with her, and I know how good she was and how capable she was to being on the top 5, and right now she broke free and she's looking as good as it gets.
Let's chat with our first finalist of the event. Molly Picklum is with Rosie.
Wow, what a heat. Molly, we know that yourself and Katie are really good friends, but when you match up, there's extra fire. She's had your number in the head-to-head matchups. How good does it feel to finally get one over her?
Oh my gosh, that's been a long time coming for me. But always, surfing against Katie, it's always so much like fun, but also it's hard. You don't know what is going to happen, and it's always pretty funny. Like, we're talking out in the water, and she's like, give me a go, and I'm like, please don't give her a chance. I really, like, she did that to me last year, and I actually went all right against her last year here, and then she just got an 8 at the end and beat me. So, yeah, I was never comfortable, that's for sure.
And the 9-6, we're going to play it on the big screen, the highest wave of the women so far. Just talk us through this absolutely impeccable ride, Molly.
Yeah, I actually let the first one go, and then the second one was just as big, and I just like was really patient and holding off the bottom, and just went for it too. I'm really an attacking surfer at the start, and it paid off there. And you always kind of got to go for it at the start here, and hopefully then the rest of the wave pans out. And I was stoked when I did my next bottom turn. I saw the next section and was able to get it up there again, as you just saw, and then I was just like, okay, let's just finish this one. And I actually got to the end, and it gave me like more of a pizzazz kind of off the end. I don't know how it looked, but here we go. Oh yeah, I kind of went up and you see the backwash hit me, and then I just had to ride out. I thought maybe it was going to push me out the back, but I was stoked to get the completion for sure.
Sick surfing. Was it stressful trying to find that back up?
Yes, most definitely. When you have a 9, it's like, okay, you can have a 4 or a 5 and it gives you a healthy heat score, but with Katie, it's like you need her to have like be comboed. So yeah, I definitely just wanted to get the wave, but obviously she had priority for the ending of that heat. And yeah, I got my turn though, and I got to back that up. So yeah, healthy total there, so I'm really happy with that.
Well done, Molly. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Thanks for the breakdown, Molly, as well on your 9.6. Best single high score of 2025 on the women's tour. Here we go with Betty Lou. Nice patience off the bottom, second turn, another nice wrap, just like she started off with on the opening section. So she'll stick to that kind of framed up wrapping cutback before she gets out of there. Real cool style. We always break that down in every type of surfing that you can do. You want to make everything look good, but you want to have your personality stand out, Rachel.
Yeah, this is a great wave that allows, I think, each surfer to demonstrate that personal style that they have. And, you know, Betty Lou being under priority there. Sawyer's been sitting for a while, and we take a look at this replay as she takes off under priority. Nice opening turn. This is obviously a smaller wave, but she's just getting her feet in the wax. I really loved that second turn. And she gets 1/3 one to finish it off clean. And, you know, neither of these surfers have anything on the board so far. And so that, as a surfer, being under priority and just actually getting something, I'm sure she'll be looking to improve upon that and not have this be in her score line. But as opposed to Sawyer, who's just sitting there with priority, the pressure is now really starting to build. And to find a score like that under priority just feels really good.
Scores in for Betty Lou at a 5.67. Jesse, when Betty Lou got on tour, she was so young, you know, being so incredibly talented, won in Haleiwa when she was like 16. And she kind of built an early reputation of intimidating her opponents very early. And it's not every day like a Grom comes on tour and kind of puts that energy out there.
It's the Haleiwa posse right there. Like, she dominates. I mean, good thing I'm on her good side, you know, because I paddle a lot of Haleiwa and she gives me waves. But if you're not on her good side, maybe she won't.
And I like that in a competitor, you know. She knows that she deserves every wave she gets. She knows it doesn't matter who's next to her. If it's the most decorated surfer, she's like, hey, I'm here to win as well. And she showed that to us early, even before she found consistency. And she was ready to compete.
Oh, for sure. And that's the attitude you need to have in order to be a world champ. And that's what I'm sure that's her goal in her life. It's to win a world title and clinch a world title. So she can't hold herself down from anyone. And as much as she's like that, she's still a very respectful person. So she gets both sides.
Here comes Betty Lou. Nice clean bottom turn, just attack mode on the right. Lays down the rail again. What a combination already. And it's a little slide, but controls it to right away, and then frames it up super clean off the lip, attacking her targets really well. And now just leaning into a classy finishing move on the inside corner. Well done for Betty Lou, finding flow and rhythm, mixing it up with variety. Red Bull skis there to pick her right back up, and she's eliminated the 0.5. Meanwhile, Sawyer just staring out to sea here on her home break, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, talking just before about Betty Lou capitalizing under priority, that's exactly what she was hoping to happen. And that pressure is just going to increase on Sawyer as we take off. This opening turn was just incredible. So much control, so much flair. And she's able to link this, offered so much opportunity. Almost slides it out there, but gets 2 more opportunities as this wave goes down the line. And having that last wave be a 6-7 is obviously just going to go way higher than that. And, you know, Sawyer, this is that pressure of priority of not knowing whether to, do you use your priority on something like this? And it's a small wave that she absolutely surfed up into another echelons of score.
Well said, Rachel. That's that first turn. How cool did that look?
That was so impressive. She went to town on that wave. So on rail, very technical, very powerful as we expect. But I think on the downside is just positioning mistake there for Sawyer Lindblad. Missing that 5, 6, 7 by pedaling and not catching. And this one, you could see it on the beginning of that paddle that as much as she didn't commit for that wave, she was wanting to get. But she was just a bit too far out. And Betty Lou getting almost a 14-point total without priority in the first 15 minutes of the heat. That's a huge advantage, and it's going to apply a lot of pressure to Sawyer right now.
So Lindblad looking to start things off on the lowers left. The goofy foot setting up her bottom turn. Nice little wrap back in the pocket. Hits it coming from behind the section, and she'll get a start. Probably wanted to get a little bit better timing on the finish, but just happy to get involved with all the reactions from Betty Lou's last wave. Going excellent. 5, 6, 7 to an 8.17. So I like that Sawyer got started, Rachel.
Yeah, with 22 minutes remaining, it's been slow out here. We've been seeing get a little bit more consistent, but let's take a look at this replay. Obviously on her forehand, she's gotten excellent scores on her forehand today already. Great open turn, and then this wave just kind of runs away from her after that second one. Looking for more opportunity. One of the bigger waves that we've seen of this heat so far, but didn't provide too much opportunity for her to really show what she's capable of, as we saw earlier in her quarterfinal today.
So now Sawyer getting the lift from the Red Bull ski, waiting for that first number to come through. We got the story of Tanner Gudauskas getting the call up to work with Sawyer. Tanner's hanging out with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, we got eyes on the water right now. Sawyer just getting that wave, as you saw. Your thoughts on how this heat's going so far for Sawyer?
You know, Sawyer's had a really great day so far, and we're just kind of creating strategies that go to her game plan. And she's had a slow start, but I like it. She's going to build rhythm off of that first lap. We talked about that as a goofy foot. It's kind of a little bit of a sneaky treat that you can open heats up with and use to your advantage. And Betty's such a great surfer. You know she's going to get good scores, so I don't think she's going to be rattled about that. Like we were talking about, if you're not looking at 14, 15, 16 total on a semis out here when it's good, then we just got to create the game plan to get that, and don't worry about it, you know?
You know, I saw you having this just before she went into the water. You had some words. What's the last thing you tell a surfer?
Well, I just was telling her, like, you've had such a great year. Like, we're all so proud of you, and you've earned this. So take it. Like, it's straight up, it's there. Your surfing's phenomenal, and like, I think we all really want the best for Sawyer, and she has the ability to go for these wins and go for titles. So I just said, you earned it. You worked for it, so it's here for you.
All right, thank you, Tanner. Joe.
Thank you, Kaipo. Tanner's such a great resource, not just for local surfers, but just even for just positivity in life as well. Tanner and his older brothers would always put on a Stokerama contest at T Street that everyone from Griffin and Sawyer would be a part of, just little grommet, just getting a free contest here in San Clemente, and they would coach them before heats. This is the middle of being on tour. You know, like Pat would be busy, he's got to catch a flight, and they throw in a huge event all for free, all for the local kids, and they all benefited from it. They created that really easy communication. If you want to get a hold of Tanner, Pat, or Dane, they're going to answer the phone, and if you want help, they're going to be there for you. It's really cool seeing this connection right now with Tanner and Sawyer, Rachel.
Yeah, the Gudauskas brothers just being such staple heads of San Clemente in general, and really smart of Sawyer to lean on someone like Tanner. He knows this wave so well, and he's right. She has all the potential, obviously, being here in the semifinals, but I love what advice he gave her of, like, you're in the semifinals, you're going for an excellent heat total, you know, and so you can see that in her. She's being patient, knowing what those excellent wave scores what those excellent waves look like. And Betty Lou getting that 8, that was a smaller wave. I wouldn't have said, oh, this is an excellent wave like we saw at Molly's 9.6. And Betty Lou just did a really great job at surfing it up. But you can see Sawyer just being really patient, knowing exactly what wave she's looking for. And it's been a slow heat. We haven't seen those waves, but sets coming. Let's see what these turn into.
This is always exciting. You can see the horizon just like to jump a little bit. This south swell still on the rise. along with our tide just for a little bit longer, getting close to the peak high tide. Priority with Betty Lou, and she has the lead. So it's up to her if she wants to go. Both playing the selective game now. Rachel, we got going with this heat with a few fireworks to start. Congrats on your second world title. That was amazing, winning your first one at 17 and to win again. You know, talking about longevity and something you really love to do. Congrats. That was really special to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's obviously something I've been on tour now since 2013, and it was something I was really hoping to happen again. And I've had a few seconds and a few thirds, a lot of those over the years, and for that to be able to come together and to earn my second, yeah, I'm very proud. I'm very stoked.
Probably felt completely different to that first title as we watched live action. Betty Lou running down the line on this one. Set up turn, right into a bottom turn and exploding with great timing off the lip. A lot of water off the tail of that Mayhem. Cracks it in the pocket again, and Sakura's looking to finish strong. A power blast again. She is in total control. There's some Hollywood backup right there. She on covered. And also Brody Sale fired up on that one. And surfing on boards from a local shaper like Mayhem, and it kind of makes sense. You know, like you'd want to ride a Takoro in Hawaii. Like you'd want to probably ride a DH at Bell's just because he's had so many champions there. You want to ride a Mayhem at Lowers. Perfect time for her to jump on the program, Jesse.
It's just such a, I mean, I rode Mayhems for so many years in my life, and it's just a board that fits this wave so well. It's so smooth on rails. It keeps the speed very well and has so much flair, and that's what you're going to see here in Betty Lou's wave. As much as she has so much power, you can also see a little bit of extra spark in her surfing. Beautiful carving. I just want to point it out, this last turn right here. It didn't seem like it was going to be much, and all of a sudden she gets that fin very loose and release to it and put an exclamation point. Like Tanner was right. They're looking for 15, 16 points because she's going to go to something close to that right now in the last two waves.
Her timing is so beautiful. When a turn is setting up the following turn, it's really impressive, Rachel.
Yeah, those second and third turns that we just watched, really connection from rail to rail. There was no pauses, and you know, her, like you said, Jesse, these last turns, this wave really got small down the line, and her ability to have so much power and flair in such a small section is just why it's going to go excellent, I think.
And the element of surprise as well, because none of us expected that turn was going to come out that good. Like, he gets the judges off guard.
So our Lindblad needing an answer back. The crowd's getting behind her through her first top turn arc. Connects with the lip again. Nice pace from Sawyer, finding a nice section to attack. Getting out in front, there's the wrap into the pocket. And fun wall setting up for Lindblad, and she meets it with a beautiful finish. Really clean backhand surfing. Kate Madsen, most excited there, biggest smile. Crosby behind him, all of San Clemente backing Sawyer today.
That was a huge answer, right on time for Sawyer. Obviously sitting in a combination of 16.24 right now. She needed to get back on the board quickly with something of substance, and she did right there. Bigger wave, very hard to read. You're gonna see it, the wave at the beginning has a lot of lips, hard to aim. But what I love about Sawyer, she always drives through the turn. She doesn't really just stomp on the back foot, as you see it right there. Beautiful spray out the back, gets more vertical here. And she's gonna finish it off with an exclamation point. The wave's gonna cope out a little bit more, gets up and vertical, and brings under her chest the front knee, giving her stability. Beautiful surfing from Sawyer.
Real clean effort there for Sawyer Lindblad. Strider Wazalewski watching on the Jumbotron. What'd you notice about that wave for Sawyer?
Flare off the end, just beautiful work off the rail and just finishing really strong. And to note, at the end of the wave, you know, she does all the work and she gets, you know, the payoff with the big backhand slam there to finish it out. But really, the payoff came from the crowd. When she finished that wave and you got to look in to see thousands of people on the beach and how much support that, you know, they're giving her and everybody that comes down here. I just got to say thank you to all the fans, because it's so cool to sit out here and watch the surfers and they do their thing, and they're, you know, you're watching out and there's nothing but the horizon and perfection, and they're ripping through the waves. and then you turn around and you see the beach, and it's just so impressive. And it must be kind of, you know, daunting to really, honestly, take it off on a wave. You've got thousands of people watching, and you've got to put all that away, package it up, and put it in your back pocket, and just think about doing your job. So my hat's off to the athletes and the fans. It's been super fun to watch and hear them blow up on the beach.
Hats off to you, Waz. Great job out there on the call here once again in the water. All-weather Waz enjoying the sunshine and having a great hair day as well. As Lindblad locks in a 7-point ride. I love she's just holding her nerves. You could easily get in your head about Betty Lou taking over, and now with a 7, she's got looks much better when you're not comboed. Now chasing a 9.24.
Yeah, like you said, getting out of that combination situation is everything. With 12 minutes remaining, there's to get 2 waves too. I know she probably would have hoped that wave to go excellent, so it doesn't have that requirement be so massive as a 9.24, but I think her wave selection there was great, and her surfing, she didn't look nervous. She was able to release on it, and she knows exactly, like we've talked about, she knows exactly the wave that she's looking for, and she just needs that opportunity to have it be in a single score rather than that combo.
When someone's chasing a 9 and you just haven't seen one in a while, it's a scary score. But when we came off a 9.6 from Molly Pickham and the waves are pumping, it feels a bit different, Jesse.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And also, how does a 9.24 looks like and it feels for yourself? Like, if you haven't reached that in an event yet, it's hard for you to try and identify out there. So it's not going to be easy for her. For anyone, a 9.24, it's not going to be easy. But at the situation of heat, obviously, it's tricky. With Betty Lou also holding priority. But it's just how the game rolls. It's better for her to be sitting in a 9.29 than a combination.
Excellent scores back to back. Here's her 8.17.
Yeah, this was beautiful surfing. That opening turn, just having so much power and control. Rail to rail, just so much flow in between her surfing as well. And Jessie, like you said, on her other 8, she had so much flair all the way to the inside section. It's so much power on that last turn too. The spray coming out of that was beautiful.
It's so incredible, the amount of water she displayed and how sharp she looks. Like, and I think that's the difference in between the 7 and the 2 8s that Betty Lou had. So she was just cutting the water a little bit better, a little bit more sharp, a little bit faster. And I'm not even saying it's a difference of surfing, it's just a wave selection. Her wave had more coping, they were a little bit cleaner. And Sawyer's was just a little bit more down the line. She wasn't able to get a clean lip on the beginning. So for me, that's why it went a 7-point ride compared to the excellent waves from Betty Lou.
Finals day moving fast. Betty Lou out front. Sawyer is a wild card in this one, trying to win at her home break. Sawyer will be on tour at the start of 2026. Remember, the tour is expanding next year to top 24 in the world from top 17. So if you finish from 11 through 14 at Margaret River, it just meant that you weren't surfing in the back end of this season. Sawyer trying to send this one off with a big win before her off-season starts. Griffin Colapinto, Yago Dora getting ready for Semi 1 in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We'll be right back.
The Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Hogue Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Let's dive into the Pacifico Finals bracket here as we check out the big heat that Molly Picklum won. First time she's ever beat Katie Simmers. What a time to do it. She's in the final. On the other side, we're still enjoying this battle with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who was able to beat a world champ and a local Caroline Marks. Remember, Caroline moved here about a decade ago. And then Sawyer Lindblad, the wild card, took out world number 1 before the semifinal number 2 started. So Betty Lou still out front, a couple of big 8s. Sawyer needs something big to come back in this heat to try to get a part of this final against Molly Picklum. Molly's looking for her first win on the championship tour this season in 2025. And for these two, Sawyer's looking for a first of her career. Betty's looking for a second CT win this year. During the break, Sawyer Lindblad found this left, Jesse.
I mean, that's definitely better opening turn for her. You could see how she could use her rail more because the wave was a bit cleaner. The wave does get a bit slow halfway through, but she does finish it off strong as well, so she's going to be looking for another healthy score. 9.24, it's probably not going to go that way compared to what Sakura has previously done in this heat, but it might better her situation.
Sawyer Lindblad, the wave during the break, gives her her best so far, a 7.33. And that's a touch of improvement. That's important. You know, 0.3, 0.5 doesn't sound like much, but it's enormous in a heat performance. Now, an 8.91 feels a little bit better.
Yeah, that actually makes a big difference from a 9.24 I think she needed previously to down to the 8s. You know, it's a high 8, but there is a distinct difference between an 8 to a 9. I think mentally when you're out there, you're like, okay, I'm chasing a high 8, and that just feels, you know, that slight more, it's still a big requirement, but that slight notch of more possibility.
I totally agree with you. Like for a surfer, for a competitor, like the mental side of things, it's much more reachable an 8.9 than a 9, like whatever she needed. So it's hard to explain and put into words though, like that feeling. It's just whoever competed on a high level would know what that feels like, but it's hard to put into words.
Well, I think just for scale purposes, like someone you'd hope would throw a 9.5 if you need that 9.3. You know, it's like that's a big difference in the scale requirement. So an 8.91 does feel a lot better. Griff's getting ready. Before we get ready for that, let's kind of dive into the mind of Coach Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, well, I'm not the coach, but I am very analytical on where these scores are being dropped from. And the two excellent scores that Betty has, she got on waves that were a little bit further inside, and they weren't the big sets, and they had a wave that rolled through before, so it was nice and clean, like the sheets had been pulled tight, giving her that platform to be able to rip into the face. As you can see right here, we got Sawyer on a nice looking wave. Wow, this thing could line up well on the inside. She bangs it off the top. There's a little ruffle though, so it's making it a little harder for her, but dang, that was perfectly timed right there. Another one. Close it out here. Sawyer looking for some big scores, but whew, we need some smooth faces, and then we're going to get big scores.
How'd she do at the start, Strider?
Excuse me?
How'd she do in the first 2 turns? That looked big.
No, that was huge. I mean, from the water, you know, it's so much different from the water and the land angle. So from the water, it just looks like every turn was perfectly timed and beautiful. I don't know exactly what it looked like from the beach, but I think it's all unicorns and rainbows out here.
That's right. Well, you said you're not a coach, but you're my life coach, so thanks so much. Watching this from the front-on angle, Rachel.
I loved this next turn, how she projected out of this, hits it, and just has so much speed straight into that third turn. That was so beautiful, so smooth, and it just kind of unfortunately didn't come together with this last maneuver here. I think stamping these out, like we've been comparing to Betty Lou's final turns, those have been really crucial on getting into that excellent score, I think. So not having that strong finish at the end will dock her, but man, that was my favorite wave to watch of her so far.
I agree, and I think it's all because of that third turn. She did already use that turn previously on the 7-point ride on her backhand, but just the section wasn't clean enough for her to get the spray up and around. So if she would have got a little bit more luck on those first few sections, she would have probably be looking at excellent scores on that 7-point ride. But that's just how that's the name of the game, you know, like the opponent surfer has been on better waves, even though they're smaller, like Strider mentioned. When it's a little bit onshore like this, you want to have that first wave to come in, tied up the sheets, then the second one moves in a little bit closer and gets much cleaner. You can see the difference of texture. Out the back, it's much more texture than in the inside. So Betty Lou identified that and got the inside waves, and they were much more cleaner for her to apply rail work.
Thank you, Jesse. Still enjoying our time with two-time world longboard champ Rachel Tilley, adding more hardware to this region in Southern California as we have a little wave pop up. No takers there. Who pushed you the most, you know, this last world title showdown when you accomplished world #1?
Oh gosh, I mean, the surfing that's happening on our women's longboard tour is absolutely so inspiring. We have our finals format as well. It took place in El Salvador, and I went in as second, so I had to go against whoever came to me in order to make that final round. And I had Honolulu Bloomfield in my 3-time world champion, and then to go against Soleil Erico, who's also a 3-time world champion. They both have pushed me so much, and it was, you know, it feels good. Like, I think when you're going against that, that's nerve-wracking, but then to have come out on top against that, you want to beat the best in order to really earn it. So yeah, that was a pleasure to share heats with them, and they've inspired my surfing so much. And you know, I think in looking at this heat as well, Sawyer needing that high score, but if she was able to come around and earn that, that just really changes those wins for you, you know, in the dying minutes. So she's sitting here with second priority. It's looking difficult. In my book, Betty Lou has had a perfectly executed heat. She got that 8 under priority, and then for the back half of this heat, we haven't really seen anything from her because she's just been sitting with priority.
Very true.
Well served.
Yeah, definitely. 50 seconds. Sawyer doesn't have a whole lot of room. Betty Lou playing a smart game with a serious lead and priority to shut down the local. Betty Lou has that type of winning feeling type form, showing up here on finals day and turning in some of the best numbers she's turned in the entire year in 2025. I'm getting pretty hungry. Board and Brew hooking us up with the Turcado. That's one of my favorites. They've got a lot of locations. Are you Chicken Club?
I go Chicken Club. That's my favorite. I actually had that for lunch and dinner last night.
That is an awesome program. Yeah, they got a lot of locations, including one right here in San Clemente. And a lot of the people on the beach got hooked up with a sandwich from Board and Brew. We'll close this one out. The semifinal running out of time. Betty Lou playing a smart game. She'll take this last wave with priority and move into a final to take on Molly Picklum. Going for the punt to celebrate. What a great women's final we have set. Betty Lou versus Molly. That's another one of those crazy rivalries. Can't wait to see what ends up happening in those last couple heats of the day. Gabby Bryan will stay in yellow, moving into Brazil. Big thanks to Rachel Tilley joining us for the call. Best of luck in world title #3 this year on the longboard tour. Griff taking on Yago. We'll bring in Mitch, Chris, and Kelly Slater for the call right after this.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Lexus Trestles Pro, and we are into it. Semifinals, heat number 1. Griffin Colapinto versus Iago Dora. I'm Chris Cote. That's Mitchell Salazar. That is Kelly Slater. Welcome to the booth. Welcome to Lower Trestles, Kelly.
All right.
Very excited to hear what you have to say about this heat because these two guys have been on fire this week.
Yeah. Well, they've been on fire for a few years.
For their whole lives.
Yeah. I actually did a coaching thing. We had a little a team thing with this company called Daphne's when I was a kid, and Griffin was on that. And he was a young guy at the time. And I was supposed to, hold on, we'll go through Iago's first here. Well, no surprise, in air. A little bit of a sloppy wave. Looks like maybe the sort of first wave of the set, and it didn't really pull the sheets clean on that one. So a little bit of bump to deal with. That seems like it's a backup to a backup at the end of this heat.
Warm up.
A warm up. Yep. I don't know how that water is out there, but maybe it's still pretty chilly. But yeah, so I did some critiquing of the kids when they were young, and Griffin was on that team, and it was, even as a young kid, it was hard to give him much critique. You know, his technique was really flawless, and you could see he had a huge emerging future ahead of him.
Mounted a huge comeback. Really, not a good start for Griffin Colapinto this season, but he's fought his way back, climbed all the way to number 9 on the rankings. He's going up against Iago Dora, currently sitting at number 2. Kelly, you've been up and down on the rankings in your illustrious career. What's it like when you have a bad start like Griff had, and how do you turn things around when you just feel like things are slipping away? This season seems to go so fast.
It does. You know, strength builds on strength, and a shot to your ego or your confidence builds on that. You know, you start to doubt yourself a little bit. You have some, even if you surf well but have close heats and you're losing, you sort of feel like maybe they're out to get me. You know, that you get this thing in your head like judges don't like what I'm doing, so you feel like you have to surf differently than you surf, and it becomes a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy on the positive or negative at times.
Yeah, it must. The inner workings of these elite surfers' minds must be an interesting place to live in. 30 minutes, 32 seconds to go. Iago Dora making his way back out. He's got a 5.17 to start. Will these surfers reset their positions in the lineup?
Yeah.
Let's hold on a second. There could be a set rolling through.
Griff. Oh, looks like maybe. No, it's a one-wave set, and it's kind of bumpy, so there's no real downside for Iago taking this, especially if it's only one wave, and he does that.
Yeah, that's what Iago Dora does. Just
hell.
when you think this wave is not looking good.
That was some Pedro Barros influence right there.
Oh, you got that Rio Tavares.
Boom.
Oh my God.
Okay. He's freestyling right now.
Yeah, and like I said, he had second priority. There was no, because maybe he did see it was only a one-wave set.
Yeah.
And it's on the left. You get out pretty quick, and even without a jet ski ride, it's a pretty quick back out. So watch the tail on this. Just straight, no pump, straight into a huge upside down, kind of disconnected from his board and reconnected really well. Good clean second turn with a little bit of speed. Kind of setting it up here, kind of aiming for the finish. And gets the tail loose there, a little risk at the end on that last wave because he had to drift the tail over a little collapsing lip, and that's a great wide ride to start.
Straight back out on the Red Bull jet ski. He'll be right back into the takeoff zone to meet up with Griffin Colapinto. While he gets his spot back in the lineup, let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge standing by with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Unbelievable surfing, Betty. And just thinking about your second final this year, what's changed for you that's seeing so much success, so much momentum, throwing up some huge scores, loving your surfing?
Oh, thank you so much. Definitely, I would say in the back half, you know, it's all in, right? We're all trying to make it to the top 5 and, you know, just push as hard for it. But yeah, nothing to lose, but just try my best.
Talking about the WSL Final 5, you've gone up into 5th place position with making this final. How does that feel to be achieving those goals?
Yeah, achieving those goals is everything. It, you know, helps your confidence and it helps your momentum, and just, you know, knowing that you're able and capable of doing the things that you set yourself to do really just brings the best out of you, I would say. So yeah, super stoked.
How do you prepare for the final?
Yeah, you know, it's a quick turnaround, so I think I'm just gonna go lay down, close my eyes for a little bit, and then reset and game on.
We'll let you get some rest. Can't wait for that final. Thanks for the time.
Nothing like the power of a good nap. I'm hearing this like a title of a children's book in my head. Betty Lou's Best Day Ever. And it looks like it's happening in real time as we speak.
Well,
Right off the
it already
bat.
happened at Burley this year, too. Oh my gosh.
What?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
It's not kind of, he almost sort of,
What
it
do
was
you
a
think?
make to a
Was it a
fall.
make?
Yeah, I mean,
he kind of, I mean.
I feel like he made it and then went to do a claim and kind of
Yeah.
fell off, you know, like his heels, he was on his front heel a little bit.
How unfortunate, too.
But that was a psychotic error.
That's the biggest error I've ever seen done at lowers, and there's been plenty of them. I mean, he really just
Let's have a moment of
defies.
silence for this thing. And the grab. I feel like it's a make. I call that a make. I mean, he only fell because he went to claim after he was riding out.
Look, no one in there is sure.
Why?
Here's the question. All right.
This is the most
Watch the
technical,
grab.
though. Indy.
Ian Crane would be, oh, he does a stale, doesn't he? Oh.
Wow.
Cool. So look,
Okay, right here.
he's fully there, but he's on the heel, front heel, and he goes to kind of claim it, and that's the only reason he fell off, but I feel like the damage was done in my book, you know?
I'm saying no make. You got to make it
Yeah.
abundantly
No.
clear to the judges.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
If anything was an indication that you think of Italo's at Narrabeen the other year,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
he stomped it and then didn't, you know, the foam passed him up and he didn't ride out the front of the foam. And
It's almost like one little lean. Easy to say from here, lean on his toes to kind of just ride straight for a little bit, of course.
yeah, he got ahead of himself there. a
Yeah,
little,
just
so-
stay low that
But-
extra second.
Wow.
I don't think the kids out there are going to be too worried about whether he made it or not. They're just like, do you see that thing he did?
That was awesome. 26 minutes ago, Yago Dora has lit this place ablaze. He's waving 8-3-3, and that was just a bonus wave. He got on
It
his way
was.
back out. So if he's doing that on bonus waves, what's he going to do when a set rolls through? And how do you take the momentum away from Yago Dora if you're Griffin Colapinto?
Oh, here he goes left again.
Kid is back on the
Throwing a little
escalator.
power there. Found a nice clean spot on the wave to do a carve, and obviously setting him for the air here. And the grab. And he's going to try to ride this one out, but I think he's a little late in the layback there.
They got a big decision to make, though, with the previous wave. Because it's a make. We're talking about the highest score of the heat right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because it could put Griffin in a really deep hole to just start this heat right away.
It's a big if.
You know, a layback, an air, a big turn to a layback to get back up when I was a kid was a maneuver when you fell back, you know. But as it's evolved, the cleanliness of the end of the ride has become the thing. But, I mean, I would say Yago's air right there 10 years ago was a 10, right? That ride. So it just builds on itself.
There's your answer. Here's your
That's
Pacifico
right,
fan
yeah.
pick. 60% for Griff, 40 for Yago. Yago's last wave deemed a non-make. It was awesome until the end. Filling us back, but here we go. Griffin Colapinto with the answer back. Blast the tail through this mid portion of the wave.
And it's funny timing because Griff then gets this one right as that score comes through, and he realizes he's in the heat.
Yeah.
He's not in a deep hole, and he's probably sort of matched or come close to whatever Yago did. And now you have an even battle instead of him trying to dig his way out.
James Brown, the big payback. That's what happened right there with Griffin Colapinto. So again, that wave from Yago Dora going upside down, inverted back 5, but it does not count because he did not ride out clean.
He's going to kick
A
himself.
3-point ride.
He's going to kick himself for that. I don't know how you go 3 from what's probably an 8.5 or 9.
Probably.
But yeah, that's the way it is.
Got to drop in a stat real quick, Chris. This guy right here to my left is the only person in the sport of surfing that's competed at the same venue in 5 different decades. Kelly since the 80s up until the 2020s now. How ridiculous is that?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And he looks 20 years
I
old.
was
don't know
I
how
was
it's
actually my first contest I ever surfed, it was 1980. And looking back, my brother surfed it the year before in 79. And I was kind of bummed I didn't surf in the 70s. I missed the whole.
The one stat you don't have.
I missed the decade, so.
We got 23 minutes to go here. Strider Wasilewski just witnessed Griffin Colapinto with a comeback wave. Plenty of time to go. Strider, what is happening in the lineup?
Well, I'm just, I'm baffled that the air of Yago looked like a slow motion aerial. The way he was, that's how high he was. Everything just like, boom, just went down into that moment of just, I don't know, beauty. It was like a pirouette in the air that just looked like he was going to come through and land it, and he did. And then I guess they didn't count it because he like went to claim or something. I don't know. I'm just baffled watching the replays. I was so psyched on the air. Just the performance, throwing down like that finals day. That's what you got to get done. But then we got Griff just powering through heavy chops on the face like that, and really just being able to set a rail and drive through all that chop and make it look seamless. That is really hard to do, especially when the waves got that chop all over the face all the way down. And then he finished for the 2-for-1 on the inside with the big blowtail, the reverse, and then went straight back up. All I saw was fins. So I don't know. I love it. I think we're going to have a great bout here. I think this thing's going to just blow wide open right now because like, both of them want to get huge scores. They both want to go massive on finals day. They both want to be in the finals. I can't wait. It's, you know, but great point. There's going to be a mayhem in there.
I don't know if Strider can hear me, but Doug Silva calls that a fin count.
A fin count?
Yeah,
I like that.
What
Yeah.
was the fin count on that wave by Griff?
15.
I definitely saw a lot of fins on that wave. That was beautiful.
Thank you, Strider. So at this moment, it feels like Griffin is kind of in a defensive position. So he had to fight back after 2 opening rides from Yago Dora as if he was just shot out of a cannon. But Griff, steady nerves, and this wave, he made it count. So he's got a 5.43 and a 7.17.
And to Strider's point, you see that first turn that Griff did, it looks like he might have been a touch longer board even than his smallest board, but he was able to really hold that rail through the bump on that first turn. And then his second turn, it cleaned right up and let him get a clean face. See, these first waves in these sets can have a lot of chop. You know, it comes from hundreds of yards out, and it can be really tough to surf these things. But this was Griffin's 7, wasn't it? 7 is
7.17.
7.17. Yeah.
Perfect size to surf out here, Kelly?
Yeah, I like this size a lot. Any bigger, it might push into the bay a little mushy, especially as the tide's lower. I think this is the right size. And looking at this, boom, there we go. There's a fin count. And you can see the fin count from the front of the wave that time.
Does it count for double that way? Or?
Yeah, maybe a little extra.
2.5 fins showing right there. 20:38 to go. You know, the phrase flow state, relatively new, but I think the first case of that had to have been, at least in the world of surfing, Kelly Slater in black and white, 1990 here at Lower Trestles. I think the ultimate display of a surfer entering the flow state. Kelly, when you started that event and made it all the way through the finals, that final day, did you know something special was happening as it was happening to you?
I felt like I did, yeah. Chris Brown and I were best buddies at the time. We traveled together a lot through our teenage years, competed all around the world. We were like 2 peas in a pod, really pushing each other and helping each other. And he helped me a lot. He got me on Channel Islands and brought me to Rincon and sort of the points in California and helped smooth my style out. And Chris had a huge influence on my life. And felt like it was us 2 young guys against a West Coast guy in Bud Lamas, and you had a Cocoa Beach guy in Charlie Kuhn against young, old, and it was a good battle, and it was definitely it seemed like a turning of the tides for generations once it was all said and done. But something really special felt like it was happening with the waves, with the board designs, with the way surfing was going. Christian had won, I think, a year or 2 before that, and you know he's really bringing in the air game. So the style of surfing was changing a lot at that time.
And if you don't know what I'm talking about out there, mandatory viewing is Kelly Slater black and white. Well, we're here, silence on the beach right now, and we've got an embedded reporter in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Kaipo Guerrero is with the Griffin Colapinto camp.
That's right, I'm embedded. And back to 1990, Kelly, I was in that event too. I lost super early though, but you guys all ripped that final. But Crosby, how nervous are you right now?
It's like a 5 out of 10. Griff's pretty good in these moments, so I trust him. But it's a sick heat so far. If Yago landed that air, it'd be a lot further distance for Griffin to get the score.
Yeah, I think he's still in there. What do you think, Cade?
I think that was really close. That was scary for sure, but Griff's locked in. He's ripping, so it's sick.
Vibes are with Griff right here. This is the Griff Energy Camp right here, you guys.
Well, tell him to get loud because there's 18 minutes, 13 seconds left. We know Griff thrives thrives on that emotional style of surfing. He's so calm and steady on land, but he's mentioned it before that having this hometown, backup has helped him, but also at times hinders him because he's said, look,
pressure.
It gets on his nerves a little bit. Yeah, there's pressure because all his friends and his family, literally his dad, is watching from the lifeguard tower right there.
Hey, it was a curse for Tiago Perez in Portugal.
Yeah.
And he just, you could see the pressure on his shoulders each time. I'm going to throw one more stat out from 1990 Bud Tour event. Our contest director, Darren Grillhart, made the semifinals in that event.
He beat Kaipo.
He beat Kaipo.
Yeah.
Todd Matsui was another good friend of mine who made the semifinals. I think he just lost out by one spot to make the final there.
One of the all-time greatest events ever. 17 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Iago Dora versus Griffin Colapinto. Let's take a look at the numbers. And there you go, head-to-head matchups.
Interesting.
2-4. So your heat average, about even there. Heat score, same thing. Max wave score. I mean, everything's very close. They have had 3 quarterfinals together, but Iago with the edge, and that's how it stands right now. That 8-3-3 looming large in Iago Dora's score line, but both surfers right now looking for that second score. Iago sitting on a 5.17 for his low. Griff sitting on a 5.43. Plenty of time left, 16:42. And we had Leonardo Fioravanti in here earlier talking about, recent history. This guy beat me in the last event, or the one before that. Kelly, I know you have a mile-long stat sheet of wins and losses against surfers. Can you use that to your advantage when you're going up against an opponent who's beat you 2 out of 4 times?
Yeah, I mean, it should either fire you up. If you have the advantage over them, you should be really confident and know that that's in that person's head. But if you're the guy trying to catch up, it should light a fire under your belly and get you awake and adrenalized for that heat. You gotta make it personal when you're in the water sometimes in order to really get yourself awake and aware and focused and trusting your decisions and all that stuff. So, sometimes a little bit of adrenaline from your fear of losing or your anger of having been beat before, it kind of puts you in the present time. I was thinking recently about how you can get angry after a wave, or when you do anything if you mess it up. And I had somebody the other day say, "Oh, don't let it make you mad." And I was like, well, sometimes the anger is the thing that gets you back in that moment.
Pushes you.
So you can use it the right way. But I think Griffin's probably pretty calm. He's really, really calm within himself in the last couple years. And let's see here. So this is one of those waves with a little bit of bump on the face. We'll see how Iago handles it. Pretty good setup to start. He's probably already looking for a section for the air, I would think. Well, he's got a clean face. I'm watching the screen, not out in the lineup, so I don't see what's coming up ahead. But really good inverted turn there. These waves are hard to place the turns really with flow because of how much bump there is. You got to let the bump dictate it. And a good finish there. He did pretty good for what that wave offered him. It wasn't a really perfectly clean face, and you could take a lot of time between turns to set up the bump and the chop, but he kind of went turn to turn there. And
can I ask you something though, Kelly?
Yeah.
At this point of the heat, if Griffin goes on that wave and switches into the lead, there's a psychological advantage for the local surfer though, right?
Yeah, well, look, Griff's got something here, and I would think that Iago's wave would have cleaned this one up. And Griff can go big here to start and still get out with priority if he falls or it doesn't look like a good wave. Cleaner fit, I would think. I think that lip's a little bit bumpy, but he did good to really lay the rail in there. Boom. Good turn there, nice release. He kind of needs that one, you know what I mean, on this wave to get back up in that 8 zone. Really good flow. Boom. Good clean ride.
A big power layback snap out of style. Awesome.
A bit more, I would think a little more power, a little more speed turn to turn for Griffin's there. So I think Griffin probably got the advantage on that. I don't know if it's going to go up to match Iago's 8, but in that exchange, I think Griffin probably got the better of it. Would be my first.
Time to think about it. 13 minutes, 26 seconds left. Did Griff do enough to take over the lead? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Lexus Trestles Pro. We'll be right back. We're back. Let's do this. Yago Dora versus Griffin Colapinto. This is semifinal heat number 1 here at the Lexus Trestles Pro. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and Kelly Slater. We're breaking down the action for you so far. Kind of controlled chaos. Some of these waves have some awkward bounces to them. Yago Dora's going right, going left. Griff with 2 waves ridden. He's got a 5.43 and a 7.17. Meanwhile, Yago's last score comes through a 6.27. He has the edge for now, as well as priority. Griffin would need a 7.44 to take over that top spot.
Still waiting for Griffin's score, right?
Yeah.
Or both of their scores?
No. So Yago just got the 6.27.
Oh, we did get the 6. Yeah, we go. So here comes one of those. It's not the first wave of the set, but it's big enough to have a bunch of bump on the face. So we'll see how Griff goes, if he just goes big right away, or if it lets him, if it makes him wait a little bit for it. There he goes. Oh. Yeah. I think he saw, you know, the surfers see that bump and chop, and if you can take a big risk right away, you can turn one of those waves into a big score. But, you know, if you just ride down a wave that's bumpy, 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 and you don't do any one big thing, there we go, 7.27 for Griffin. So he got the better of it by about a point. Yeah.
Just feels like surfers have a reaction time unlike any other, you know, athlete. It was almost as if, as Griff was going in that bottom turn, he was seeing the whole rest of that wave, knowing that that was really going to be his only opportunity. Take a look back now at Yago Dora's 6.27, and making a lot out of this wave, where from here for about 3 or 4 more seconds, there's really nothing happening, and then he escalates.
Yeah, so it cleans up in there. It gives him a little bit of clean face to do his thing, but you could see it was kind of, that was a little bit of risk, and it was a really cool maneuver right there, but overall move to move was a bit slower than Griff's. He's trying to kind of almost create speed instead of use the speed that's thrown at him, and then just a little kind of spin to finish the wave. So I wouldn't think anywhere near the excellent. And then Griff, watch how much more speed and power he goes turn to turn. Set up there with some nice control, and right here really jams on the back foot. Oh, we got live action.
A glassy mid-sized wave for Griffin Colapinto. Beautiful tail slide start. Another hard slam. Comes around the section. Activates that inside rail. Setting a blistering pace down the line. Griffin Colapinto. Everything is coming together. Was that the 7.34 he needed? He seems to think so.
And Yago now on the left. That's a good answer. Ooh, good answer, Chris.
Good arc there to start. Another good setup. Almost like a setup carve. You can see he's kind of biding his time. He's going to look for the big air. Oh, just goes the tail whip.
Get up.
And I'm surprised he didn't try to air out of that, because it's a funny battle when you're thinking, I just need a good score to finish this, or I want to go huge and get a giant score.
Almost just slightly mistimed. A lot of times you see Yago kind of do that classic air surfer technique of a little stall at the top of the wave.
So Griff here, good start, a lot of speed, spray out the top of that one. Boom, another big bash, a lot of power. And right here, he just got a little tiny bit stuck right there. And I feel like it almost set him back, so he wasn't able to clean that turn prior to that one out. And then he sort of fit those two in. So I think if they're picking this wave apart, it might be right there. He might get it, but that's what I would pick apart on that wave.
The previous wave was probably better though, right? And he just needs a little bit above that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Might go bigger, actually. We'll see. It was a smaller wave, but it had a better line to it.
It was cleaner on the face.
Yeah.
Just above a 7.93, so the judges loving the speed, power, flow that Griffin Colapinto showed them on that last wave. 7.5 to go. Griffin's on the paddle back out. Strider Wasilewski is in the channel looking in.
Well, I got that wrong.
So did I.
You guys got it wrong. I got it right out here. Everything, I mean, I don't know. He was flying. The wave was clean. The face was super tight. And you know, that's what I think allowed him to surf really fast and quick on that wave. Looks like we got some action going right here, though. Griffin on the backhand. You guys, he's up and out. Kelly, I got a question for you. How come you don't return my text?
What text?
No, just kidding, just kidding.
I invited you to dinner the other night. You didn't show up.
I'm just kidding. Hey, I do have a question for you, though. You know, Griffin Colapinto, the nicest, coolest, like, cruisiest guy on tour. Can you win a world title without the kill or be killed attitude?
Well, don't let him fool you.
Or have you seen anybody win a world title without the kill or be killed attitude?
I mean, there's times for both, you know. If you're really just internally inspired and at peace with yourself, you can do probably your best surfing. But you know, if you get caught up in a battle with another surfer, or someone you've got a sort of thing with, it can draw you in, and that can push you too. But I think when you're more kind of at peace and relaxed and feeling the love, you just do your best. You know, most creative stuff.
Way of the peaceful warrior.
Well, did you have to find a balance to be able to do that then?
Yeah, and you have to be able to draw on either, I think.
Pretty interesting. I mean, if you look at your world titles and your return to competition in 2005, you were obviously a way different person back then in the late 90s. A lot had happened already by that point, but what about the one 2010, 2011? Because those were consecutive and you were a completely different point in your career right then too.
Yeah, those were, 2010 was a very strange one, obviously, because Andy passed away, and it was a very bittersweet moment, more bitter than sweet that week, and it was tough to celebrate or to be happy that week. But I felt like I was really just in the flow and just cruising those years. 2008 was probably my best year overall. Maybe statistically was my best year. 4 out of the
first 5. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, and then I was just really mad that I lost in Bali in the 6th one. but it was just one of those years that was just, everything was coming together for me. And let's see Griff here.
Well, Griff is in the lead now with that 7.93.
Oh, wow. See, if he gets a smaller one or one of those early waves in a set, he's going to go real big right away, because that could, all of a sudden, he could go up into the excellent really significantly. But you can't kind of bide your time on those waves and then try one big thing towards the end and expect that big number. So you got to push it from start to finish. And look, now the pressure is squarely back on Yago. I said he was going to be kicking himself for that early claim there, and I had a feeling that there was some little momentum shift. And Griffin, I would say at a pretty young age, has done a lot of spiritual searching, and he can probably feel those little subtle things in the heat that a lot of people don't see out there, even competitors won't see out there. It might be like somebody in a boxing match, and they feel somebody's power leave a little bit, or their quickness just dissipate, and they go, I got this guy. You can feel the other guy's energy go down, and you can pick up on that.
Being able to pounce on that momentum.
So yeah, Griffin has pounced here, and now with this crowd on the beach, I mean, imagine being in Brazil against Yago and he just passed you.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
Yeah.
It's this crowd is squarely behind Cole and Griffin today, and this is a big moment for both of them, but a huge moment for Griffin in terms of getting back in that top 5, and Yago trying to catch up to Jordy.
This is scary. Needing a 6.87, Yago Dora. A little left runner. There you see the subtle little stall to set things up. Blast the tail out, whips it around, no problem for Yago Dora. Cat-like reflexes, and again!
Man.
Firepower on display from Yago Dora.
He didn't claim that one too early.
Oh, yeah.
He made it very clear that was a nice, clean ride out. So 2 different airs for Yago Dora. 3 minutes left, looking for a 6.87. That was unexpected. Well, it was expected, but it was unbelievable that he was able to fit those 2 airs, no pumps.
With variety.
Just took off. That little stall set him up for greatness.
That curve on that off that first bottom turn, the curve of the wave, the hook right there is so set up for a goofy footer to do that. And Yago is the best in the world, I think, at variety. I think Italo is almost like a video game, but Yago's got this kind of cool skate style. Watch the way this thing sets up for him. Backside, you can't hit that at that same angle and get that loft. And then look, the variety there.
Who's got more pop? I mean, he's
here we go.
levitating.
Griff's got a really clean face. He's gonna throw something huge right here. He's got to climb up to it. Oh man, that look. I don't like how that looked coming off. That was an ankle, maybe. I hope not. But it looked like he could have caught his foot strange coming. No, he's fine. But he knew he had to push it there, and he probably was hoping he could have got there a little earlier and got the air. Because with all that speed momentum, that was huge.
Kind of surprised he went for the floater personally, but look at the score for Yago, Chris. Change the situation.
8.90, earned every point of that huge score. Now he is way into the lead Griffin Colapinto against the ropes for now, needing a 9-3-0.
Ooh, look at this set. Where's Griff? Is he? I don't think he's far enough back out. Yeah, he's too far down the line. He'd be. And Yago doesn't bother with the lead.
He's a minute 22 seconds to go.
Griff, he could go huge right here straight away. It's not going to let him, is it?
I mean, 9-3-0 would be a miracle on this wave.
Great start, though, on this wave. Needs the big lip rotation. Yeah.
Hey, nice effort, though. And as you were saying, Chris, big bounce back after the start of the season right here. Another semi, you kidding me? Back-to-back finals days for Griff.
Yeah.
The big W.
It's going to be a bittersweet keeper.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. I don't mean like losing early, but you know, when you get second, when you get third, it just keeps you hungry. When you get first, you kind of you go relax a little bit. It's rare you see somebody back up with 2 wins in a row, but it's not rare to see somebody go semifinal to a win.
Right.
Rio White had a great quote about that. He posted it on his Instagram. I needed that loss. I needed a reminder.
That's awesome, yeah. Which one was that? At Abu Dhabi?
El Salvador.
Yeah.
El Salvador.
Yeah, because the waves were pumping right there, and he lost a close one to Marco right at the end.
Well, folks.
Well, I think we're going to get a hot lap right here. Let's get a little hot lap from Yago. Or is he going to hold it back?
I've never seen that. Big snap there for Yago. This is a victory lap. It's official. Yago Dora surfs his way into the finals.
Wow.
Huge.
We got a goofy footer.
That was huge from Yago Dora.
It's really cool to see a number of guys hitting their stride and hitting their peak at the same time in their career, you know. Obviously, Yago is really, he was a little bit behind and had to kind of catch up the last couple of years to the competition side of things. Griffin's been right there. Felipe's been right there. Jack Itola. I mean, these guys have all been like maximizing their competitive side, but here comes Yago.
Here comes Yago, is right. Our first finalist of the event, the Lexus Trestles Pro, rolls on. We got Jack Robinson, Kanoa Igarashi coming up next. We're going to force Kelly to stay here with us all. We'll see you right after these messages. Welcome back, surf fans. We are into the semifinals here at the Lexus Trestles Pro. The Yago show was awesome. Yago Dora is our first finalist here at the 2025 Lexus Trestles Pro. So we get more of the Yago show, and I think everybody is fired up. For that, he just took out hometown hero Griffin Colapinto, who put up a fight, 16.20 over 17.23. Big numbers in that last one, and more big numbers to come. We've got Jack Robinson versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both surfers caught a quick wave just during the break. Kanoa with a 4-point ride. Robbo just a .93. We've got Kelly Slater here in the booth. We did not need to force Kelly to stay in here. He wanted to stay in here. He's probably going to stay in here for the rest of the day. I don't think anyone would be mad at that. Kelly, So far, so good here at Trestles. So we're in the post-cut landscape. We only need 3 full days to run this event, and so far, it seems like we've got the best days of the window.
Yeah, I think so. The only thing that would make it better is if the wind was a little lighter. We've had that little bit of onshore crumble, but that's a whole other challenge. The waves are there. You just got to pick the right ones.
All right, so far, Kanoa.
We got
with that
Jack.
4. Jack Robbo.
And Kanoa looked happy not to battle for this wave. I don't know if that was the first one. Jack, little air, almost like an error. He was a little stuck with the bump. So he was kind of flat spinning and trying to get the fins to re-engage, and it just made him hiccup a little bit before getting to that next section.
Yeah, some of these waves look like you almost got to try to wrangle them from the jump. So with 31:20 to go, Jack will make his way back to the takeoff zone. That's going to give us a chance to catch up with Rosie Hodge and Iago Dora.
Oh, what a heat. That was so incredibly exciting. You need the 6.83. You take off, you go all world for the 8.9. Tell us about that wave and just the heat in general.
Yeah, at that moment I needed a 6.8, but I knew I'll probably need more than that because there was still time on the clock and a lot of sets coming out the back, and the caliber of surfing Griffin is, I knew I was probably going to need a big score again, so I just went big again. Like I knew like my board was, I was really confident on my board that I was going to make those airs, and the one on the right was so close. I like kind of made it, but then like got kind of excited too early, I think, and then ended up falling. But yeah, I was just like, okay, it was kind of hard to recover from that, actually. I was like, damn, that was like the opportunity to kind of close the heat already this early, so I had to like kind of reset after that, and okay, let's go left again and get it done.
It's been so fun all week. The energy here on the beach has been amazing. Have you been enjoying this event down here at Lowe's?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I love it here. I lived here for a couple of years back in the day, and yeah, it kind of feels like a second home to me, and yeah, it's a place I love. It's the kind of wave I like surfing. Yeah, it's been a great week.
And you're in the final. You got to hold it down for the goofy footers. We've only had Luke Egan win this event before. What would it mean to you to take this one out, not only for the goofy footers, but for yourself?
Yeah, I always dreamed of competing here. This is actually my first event here, and I've always surfed really good on this wave, and always like dreamed of being in the final 5 and having a shot at the title here. And this performance proves that I was probably going to be fighting for a title if I was here. But yeah, it's good to get the opportunity. I'm really excited and really grateful to just go out there and surf good waves. That's what we come for.
All the best in the final. Well done, Iago.
Well, it's his dream to surf these waves. It's our dream to watch Iago surf these waves. What a show he just put on, with more to come. Iago Dora is in the finals. And I mean, for being one of the nicest humans on the championship tour, I don't know if it's those glasses, I don't know if that smile, he is looking intimidating right now. So he's going to be facing against one of these surfers in the water, Jack Robinson or Kanoa Igarashi. As it stands, both surfers 4-point rides to start. Still plenty of time left. 28:54 to go.
Yeah, I think Kanoa just opened up though.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. So this is his 4 to start off this replay run.
The speed he's getting through turns and how he's able to hold that rail right through the chop is really nice. Great tail release. The speed is impeccable there. I feel like Kanoa, he can almost say the same thing about I needed that loss, because he had a tough year or two just now. But he watched this one.
This carve's gnarly.
Big clean face. Look how far he drives that back. Extra speed coming out of it. Bides his time a little bit to get the right section. That wave was a tricky one to ride, but right here it just opens up again, stomps on the back foot. That wasn't one of those sections where you can really drive the rail into the nose and drive down, so he made a good choice there. Boom, good tail release there, and brings it back around. So it's an interesting ride, because he did some great work, but it also made him kind of piece apart his turns. It wasn't a flowy wave, and they still rewarded the good surfing he did on that. Here's a clean one. You can see not the bump on the face, drives it all the way back around. A little layback thing there, got a little stuck. Watch the air here. And no.
Little late, had to kind of force that air up and under.
I feel like Kanoa's made some good changes this year, though. He looks really sharp.
Yeah.
He looks the sharpest he's looked in a few years. And
so it's, you know, changing surfboards, which surfboards, if you look at them, you know, they're all pretty similar looking. So he did change the boards, but it seems like an attitude change as well, which is seemingly working really well for him right now. Quick stall off the takeoff for Jack Robinson, cranks it off the bottom. Big carb to set things up, digs rail.
A little bit bumpy that wave. It looked glassy and clean, but it as he set his rail, that little weird bump line in the lip kind of fooled him, and unfortunately caught the nose there. But I think he was looking at that one like, Kanoa's so far inside, he won't get out. I can kind of push to start this wave and see if I get a good thing going. And also, it was a later wave and a set, so it was a clean face. So it was a good risk with your priority to get something going, maybe potentially start off big and get a big score out of a medium wave.
Now, lower trestles, of course, a special wave to the entirety of the surfing world. I know a special wave to you too, Kelly, but let's talk rights and lefts. This is really one of the only stops on the championship tour that is a true peak. You can go right, you can go left, you have to make that decision. When you're sitting out there competing here, what are you looking for in the special right or the special left?
Well, I think people don't realize Chopu is also a right on a really west swell.
For some people, like yourself.
I saw Jordy and Dane get back-to-back 8s in a heat there. Yeah, that's why I want to bring this up, was about the difference between Yago and Griffin and who has the strengths, who has the bigger strength with you know, front side on the right, front side on the left, and how would you compare their options of being able to score huge scores. I think the left overall it's harder backside to get a big score on the left. It's an easier way front side to get those big scores because you can go a little more lateral and get that huge pop out of the air and stick it with speed. So I think, you know, there's sort of advantage goofy foot, whereas I think the right is an advantage for the regular footers, but not as big as an advantage the left is for the goofies.
Although, I do want to bring up a point with you. Up until this year, the left for the goofy footers hadn't been necessarily scored as high as we've seen. Hausschmidt, Yago obviously has been doing it too. Most of the big scores on the left had come from regular footers.
Well, Gabriel won a world title going left
That's
out
true,
here.
yeah.
And he was throwing giant airs and then crossing his arms and going, how'd you like that one?
Basketballs.
But yeah, it does need a certain wind or a little bit of swell direction, though, to make it that optimal shape. But I think Cole was a huge standout for me this week. His surfing was totally on point. His power on his backhand is incredible. He was finding those steep sections, but on those lefts, I don't think anyone could have surfed the face like he did. So he had this real good advantage in those glassy face lefts. I didn't watch it super intently this morning, his heat with Jack, but I don't know how you could better on a right what Cole did on that one left he had. It was just spectacular. Yeah, great surfing.
This left has to be considered one of the most perfect ramps in all of surfing. I mean, you think of Sebastian Inlet, Santa Cruz, really where I'd say airs were pioneered, but they were mastered here at Lower Trestles.
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Fletcher, and then you go to the technicians, you know, Cremo, Justin Madison, and then the list goes on and on of what was possible after that. But
hey, Peter Mel was in that mix back there in the
absolutely.
day. I saw Peter doing flips on the left out here in late 80s, early 90s.
It's truly surfing's greatest skate park. And I think the left has this kind of condensed feel to it as well. It's a little shorter, a little bit more impactful. And that end section, as a goofy footer or a regular footer, I mean, you take off and that's all you see is that end section ramp. And Yago Dora is tailor-made.
But what Yago's doing on that first section is incredible.
Is the major difference, right?
Yeah, it's a major difference because anyone can telegraph that end part. But he's bottom turning straight into a perfect air. And here we go.
Much riskier.
Pretty clean face. He had priority on this wave, so an interesting choice because it's not a really big set, but maybe he was a little deep and he thought it would hug the reef a bit better. That was a really nice back foot, layback jam. Good clean turn there. Great flow on this wave so far. Lots of speed. Throws the air, connects it. Not a big giant air finish, but better than just, you know, a basic blowtail. So some variety there and really good flow and power in that wave. Also a good time in the heat to strike.
Yeah.
Because there's still enough time. I think he knew it's not one of the big waves, so it's probably not going to potentially allow me to get an 8.59.
But it'll improve on the 4 by a lot.
But he's in the heat. Yeah, he's in the heat. He'll get his best wave and another great wave rolling through right there. So watch he's a little bit deep, you know, he's behind the peak, so he's coming from behind it with a lot of speed. great wrap to start, and right here he kind of really gets it going. He's able to lay the rail, come out of that with speed, and boom, on the back foot. There's the big money turn for this wave. A little bit of whitewater on the face here, but that kind of made it glassy, and you know, Jack got a lot of great work done on that wave. That's going to be he's right in the heat now with Kanoa. Kanoa probably have the little bit of advantage. I think they like those bigger waves, but Jack totally maximized that wave, and I think Yago's dad's probably happy right now.
I like when surfers go from relaxed to rowdy on their waves. Good, clean setups, power carves on the outside, and then he really started putting the pedal to the metal and thrashed that inside section. 21:44 to go. Jack Robinson would need a 7.94. He's trying to get rid of a 1.87 and most likely a 4.4. That one comes in at a 6.67. It makes his job a little bit easier. Needs a 5.67 now. But do you think, Mitch, a 6.67 is going to be a keeper at the end of this heat?
At the moment, I think it will be. Yeah, I think everybody's probably going to have an excellent score, and then the backup's probably going to be a high 6 or around a 7. But talk about mental fortitude. These two guys have made major improvements in that sense too. And looking at the head-to-head matchups, Chris, 4 wins to 2 against Kanoa. And they already had a final earlier this year over at Bells Beach. But look at the one at Sunset. Jack Robinson that day from the quarters onwards, 16-point plus every single time he paddled out.
Unstoppable that day for sure. So 2 finals against each other. Jack Robinson with the edge, 4-2. And, you know, Jack's been in the Final 5 conversation the last 3 years in a row. Kanoa Igarashi had 1 shot at the Final 5. But I think we're seeing a new Kanoa, you know. It's going a little bit faster, more confidence. We had, you know, Leo in here earlier saying that confidence is what he thinks that Kanoa has brought with him here in 2025. And it's an easy word to say, but it's not an easy thing to do. Kelly, maybe you have some insights on how to build up your own confidence surfing, and not just for the elite, but just for the normal surfer out there that's maybe had a rough go. How do you rebuild confidence when it comes to surfing?
Well, I've actually worked with Kanoa a bit the last couple of years, through a little bit into the Olympics, but also just in the off season. We've talked a lot about board design and a mental approach to surfing, and my suggestion to Kanoa was to ride different equipment that's not really for performance. It's just to feel the boards out and see where it goes on waves, and just go have fun with your friends. Don't worry about trying to be prepared for 3 months from now. Spend a week or 2 on an old crappy single fin. You know, ride an 80s twin fin. Just to feel where the blend of design and surfing has come, because you'll learn different lines, and it might add to your own design suggestions to your shaper. So I wanted him to kind of take the pressure off himself. I think he had a lot of expectation. You know, 2019 he wins in Karamas. He was really on the up at that time, and then he had a couple of years off, not off, but where he was off, just not getting the results and sitting in the middle of the pack instead of maybe getting up to that top 5, top 10 result he wanted at the end of the year. So I think not doing well those couple years has probably been good for his mindset, because maybe you take that pressure off. Like, I was almost there, and then when you're not really in the mix for a while and you don't have that expectation on you, it lets you relax, and you go, okay, I got to rebuild something here in my foundation.
Well, it's working this year for Jordy Smith. I mean, that is the case for sure. 18:37 to go. Let's talk about surfboards with Kanoa Igarashi.
I mean, if you're talking about JS, Sharpeye, Channel Islands, Mayhem, like, you're talking about the best surfboards in the world. The top guys on the tour, they can jump on any of these surfboards and do the best surfing of their life, you know? So we're talking about, like, little nuances, and we talk about, you know, his designs with Parco back in 2008 that he won the Bells contest on, and then we're bringing that file back, and I used it at Bells, and that was the same file that he won in 2008 or whatever it was. I made the finals in Bells, and, you know, like, it's just, you know, my inner surf geek is kind of fueled when I made that switch to JS, and it's been really exciting. Like, every day has been so good. You know, I just had a coffee with him this morning, and we were just going over designs for Trestles, and just, you know, I guess it's just that constant curiosity with surfboards is what gets me going.
Let's add Slater Designs to that list of best surfboards in the world. Kelly, I want to thank you personally for making surfboards fun again. When you first started riding the shorter, wider boards, I feel like you made surfing better for everyone because those boards are kind of easier to ride in certain cases. They just, I don't know, for a normal surfer like myself, a shorter, wider board has been everything to me just in terms of having fun out in the water, and nobody gets asked questions about surfboards or is doubted on or talked about than you, Kelly. I mean, even coming to this event all these years later, half the people in the comments are saying, can't wait, this is going to be amazing. The other half are saying, well, why isn't he going to ride a longer board? How do you deal with this conversation? Well,
I deflect and I start talking about Kanoa's ride in real time. Oh, great start there. Got a good rail in there. Boom, that was huge.
Crowd loved it.
This is the best ridden wave of this heat so far. If he finished it off, it's going to be a giant score. His confidence is building right here. And unfortunately, the wave's slowing down a little bit, but I think the damage has been done. We're probably looking at another excellent ride from Kanoa here. And if there's another hometown hero in this event after Griffin, it's going to be Kanoa.
Yeah, a lot of support for Kanoa on the beach, and they're going wild as they should be. That last wave was hot fire. Kanoa Igarashi already sitting on an 8.33, still has 16 minutes left. And Mitch, we feel like that one is going to
That was the best wave of this heat, and my best surfing in this heat. We'll see how it compares to his 8.3, but there's a lot more flow on it. It was a smaller wave compared to his 8.3, but there was more just turn to turn to turn. Those first 3-4 bashes were incredible. And so watch, this is a little bumpy right here, and watch how he drives through it. Boom, all the way around. Big spray. Everyone likes to see a big spray. Look at that thing out the back. I mean, Jack didn't like to see it, but we liked it. And good, clean, solid spray off that third one. Now a little bit of tail throw here. Surfing right in the pocket. That wave's kind of slowing down. He's finding the steep spot. And yeah, I mean, that was just a really great ride. Great surfing.
And it wasn't an easy wave to surf either. I mean, like that last section
his legs
just
are
goes real
beat.
flat.
Look at his legs right here. He's tired.
Yeah, first turn's so much more different than the 8.33, though. The other one was a little bit longer, but as you said, Kelly, there's just a bit more flow right here on the IC replay. 3 in a row, and we're talking about 3 major ones for Kanoa on the outside.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy wave to surf. You can see the face is not perfectly clean. There wasn't a wave before to make it glassy. He had to kind of force his will into this, and boom, look at the tail drift there. Fin count for Strider and Doug Silva, and had to step on the back foot to kind of control that coming out. He drives it all the way around here, extends himself, full extension on the legs, gets back ready to build some more speed there. And I mean, it was really a perfectly surfed wave for what that wave was. I don't think anyone could maximize any more points out of that wave.
Surgical strikes all the way down the line. How important is placement of turns when it comes to, you know, the spray that he was throwing, how he was projecting out of it? Placement, to me, seems like an underrated virtue of great surfing.
Yeah, I've always liked to imagine that every wave has a perfect line. There might be a lot of different great lines you could take in a wave, but the speed and the shape of the wave allows for one line that's perfect. And we're out there to try and dissect and figure out what that line is and try to put that together. And sometimes that does include a little downtime. You know, the end of that wave was a little bit slow, but he had already done everything could be done there, and it was almost like the artistic part had to come in at the end. He was putting, you know, of a gym exercise or something, you know, floor exercise. But he'd already done the triple Lindy by that point. Is that what it was called?
30 to go.
Well, Chris would know better than me.
The triple Lindy?
Yeah.
Is that what that dive was that Rodney Dangerfield?
Rodney Dangerfield,
That's
yeah.
right.
Back to school.
I'm too young for that.
One of the greatest dives in the history of diving.
It was special.
All right, so with that, 13:23 to go, Kanoa Igarashi maintains the lead with an 8.77 and an 8.33. Jack Robinson with a 6.67 and a 4.4. Well, Jack's last wave, that 6.67 was pretty flashy. They got some work to do. Right now, he's in combo spot, needing 17.10 total. It's about as deep as a combo you can get. And he's going to use his priority right here.
Oh my.
And that's how you break a combo.
Great start. Great flow there. This wave's a tough one to surf, so we'll see how he puts it together here. A little bit stuck, but that was a great lipper. Really nice flow there. The wave's glassing off. It's getting better as he goes down the line. And you can see he's feeling it. You can see the body language there. And Jack's back in this heat, I think. I don't know if it's...
it'll break the combo.
Yeah, it'll break the combo easy. You know, I don't know that it's going up where Kanoa's last one did or not, but you know, he could be somewhere between those two. I don't know. I mean, he's clearly back in the heat now, and this is what Jack's been doing consistently. If you doubt him at all, this kid's got a connection to the ocean like only I've seen a couple people in history, like Tom Curran, maybe like Shane Beschen. There's very few people who had that connection to the ocean like Jack has, and he just does it time and time again, where he just finds a perfect wave and he gets in the flow of what's happening out there, and he sort of breaks the mold of someone else controlling the heat.
Well, 11:50 to go. Jack Robinson, we have the feeling that there's going to be no need for a barometric chamber. He's going to get out of the depths of that combo, but you're going to have to stay tuned after these messages to see what that score was. We will be right back.
The Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, by Outerknown, find your Outerknown, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
This is the Lexus Trestles Pro. Kanoa Igarashi has been smooth with it. 8.77 and 8.33 for the lead for now over Jack Robinson, but the fans are telling a different story. Your Pacifico fan picks are in. 67% of you say Jack Robinson's got this one, but 33% say it's all about Kanoa Igarashi. We've got 9 minutes and 15 seconds left to find out which one of these two titans of surfing will be in the final. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Kelly Slater has been with us throughout the semifinals. So we got 3 surfers left, Kelly. We got Kanoa, we got Jack, we got Iago. This is that big one from Jack Robinson. This is an 8.07.
Amount of risk on the first maneuver, obviously right there, and gets, you know, a little caught behind coming out of it. This turn right here would have been radical if he runs out cleanly. Still a difficult maneuver. I mean, Kelly, when you look at the context of the wave, almost set him up even better for the back end of it.
Yeah, that 2 turns ago, so those last 3 turns were set up perfectly by that little bit of a, I would say, a little bit of a hitch at the end of that 3rd turn. So he did the big air reverse, he did the foam climb, and then that 3rd one, he just got a little stuck, and you saw he tried not to make his body do that, but he had to really stay on the wave. Great start here. Now this is, oh man. You know, I really like to see this. I don't know if this sounds weird or anything. I like to see Jack in this situation because I like when he's behind and he has to really push his surfing. And we sort of see a different side of Jack. And I saw it happen to him at Winky Pop a couple years ago in the Bells event where he was behind and he had to start pushing. And I really liked where he went with the surfing. He actually didn't win the heat, I don't think, but it sort of opened up another level for him, I felt, because he had to like push a little harder. A lot of times he gets ahead, builds on his house, controls the heat. The other guy never gets in. He doesn't really have to like put it all out there until the final. So sometimes early, you know, sometimes you have to have your best heat in the semis or the quarter. Sometimes even, you know, your 2nd round heat.
In case of emergency, break glass.
In case of emergency, break that ceiling. The Wonka elevator, you know.
It gets weird in there, for sure. Well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, she's going to be heading out into the finals. And Kelly, I know you've been watching Betty Lou since she was just a grommet, and to see her trajectory in 2025 must make you feel pretty good.
Super proud of her. She's great. I've been friends with Betty since she was real young. We sponsored her at Slater Designs and Firewire for years. Just, you know, happy to see her evolution. You know, you get sad when you lose a team rider, but, you know, you always want them to do well. Cowley rode for us, too. He went on to change it up, and look where he's at now. He's won an Olympics, and he just won or got second in Newcastle, and finally hitting his strides. But I feel like Betty has kind of underperformed her talent the last few years, but maybe that was something that helped her develop more aspects, more depth in her surfing. And I would say, you know, coming in here, I was not going to be surprised at all for her to make a final. I sort of expected out of her, especially in rights where she's the strongest.
Like
but she's surfing
through
great.
A magical door and just found her confidence, and it's working. Second final of the year. She did get a win in Australia. So with 6 minutes to go here, we've got the GOAT with us right now. And Kelly, of course, the big announcement just a few months ago that the championship tour is going to go back to how it was. I know surfers are sentimental. We're a little bit stubborn. We like things how they were. And a lot of us are getting our wish. The tour will end at Pipeline. And that must beg the question, Kelly, 2026, will we see more of you on the championship tour?
Well, hey, I would never turn down a Pipeline wildcard if that happens, and I think that, I think there may be something there. We'll see. What do we got? What do we got?
You need us to vouch for you. Here we go, Jack Robinson.
Whoa! Almost pulled that back under him. I was just, you know, you guys actually were looking at your papers and missed my comment about Yago's dad earlier, but you know, he's looking at this heat going, Yago made the final. He's also coaching Jack all these years, and that would be a proud moment if Jack was able to bust through the ceiling here and take this win. But I'll say ahead of this heat, I had Kanoa as the favorite in my book, because he just feels like he's really building this year, and he's reached this other gear, and I think he's loosening up as this event's coming along, and he's you know, he is one of the fastest surfers in the world. That speed was evident at that Karama's win the other year, and in some of the small wave stuff he does, burly heads, etc. He's just tack sharp, and out here he surfs here so much that I think he would be the slight favorite overall, even though he's lost. You know, he's only won a third of the heats he surfed against Jack. So interesting heat here, though. Look what we've got out the back. What's Kanoa gonna do?
And which one do you go on if you do block him on this set?
Well, you let him go the first one, because I don't think the first wave of sets looking at a giant excellent score just because of the chop on it. Jack's caught inside, so they're out of position. That was a really good wave from the start, even though it was had the chop in the face. It was sort of big enough to clean it up. But the end of it's mushy, so I don't think any loss there. Looks like there's a few out the back, and if you let one or two waves go by where the whitewash can die, even a little bit of foam in the face isn't going to hinder the fins. They're not going to make it cavitate so much if that just, those bubbles bleed off a little bit.
Well, these bros react to getting steamrolled by that last set. Kelly, how good is it?
There's a little something out the back here.
How good is it to see lowers back on the standard season?
Yeah, I think this is an event that everyone really loves to watch. I think they didn't love it for the final five because it didn't bring in that real danger like cloud break's going to build in or whatever. But this wave right here, I mean, Jack sort of has to go. He has to force, because Kanoa's way down the line now. Oh! Wow, he didn't make him use his priority.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. I mean, that's a mistake by Jack, really.
Kicked out too early.
He should have forced him.
Should have sprayed him in the face.
He really should have forced. That's one of the rare.
It depends on how you do it. But
one of the rare mistakes I've ever seen Jack make in a heat, to be honest. I feel like that was a big mistake, because he only has 3 minutes left, less than 3 minutes now, and he needed to get that priority back so he can have his pick of the litter, and then he can just not think about the competitive aspect, but just the surfing aspect. And this, look at how good this wave was. Clean. I just don't quite understand why he didn't force the issue there a little bit, but we didn't see what was down the line. Kanoa
Yeah,
may
good
have
point.
never been. He may have never been going because there was no wall on it. So,
Kelly, the performances this week have been through the roof. Goofies, regulars, all you want. But once again, Chris posed the question, but the importance of the event to the calendar schedule as a regular season event for everybody. I mean, what do you take away, from this week so far? And especially when it comes to the industry, everybody's been down here so far.
no, it's great. The industry's focused here in Southern California. I think it was. Let's see if Jack forces his hand here. He's going to have to make Kanoa make a choice right here. Oh, he sprayed him.
Here we go.
Is that an interference?
Perhaps.
Wow. What a great first turn there. Can he turn this into even a bigger score? He's connected all the right dots here. Air. Nope, he's going to get around it. And little bit of a hitch there, and it threw him off. Well surf wave. I think if he needed a score, he was looking at that, but I don't know if it replaces any of the other ones.
Well, it's his 5th wave ridden, while Jack Robinson is on 11 waves. 807's Jack high mark for now. Kanoa, the 877 paired with the 833, a huge 17.10 total. We'll see if that wave eclipses any of those two scores.
It's an interesting story there with the wave count too, because I don't know if Jack gets that many waves normally. He's pretty selective and tends to be on the best waves where he doesn't need to have, like Medina, Italo, those guys tend to catch tons and tons of waves because they, at beach breaks especially, where they'll go for 2, 3, 4 airs a wave. Here's a really good wave right here. This thing's gonna be super clean. Jack's got his chance. This might be the best wave on paper of the heat. Great first start. Steep section, super glassy. He can use all his power here. A little bit of variety there. Waves slowing down here a little bit. We'll see if it builds back up at the end. I don't think he's got the score yet, but did he make?
I think if you say no to Yago's, I think this one's very similar. So
I just don't know if it was as good as Kanoa's 8.7 anyhow.
Cadence was a little slower.
Yeah, the wave at the end tailed off and didn't give a lot, but he surfed that wave good, and it was a nice clean face.
they still haven't made a decision whether or not there could potentially be a priority interference on the wave before that too. Because you do have unconditional right away, and the way he kicked out like that was quite aggressive, just pointing it out.
I thought that was friendly fire.
I'll point something out. Well, let's watch this wave first, because this was a great wave. Watch this first turn. Perfectly placed power turn. Good speed here. Comes off the bottom again. Maybe even a better turn. Here, a little bit of variety. Almost lost it, but kept it really clean. And now just great flow there. Gets the air. Didn't get the tail high, kind of a flat spin in 180. But the section wasn't an easy one to do an air on. This is the one in question, because watch, he literally sprays him in the face.
And you can go whenever you want, too. I mean, you have unconditional right away, so.
And that was radical. That was a great start to that wave for Kanoa. This wave was not easy to piece together, and he did a great job. Good flow there. I don't think that was the right choice of maneuver for him there, but he was getting that variety in, and then it just didn't let him finish huge. But that was a great surf in that heat from both guys.
7.83 for Igarashi, so he's going to hang on to 8.77 and 8.33. We are still waiting for one score to come through, the 12th wave ridden for Jack Robinson. Kelly, we want to thank you so much for joining us here in the semis, and also thank you to Outerknown.
Yep.
Hooking us up with
Massive
these
thank yous.
sweet uniforms, and of course, giving back to pro surfing. I mean, these events are not easy to put on, so it takes companies like Outerknown and the rest of our presenting sponsors like Lexus to make this happen for the surfers and for all the fans.
I'm super proud that we're able to have a company that could sponsor an event and get in that mix, because that's what really made the careers of me and all my generation and the guys before me is the sponsors coming in, and the Quicksilvers, Billabongs, Rip Curls, Volcoms of the world, doing what they've done for 60 years. So we feel there's a duty there, and we're proud to be part of Trestles. So this is interesting, man. They're taking their time here, and either way, that was a great heat. Jack made it a super exciting finish. whatever happens.
Ask yourself the
we
question,
all won
though.
right there watching that heat.
Is it the best way with heat, though? It needs
Well,
to be a
it was the
point two
best
better.
carving. It was the best carving and flow of the heat. I felt. I think Kanoa was a little more radical on some of his turns, but that was really a perfectly surf wave by Jack, and just comes in under 8.03.
Great heat, though.
That was great surfing. I mean, Jack can hold his head high. That was a great finish. He did everything he could in the end.
Well, at the end of it, Kanoa Igarashi is your second finalist. He will face Yago Dora in the Lexus Trestles Pro men's final. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, Kelly Slater, thank you so much. And we know you're not going anywhere. The women's final is up next. This is going to be so much fun to watch. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the calls out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
We've got one of the best rivalries in pro surfing happening right now in the final of the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. World number 3, Molly Picklum. World number 7, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Those rankings into this event before it started, they're already moving up quickly with points in the final. First wave goes to Molly Picklum. Nice sweeping cutback on the open face. Lays into a nice turn, enjoyed the slide, and then lays down the rail again. Really putting together a great combination of turns. Nice clean pace and tempo for Molly to control the opening wave against Betty Lou. This has just been such a fun new school rivalry. These two names are just changing the whole look of professional surfing. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge, and a Triple Crown champ in Jessie Mendez. Rosie, we can't get enough of these heats, you know, with Betty Lou finally getting her first win off Molly earlier this season.
Yeah, it's been incredible just to watch these women and the way that they play in the competitive game. I mean, Molly, she's had Betty's number, like you mentioned, but the most history was at the Gold Coast Pro. So that was only 2 events ago, Joey, so there's a lot of fire coming into this one.
Yeah, and I suppose it's like Betty Lou winning an event this year. Molly still trying to get her first of the season. Opening ride, Jesse, what'd you see?
Well, I just love the wave selection so far right there. I know it's a smaller wave in size, but it comes in a little bit closer to the shore and it cleans up and it just allows her to do some damage. Obviously lacking a little bit of the power on the wave, because we've seen it on the previous heat, some very tall waves with the swell filling in, but very well done surf so far to start off a final.
Different wave profiles on your home break, Rosie, here at Lower Trestles. And Molly finding one that had a really cool pace to it, where she didn't race out in front. She just got to go off the bottom and off the top and did well changing gears.
And just good flow throughout that whole wave. And I think that's just one of those waves that settles you right into the heat. I think come the end of the heat, the 6 isn't going to come into contention. Yeah, just one of those small running waves that, you know, free surfing, all day you're super stoked. It's still like a really fun wave, but we're looking for some of those bigger sets to really lay the rail in.
I agree with you, but would you take that wave in an hour from now when we're going out for a free surf? That wave looks so fun and dreamy. Like you mentioned, you know, if you're in a free surf, you take that all day.
Wow, the waves that I enjoy watching Rosie free surf, they could look like anything, and she rips them all. Sometimes sitting wide, but obviously comes down to being on the best 2 waves of the heat. At this point, we're expecting 15+ totals for a win after what we've seen so far on finals day.
And these women have been so consistent with those numbers. I mean, all through the morning, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has been putting up some of the highest heat totals that we've seen all season. And Molly Picklum dropped the 9.6 in the semifinals against Caitlin Simmers. So that's the kind of numbers that we're expecting.
6.0 start for Molly Picklum, and now Betty Lou sits with priority. Betty Lou's had heats where she's thrown away an 8-point ride. Has been on such a roll through finals day. Waves starting to cap out the back here, and both having to punch through. A chance at 10,000 points for a win, $100,000 for a championship tour victory now that we're in the back end of the season. But more importantly, points just to make sure that you are locked into the final 5. Let's catch up to finalist Kanoa Igarashi with Kaipo.
Wow, Kanoa, how good does that feel? A rematch and payback from this year's Bells Finals with Jack.
Man, we always have such good battles. Our heats always end up being super tight, and I love competing against Jack. He's one of my favorite guys on tour, and we have a really good friendship, and you know, it's amazing. We're in the water, we're trying to hold our giggles in, and when he got his 8 and when I got my 8s, and we were just kind of like holding it in, you know, and we knew we were doing some pretty cool stuff. So yeah, I love competing with him, and you know, I'm happy to get this one on this time.
Yeah, it looks like you guys bring out the best in each other. On the live rankings, you're number 3 on the live rankings. Iago, Dora, who you're meeting in the final, number 2. Your thoughts on this upcoming final?
Yeah, that's amazing. The quarters was, I mean, the semis just was so stacked. Me, Griffin, Iago, and Jack, I think we're kind of all right there in the sort of top 5 area. So, you know, it's crazy how, you know, we're all kind of sort of stepping up going into this really pointy end of the year. You know, this wave suits pretty much every single person on tour. So this has been such a tough event, mentally and physically, but hey, it's, you know, just happy to be competing here, really close to home and having my friends here. So just want to keep it rolling.
Talking about support, what about some words for your Japanese audience?
そうですね。また今回もファイナルまで来たので、これからが勝負っていう感じで、もうこのまま続いて頑張ります。
We'll let you get ready for the final.
Arigato. Thank you so much, Kanoa. That was insane. What a year he's had so far on tour. Another final runner-up for the bell against Jack Robinson, really solidifying his spot in the final 5. And you look at Iago, he's already bumped up to number 2 in the world. This is a high-seeded final coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, you expected it, right? And just to see Iago in the final, like you said, has kind of been a long time coming to see him have success here at Low Trestles. He said this is one of his favorite waves. Kanoa Igarashi's just been on a tear, though. Broke that board yesterday at Huntington, got it fixed really quickly, and still has that magic in it to see him all the way to the final.
Crazy to see him change gears, and wow, look at this. 2 good friends. They've had some moments this year, but gosh, since they're about 10 years of age. Traveling the world together. Kanoa's been spending a lot of time this season specifically, like stopping by Jack's house at events, playing with Jack's son. So they've really found more time this year in their busy schedules to really reconnect. So I think that one really meant a lot, going blow for blow together. 16 plus totals even from Jack in second. So that was one for the books.
Yeah, in the Quicksilver Young Guns era, you think about it, I mean, Leo and Jack had a heat, then Kanoa and Jack had a heat, and that friendship has just kind of gone the distance with the traveling and the surfing and the competitive career that they've chosen.
Yeah, Jesse, you had a front row seat to seeing those kids grow up, you know, and seeing what they're turning into today. Right now, Kanoa, the one in form, you know, for making consistent finals this year. And then there's Yago, the guy you told us about many years ago, and he just goes from strength to strength. That win over Griffin Colapinto, he's fired up. You know, to be able to come back that clutch, do 2 airs on the left, wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing coming up next.
I mean, that's what I expect from him. And as Kelly left the booth, he was mentioning Yago should stick to the left and do 2 airs on a wave. And it sounds so simple saying that because we know the strength and how good Yago is. But it's not easy to put on the work and do that. But so far, Yago has been doing great, and I feel like he's still yet to show his best. He had a glimpse of it on the semifinals with a huge backside rotation indie grab, but just went to claim a little bit too early and ended up falling because he was already on top of the board and fine to go. But I think he's going to tune that in and do even better in the final.
Molly Picklum will take this second wave under priority. Throws down a real clean carve. Look at all this open face to play with. Throws some water off the top. Lunges into the floater, and she will be a little bit behind. Molly out front, throws down a nice front side wrap, and now trimming this inside corner. Good pace for Picklum, and she's able to ditch the fins on a final turn. Really like how she's managing her speed. Great tempo. Betty Lou's ready to rip into this one. This one's got some size, and this is why she's been selective. Ton of speed, and she rips into a big first turn. Nice drive off the lip line. 2 massive maneuvers for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Wow, big away from her. I mean, that kind of, to me, in my mind, you know, you've got the length of ride from Molly, but that eclipses with that 2-turn combo. One of the best, my favorite maneuvers of the event so far, that last one from Betty. Just incredible approach.
I totally agree with you. I guess if Molly had that 9.6, that might have been the best turn of the event, but this second one on the closeout was so much flair and so much power, and how she generated speed off of it. But yeah, this is also a great wave for Molly.
Yeah, great first turn. It's just that one of those smaller waves that hugs the cobblestone so nicely. Good flow through there. Felt like she got just that little bit hung up on that floater. A lot of downtime to get around to the open face. But still, the flow is just, Molly's looking so fluid on this wave. But just, you know, it comes a time when you're like, okay, you're backing up the 6, you're building house. But I think when you're at this level, when you're in the final, it's all about going as big as you can. And I think that's exactly what Betty did on this wave.
Yeah, and it was, I feel like almost that because she didn't take off on that wave like a little bit late, it almost set her up to be just behind and on the pocket of the wave, and where the wave has more energy and more power, and she was able to match it. This first carve here is so tight, so on rail. Just ignoring that kind of lump that there was in the wave, and the second turn just extends, stomps on that back foot, drives through the front foot as she was going through, and airdrops off the sky. Not a big airdrop, but still very critical, and that was massive. She's gonna get such a good score for that wave.
What a fun rivalry, off to a bang here in the final. Strider with a front row seat. Strider, from speed and rail work, from what you've seen in the ocean, how's it looking for you?
Oh, I just love the comparison of, you know, going old school, Molly would have got the high score. But going new school, you're going to get the high score from doing those 2 big bang on the big open face in the critical section. So, you know, for me, watching Betty Lou on the better wave, the better looking wave, bigger wave, less maneuvers, but I think more intensity and more high volume, you know, in the corner, in that heavy part of the wave, the critical section. That's what the judges are going to really love. So, you know, for me, I'm loving Betty Lou surfing right now and her choice to wait for that wave.
Good call, Strider. We're watching this angle again. 2 turns getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so fun to watch the intensity that comes off the tail from Betty Lou right now, because she's pushing twice as hard as she ever has. And, you know, you can be on a good surfboard, you can be on the best wave, but you really have to have the confidence in your headspace to attack that and really put it together. And I feel like whatever it is that she's done over the last years, it has really just fared her way, gotten her to a place to where her mental game is tight, and that's what it takes to win.
Well, Strider, Betty Lou looking great, being more selective, waiting for an 8. Obviously 40 minutes in finals, so more time. You know, are you experiencing a different tempo or energy in the ocean right now? Is that system of waiting for waves, just catching 2 with more time, going to pay off also throughout the men's final?
You know, I think you just have to go with the flow of the ocean, right? Mother Nature's going to dictate whether or not you get waves or not. And yeah, having more time is going to lend, you know, into you waiting longer and trying to get those more higher quality waves. But I feel like, you know, you can't look away from a good wave when it comes. And there's so much strategy and priority and everything else that comes into the second half of the heat. But, you know, for me, I think the best waves that we saw today, some of the most pumping waves was during Molly Picklam's heat with Katie Simmers, and then after that, you know, we've seen it kind of slow down a little bit. We could see a pulse again this afternoon, but, you know, I love the 40-minute heats. I love giving them enough time to have a slugfest because we want to see both athletes getting the chance to get 2 excellent waves, and that's what, you know, whoever comes out on top is, you know, obviously the surfer who came up with the best rides and did the best work on those waves.
Good man. Thank you, Strider. Great reporting throughout finals day. Still plenty of time to check in with him through this classic with Molly and Betty Lou. We'll see Yago Dora take on Kanoa Igarashi coming up next. Chance to crown our champions this afternoon on a great Saturday. Head-to-head history is a wild one when you talk about Molly versus Betty Lou. Molly winning 6 straight. And finally, Sakura getting her first win over the Australian this year on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, just impressive head-to-head stats, and you just heard from Molly how feisty Betty Lou is as a competitor. But that recent history, whenever I talk to all of the surfers about the head-to-head stats, they instantly know what the numbers are. It's crazy how across it they are, and all those memories come up and bubble to the surface.
And actually sometimes they'll mention that they don't know what's happening on the rankings, or they'll mention like, oh, I don't know what's going on, and I don't think that. That's a lie, you know? Like, I know exactly. They're way too good of competitors, and they're way too competitive in nature to not know what's going on.
Having a look and committing is Molly Picklam using priority. Lot of speed off that bottom turn, throws the wrapping cut back. Nice wall ahead of her, but it'll shut down. A little bit down the stretch. There's still open face draining, but just a little stumble from Molly as she throws away priority. Advantage once again, Betty Lou with all the time on the clock, Rosie.
Yeah, I find like that little error with not setting the fins properly has probably been the one that's been plaguing the women's competition the most. And I almost feel like that's really came from Molly went out on the open face. She didn't stay close to the white water. That wave was going to start to steepen up for her, and then goes a little bit slack when she's looking to hit it. So it's hard to set your fins when the wave flattens out like that.
So a tough fall for Molly, as she's been here a couple of times, featured in the WSL Final 5 picture. We'll see what happened on this one again, Jesse.
Yeah, that's exactly what Rosie just mentioned. It's hard for you to set rail, and the wave is a little bit on the flatter side of things. And also, like you mentioned, she went way in front of the wave, and as she was regrouping, she was kind of a bit of ahead. So she tried to do that bottom turn a bit short, and when you try to cut short, it's even harder to engage. Mostly like, you know, you're trying to put all your weight on your toes and make sure you're relaying on that rail on the fins, but sometimes it's just not enough when you're trying to cut it short that much, and that's what happened right there. And it looked like kind of a decent wave, like very like stretched out wall and very clean. So maybe, like, I mean, not maybe, for sure a mistake from her right there. And let's see if Betty's gonna capitalize on the opportunity.
The two rivals shoulder to shoulder right now. Betty with priority and the biggest score of an 8-point ride. She has been so great with her wave selection. She doesn't overcook sections. She has a good pace. She unloads when she's got a big vertical wall in front of her. All those reps growing up at that wave in Haleiwa, she is more prepared than most for a big ride and power car. We'll be right back in the final after this.
Gia, and welcome to the Vivo Rio Pro.
A good sized wave for Silva. Here we go, Katie Simmers. Straight up into the lip.
The game here in Brazil is beach break surfing.
Dora, spring-loaded.
Ítalo Ferreira. Flops it up in the air, right around.
Looking forward to heading to Brazil for the next stop of the season. The Vivo Rio Pro kicks off in, well, a week. June 21st through the 29th. We'll see the world's best continue their race to the WSL Final 5 and check out the last event of the regular season. TD Pro, presenting sponsor IC, jumping in there to present the last event at the end of the Rote Hupo to figure out who will be in the Final 5. What a great brand. IC, family owned and operated right here in San Clemente, California. They invited everybody up to their offices a couple of days ago, and they had some great music. A local band called Tunnel Vision played. They played that famous song, Citrus Skies. Been hearing that around town for a very long time. Everyone loved it. There was a lot of great surfers there in attendance, some old school San Clemente legends that are a big part of that. So a lot to look forward to on the schedule to see if these two will be competing for a world title. Big set, taken by surprise here, Rosie.
Yeah, interesting. This one also just going, you know, just that little bit steep as it goes just past the surfers. Couple sections to it as I look over my shoulder. But, you know, when you talk about the sweet spot for lows in terms of size, I feel like those bigger sets almost just push a little bit too far. It's almost just not quite that that size that you would like for lows.
I agree with you. And it stretches out so much, and it also has so much room that it's almost too much room. You almost want something a little bit more compact, more curved for the surfers, because they like to be critical. And this waves are going to be probably better. Second and third wave of the set coming in a little bit more. Let's see.
Betty Lou is able to catch up to this wave. Steady off the bottom. Nice swing in the pocket to start. It's really moving quickly, but she's matching the speed. Driving now into her second opportunity. Big whip there. Great rails from Betty Lou. Throws some water off the tail again. And now identifying the end section. Crutches it. Betty Lou can do no wrong today. She has dropped more excellent scores on one day, more than any other in her career on the championship tour. And her support crew going crazy in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. She'll catch up to the sled and get whipped back out into the lineup. Big thanks to the Water Patrol, including that driver there, Ryan Hargrave, doing a great job. It's fun to see them surf more than paddle. You know, lowers, it's such an endurance contest. Luke Egan, a past champ, said, gosh, it was different in his win, how much hard work it was when you got a long right heading down to church and you needed to paddle out on your own steam, and then if set came, you have to be ready to turn and burn again. So he was thrilled when he saw the event staff feed light up with Water Patrol assist today. Waves on the way here, and already up is Molly Picklum. Nice patience, big wall, perfect positioning on the carve. Sets up the lip, she'll lean back to change up the angle of that off the top. Big twist and wrap maneuver there in the pocket, and she will lay down the rail again. Nice speed management. Beautiful rail work transitions. And now the Australian winding up, cracking it off the top for a solid finishing move, feeling it on that one. Her fourth wave ridden so far. Waiting for last of Betty Lou, last of Molly Picklum. Let's hear from Strider.
I don't know. I claimed earlier that there's, you know, the best waves of the day were during that other heat with Molly and Simmers, but I'm calling right now it's just firing. I mean, it is so beautiful out here, and those last three waves that we saw come through had nothing but pure texture, like a putting green on it, and it just looked like you could just tee off on every section. I'm just loving it. Sakura, you know what? Betty Lou is just attacking waves, and she's really finishing strong on the inside. Her closing moves are just, you know, where all the lights are going out, and it's just she's hitting it so hard, it's like an earthquake, and then bang, everything just falls, all the lights go out, and then they come back on, and everybody's cheering on the beach. It's like, it's really fun to watch, and it's insane. I mean, we're having so much fun out here. Look at that. I mean, you gotta love the approach that we're getting from both of these surfers, and this is gonna slugfest. I do feel like Betty Lou's going a little more vertical, and I think, Molly's going those big face carves, so it's just, apples and oranges at the moment.
Good call, Strider, as we're watching a radical finish from Betty Lou. Just starting with an excellent score and building an even better number on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, and I just applaud the wave knowledge out here at lowers as we see this is a replay of Molly. I love the way that Molly's approaching this one. I do agree with Strider, though. She's doing those open face carves that are a little bit away from the critical section, but just she's so powerful and switched on at the moment. I mean, 3 just amazing turns in succession. I'd like to see Molly maybe stay a little bit more critical with that whitewater. It'll put her in that position to get a bit more critical, go a bit more vertical. And other than that, the way that she's hammering these waves is amazing, but it's all about answering back to that 9-point ride of Betty Lou. Because when you think about it, Betty did less turns, but the one on the inside so impactful and more vertical. And Molly is really just hammering it a number of times, and the number coming just under what Betty Lou had. So, you're just looking at it, and like Strider said, it's all just like millimeters of space that you're talking in difference.
And we're talking about the best in the world. Obviously, we're being overcritical, but this is what's being the difference. I 100% agree with you, and I don't think it's lack of wave quality. I think Molly had the chance on the third turn to go up vertical, but she had one little pump on the bottom that set her up just in front, like you mentioned. She went for a beautiful carve, but not as aggressive. Let's see if she goes more aggressive now, knowing that she needs almost a 9-point ride.
Molly Picklum with a big wall, lays into it, layback blowtail, but can't hang on. That was exactly the type of section and type of wave that you guys were wanting to see her on. And now Betty Lou will fade the first turn. Already has an 8 and a 9 in her top 2 scoring line. Rips that section, she'll pass Molly Picklum. She seemed to have found the secret to success over Molly after losing in 6 straight matchups. Beating her on the Gold Coast, and now complete control of this final. Betty Lou pacing through the inside track. She will tag the finish. She is looking perfect today. Even saying she's been dealing with a couple of little injuries all season, it doesn't look like it at all. Jumping in the corner of Tommy Whitaker, jumping on surfboards from Matt Biolis, just making little changes and finding herself with her best results of her career so far.
And she's just so intentional at the moment with her maneuver choice here at lowers, and also just the way she's sticking like Velcro to that whitewater before making her move out onto the open face.
As we watch this last wave, Jesse, what do you think? I mean, she's already got an 8 and a 9.
I think it's just, look how beautiful the waves are right now, and she's surfing as good as you can. This wave obviously not giving her the intensity that she had in the previous waves. Mostly on the closeout, you can see the wave starts to dissipate now, and it lacked intensity. Like the first 2 waves are just big sections, and she went to town for it. This one is just very well surfed. I have nothing really to say about it. Just she's smashing since we woke up this morning.
Clean surfing from the 20-year-old from Haleiwa. Nice water angle on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, and I like it. Like I said, she really takes her time and sticks to that whitewater section before kind of projecting out onto the open face. This right here was a really good illustration of staying in that top third of the wave and keeping it critical so you can get that speed coming out of it and go straight into that next turn.
Now a little race, little water world type look there on the Red Bull skis to get back into position. They only take certain routes at angles that make sure they don't put wake into the lineup to affect the ocean surface of the next exchange. Such a solid team out there as we've got 11 to go. Scores are in, a throwaway for Betty Lou at a 6.57. Molly Picklum, last wave 2.53 on the fall, needing an 8.78 to take the lead. Yeah, going into the start of the year for Betty Lou, it was all about her previous best results, a few semifinals. She was runner-up to Molly Picklum at Sunset. That was in the era where she was trying to figure out a way to beat Molly. It was fresh off their semifinal they had at Pipe, where Molly even had a 10-point ride. So Betty Lou just kept on digging deep, kept trying to figure out how to turn things around, and finally got her first victory of her career earlier this season. As we look at the score line, 8.23 from Molly Picklum is her best wave so far. Be nice to break that one down. Jesse, what'd you see on this one?
Well, I think Rosie was mentioning this is an incredible, beautiful rail surfing, and then she gets even more aggressive on the second one. But she lacked a little bit of delaying herself like Betty Lou did, like Rosie and Strider, you guys both mentioned. And right here, she adjusts the board, pumps it a little bit, and gets just in front of it. She had the opportunity right there to not do that little adjustment and the little pump, to get up in vertical and maybe getting a finner or getting just attacking the leap mode, more in attack mode than just carving it down the wave. And I think that's the difference in between the 8.23 and the 9-point ride. Aggressiveness. It's the finals. She's smashing. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing, incredible surfing on rail. But you need to be on attack mode like Betty Lou is.
It's like so incremental too when you're looking at that replay and just recognizing just that little split second of being in that corner hook and doing something different as we see numbers dropping in. It's just, yeah, it's you know, we're here to break it down and really just divvy up what's happening in the water, but it's incredible surfing.
I mean, we're super stoked to be breaking down something so little like this, because that just shows how good of a surfing we're watching right now. And the waves are providing, and the girls are ripping, so it's awesome.
Gosh, so many moments in this event. You know, when you think about the title race and how Gabriella Bryan's just taking charge, being in yellow for the first time, and you're going turn for turn. Is she unbeatable when she can really grease away from start to finish? She was stumbly today, fell a lot, you know, talked to her coach, Richard Dogmar. She's like, I haven't seen her fall like that all season. And that was basically the report, like moving on. Just, that's cool, let's get out of here and focus on Brazil. Gabby, by the way, will stay in yellow into Rio. But now seeing Katie Simmers down, you know, having Molly Picklam's number, and now Betty Lou just showing that she wants to be a part of the world title race. Molly and Betty Lou, the two best surfers in the event, meeting in the final, and the scores prove it.
Yeah, that little stat right there, those numbers in that bug just prove a point. I mean, both of these women have been the standouts from the get-go. I mean, thinking even back to Betty's opening round performance was insane, and same with Molly. She's been dropping excellence every single heat.
That must feel good, huh? When you finish an event and you had like 4 of the 5, you know, top scores of the event so far. It's definitely a confidence builder for Betty Lou, that it's just really now letting loose on tour, in my personal opinion, and going for broke every single wave she gets.
Both these surfers have fallen off the cut in the past. Molly, her first year on tour. Betty Lou having to deal with that, and then dealing with shoulder injuries and really working hard to be at 100%. And those were some tough times, being young, but also knowing that you belong there and having to be sidelined. They both came back better than ever. And I think they're both grateful for that experience, all they learned having to get sent back to the minor leagues.
This tour is cutthroat. It's so insane. I mean, just to mention, and also Molly, I mean, to be sent off to not make the cut and come back and be in the final 5 the very next year. Yeah, just incredible resilience.
Great support here for both these athletes. Hanging out with Tommy Whitaker, he's just really impressed with the read of the wave for Betty Lou throughout this event. Just knowing how she can pace it when the section is soft at Trestles, and then unleash big turns when she knew the lip was going to be there for her. And so that was really the difference in them being on the best waves. Just knowing where to be at the right time on a rising swell is impressive. You know, in Hawaii, swells can rise and you blink and it's 100 foot. You know, for her going in Haleiwa, she knows what it's like to change directions, change positions on the beach, and she's done that all day long.
And it's so much like Haleiwa in that way, where you have that wash through set, you know that all that water's drawn out, so you quickly have to hook inside and get that double up. And that was like exactly what happened on that 9-point ride for Betty Lou. She waited that big set wash through, she got that double up chip in and went mad.
And not to mention the closeout as well. That was like toilet bowls all the time. Like, you know, like you hit the incoming section that it's much smaller than the section coming behind you, and it just, you kind of get exploded. But she managed to stay very low and compact and rode it out pretty clean. So it's just a way softer version of Haleiwa for her right now. So in a sense, much easier.
Oh, a ton easier. She's so ready for this playground, and she's got an 8 and a 9. We just saw Yago running down to prepare for a final with Kanoa Igarashi. for Yago. He's finally getting to surf out here at lower trestles at the CT level. It's been the WSL Final 5 stage for 4 years now. And Kanoa would be coming in with the most experience out of the final, just coming from Huntington Beach as we focus in on this season and the winners we've had so far.
So fun to see all the faces and the different winners that we've had at all the stops. Bar Gabriella Bryan, who's been amazing for 2 victories this season. Crazy to see the rankings too. Caroline not in the Final 5 picture at the moment, even with an event win.
Yeah, it's just been shifting. Gabby found her feet in the final in El Salvador. Isabella was runner-up in El Salvador and won bells, saying that was the best day of her life. And Betty Lou was able to beat the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons in a really fun crowd. And I don't know who's better than Gabby at Margaret River, because it's been about her going back-to-back in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, and the importance also, like, for Gabby Bryan to win 2 events in 1 year, that's huge. I remember that was one of Tachi's goal. Like, she has won previous events before, but never 2 in 1 year. It's like a statement that a world champ has to have, pretty much. So for Gabby, huge. And also for Betty Lou, she's 4 minutes away from clinching that. And, you know, she hasn't been on tour for that long, so that's a big statement.
Well, you think about Jordy Smith. I mean, he's only done it this season, even after 18 years on tour, that he's won multiple events in a season.
That is, I had no clue about that.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. For a guy like him, are you kidding me?
It sounds unreal. You're going, there's no way. Jordy for sure would have had multiple victories, but his time is now. He's still world #1, by the way, as well, going into Brazil, no matter how the final ends up. As we see Molly and Betty Lou sitting. Molly doesn't have first choice, and Betty Lou's one of the toughest ones to sit next to in situations like this. In a one-on-one interview we did with Molly, it's on worldsurfleague.com, we just brought up Betty Lou's name, and she just go, okay, let's talk, you know? And there's a couple of clips from that in the lead up to this final released, and she was just saying like how hard she pushes, you know, the entire tour. And Molly loves it because she's like, okay, I'm going to push back. And they know they can get away with a lot with each other, with hassling and positioning and really pushing each other. And they both thrive off it, you know. And to have them both in finals at this stage, it's a testament to that really fun rivalry they've had for, gosh, about 4 or 5 years now.
And it's fun. I mean, as friendly as you are on land, the fact that you can have someone that gets under your skin so significantly when you hit the lineup and compete against each other, that's where you thrive as a competitor. That's when it kind of lifts up the whole level of what we're seeing in front of us. So, yeah, we're stoked for it.
2:25 on the clock, both with big reputations in hollow waves. Betty Lou's done incredible at Pipeline, just like Molly. Molly swings hard in Tahiti, sometimes a little too sendy at times. She's had some crazy wipeouts out there. But you'd like their chances if they both were at Cloudbreak and it was 6 to 8 foot and pumping. That would be really a fun clash to look forward to. At the moment, they're both in the Final 5. Betty Lou just got in with a performance throughout this event. And now she's just going to try to hang on to that spot and try to solidify it with Brazil, J-Bay, and Tahiti remaining on the calendar following this one. Molly's just trying to look out to sea and ignore that she's got a big shadow behind her. And without priority, Jessie, she doesn't really have options because she needs a set wave. There's nothing really to chase at this point of the final.
Yeah, rotation. You got to let the rotation go. You're going to need to sell an 8.78 to Betty Lou or something that looks kind of similar to that and hope there's a second wave. But for her luck, we're in a building swell. Every set that's come pretty much, there's been 2 or 3 waves. So.
And I mean, the left's also an option. I mean, we saw Molly get an 8-point round on her backhand earlier in competition. So there's always that little weapon that's in her back pocket if she gets to split the peak.
Do you think, though, Betty Lou, with a minute left, would let that left go? Or do you think she'd just block it just for blocking?
Yeah, no, there's no way Betty Lou's going to let Molly have an inch in this lineup. But, you know, look at Molly. She's like, just send me something.
Isn't that what Caitlin Simmers was telling her in the previous heat? Like, just give me an opportunity or something?
That was it. 35 seconds on the clock. Megan Abubo and Rochelle Ballard won events out here lowers in the mid-90s. Then it turned into what felt like a world champs event from Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright getting wins. And then a beautiful emotional victory in 2017 for the great Silvana Lima when she was on maybe her 9th comeback in pro surfing after severe knee injuries, sponsor changes, and now we're back in 2025 as we close this one down. Betty Lou, you little legend, you've just won lowers. The Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is the champion, defeating her longtime rival of Molly Picklum. 2 event wins in the same season here in 2025.
Be careful, please. Like,
you have a long year ahead of you.
Just 20 years of age and finding her form, her best season to date, and Molly finding so much consistency, her 2nd final of the year, and this is the fun part of the tour. Heat's over, they're having a blast doing some go-behinds, and they'll ride the same wave in together. Congrats to both of our finalists, and once again for Betty Lou, pure joy.
Thumbs up.
2 event wins this season. Incredible. Well done, Betty Lou. That was insane. Molly, incredible stuff.
And the way she's done it too, you know, from just owning the highlight reels. She'll be all over the 805 post show.
The boys have a big task in front of them because that was an amazing surfing from both of the surfers. Just beautiful to watch. Oh!
Heat's already on. Yago Dora comes flying into screen as they've already counted in the men's final. And Dora sticking to the plan of the lowers left and starting off with a bang. Now world number 2, knowing he wanted to start big against the regular foot Kanoa Igarashi, who's right behind him on the rankings at world number 3.
You just giggle. Like, it's unfathomable what he's doing right there. That lofty air right into our vision, right into our field of view, announcing that the final is on.
I knew he didn't peak yet. Like, I could tell, like, there's lack of, like, maybe waves sometimes that he just didn't have the like a coping for him to do something like he did. I mean, he had it on the right and he went to claim and fell, but not on the left, and that's why, because this is psycho. Like, if you see him just eyeing it down that section, make sure he delays himself to be in the most critical part. Landing backwards in such a bowly pocket, like there's so much air under the board. It's a disaster. It should be a disaster, but he somehow pulled it off and finished off the wave as smooth as it gets. Beautiful from Yago.
And when you're thinking about what the judges are asking for, I mean, this is a functional degree of difficulty, like off the charts. Like, no one is doing this. Like, no grab, just lofting it into that windy section. That nose just regathers itself right there. Those feet shift. He shifts it back onto the tail pad and gets ready to wind up this next turn.
That was gigantic. And to do it on the very first section, of course, Yago Dora would go for that to start off with an absolute bang on the opening ride of the final, and then to grease the finish. That was unbelievable.
I agree with you, Jesse, too, though, because I've been watching him every time we do a posting interview. Every time he comes and grabs his contest jersey, his demeanor is so calm. Like, he's bubbling and simmering under the surface. So it's just cool to see him save his best for last and bring this kind of surfing.
Finals already underway, but let's catch up to our first champion, Betty Lou with Strider.
Yeah, no, it was mental. Hi. Oh, sorry, we almost got taken out by a little wave there. Betty Lou, I mean, Betty, that was amazing. You are our 2025 Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown champion. 2 wins this year. You're on fire. There's got to be a little, you tell me there was a secret to pushing harder.
Honestly, the secret is just staying happy and being surrounded by your loved ones. Definitely the support this year has been incredible, and I'm just super grateful.
Well, we love to see the second gear kicking in, pushing through, trying to make sure you're there for the final 5.
Yeah, just, second gear, keep it there, maybe get into 4th later on next season, but definitely just, there's nothing to lose right here. We're just trying to get to the top 5. That's the goal, but enjoying the process and taking it, wave by wave. That's like the only thing you have to do is keep it simple. But yeah, let's bring it on.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll let you go celebrate. I feel like you deserve a lap around the inside, a victory lap, so everybody on the beach can cheer for you. Congratulations, young lady.
Thank you so much, Strider. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone who's tuned in and supported me. Lowers has been incredible, and it's so great to have the memories back when I was 12 years old.
Right on. Congratulations, young lady. 2025 champ here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. Yeah, girl. Batty Lou, let's go!
Thank you, Strider. Congrats, Betty Lou. Just surrounded by loved ones. Her mom was in tears at Burley. I'm sure it's happening again. 2 wins in the same season and a pretty great spot into the final 5. Well, Yago went crazy on the left. Kanoa answering on his first right, going so fast into that first turn. Yago's up again. Fun skate part section, just throwing down a wrapping turn. Nice spray off the tail again. Just hammering a ton of maneuvers. And now getting to the tail end. Tail exploding to the sky again. He did it on the first section on his opener, saved it for the end section on his second scoring ride.
Just yeah, just setting that rail on the opening encounter, and just you know, that medium-sized wave too. Jesse, you spoke about it, wanting to see him go on the left, get a couple reps. I definitely feel like he's tapped into a rhythm out here. Those lefts have obviously been providing for him, but just backing up that 9.53 very quickly here in the final.
It's a scary rhythm that he's about to click in, because starting off with a 9.53, it's a huge confidence booster, and he's just showman. He loves that. And right here, finding this smaller wave, just he knows he needs to back himself up and apply pressure in Kanoa, because Kanoa is fierce competitor. Beautiful rail work right there for him. Using all the body energy to generate speed, because that wave is gutless. Make sure it's always stay high. It's never flat. Any of his airs are flat. So good backup here for Yago.
What a big start, though. Like Rosie mentioned, 9.53 on the opener of Yago. Kanoa really needed to go fast on this one.
Yeah, and he knows that, and he's just electrifying with that speed. You know, he did one of the best opening carves that I've ever seen in the opening rounds, and now he's trying to use that weapon again on this wave, speeding down the line. This wave just has that little flatter section to it, but Kanoa just going to work. 3-turn combo there. Really good answer back.
That fast, laying down the rail and holding it that long, Rosie?
Just, I think the balance, Joe, when I'm looking at like the technicality of that maneuver, he's kind of laying that rail, and the weight and unweight transition from the back arm to the front arm as he's moving that rail through the water and staying low. It's just so crucial to this technique that Kanoa's used to so much success out here. What an answer back to Yago's 9.53.
I really enjoyed it. Just a real difference in approach, and the amount of speed he had, the length of time he was holding onto that rail, going that fast. I mean, the degree of difficulties through the roof there. And then even finished strong with a big fin throw. Kanoa, a serious answer, knowing that Yago went absolutely loony on his first wave. Kanoa gets a score in. It's a 7.33, so a separation there between the 9.53 for Yago Dora. Yago's second scoring wave comes in at a 6.0. Now Kanoa with priority. And we still have 32 and a half minutes to go as the chair is already underway for Betty Lou. Boyfriend for Betty Lou, Brody Sale, and also local hero, Cole Hausman. Anytime there's a chair responsibility, Cole usually gets tagged. You got this one?
You kind of need someone that's equal heights, though, because Cole, you don't want to be lopsided. Yeah. So, yeah, Brody taking the highest side. I mean, he's not a short guy, but he still had a couple inches to make up there.
Just see a quick up and down from Kanoa as Yago's hanging on to priority. Igarashi into another final this year. His first major win was back at Karama. Seems a long time ago now when he beat Jeremy Flores. That final's actually insane. If you want to rewatch that, you can go to worldsurfleague.com and enjoy the heat analyzer. Jeremy was very close to winning that final that day. And for Kanoa, it's just been a turnaround type year. You know, after a silver medal, finishing in the top 5, he was able to just regroup after, you know, a season where he didn't accomplish too much following the busyness of that Olympic year. And now into the best role of his career, joining forces once again with Jake the Snake Patterson. Let's hear from a champion. Betty Lou is with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Betty Lou, congratulations. What a victory. Less is truly more when it comes to that final right there. Wave selection on point. Most importantly, you're the most consistent surfer of the event. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Yeah, you know, just finding my rhythm and picking my waves and, you know, just pushing as hard as I can, but knowing the wave limits as well. But yeah, overall, just super happy how I was able to overcome each heat and just, you know, take it out. And I'm so psyched to bring this one home.
2 wins so far this season. Major change, though, with Mayhem. I mean, having that kind of support crew right here, the relationship between you, Matt, and Gian, what's it been like so far in 2025?
Yes, it's been unreal. Their support has been so special to me, and they've helped nail down my boards. The team is incredible. They worked so hard, and I'm super grateful because without their magic tricks, we wouldn't be able to do what we do out in the ocean. So I'm super grateful for them.
Big congrats. And let's hear, ladies and gentlemen, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, your Lexus Trestles Pro champion, guys.
Thank you so much, Mitch. That is a happy champion. Very humble in her victories, too. She likes to soak it all in and really feel the energy of what's been a remarkable day. Remember, Betty Lou had to surf in the quarters this morning. You know, we had the top half of the draw set. As we see Kanoa Igarashi fight for the lead now. 2-time U.S. Open champ underway. Goes down a nice bit of water right there. And there's that vertical slide that he has locked in ever since he was a little kid at lowers. Frames it up well with the tail blow and a nice, cool, comfortable, confident look at the fans on the beach and the panel.
Wow, he pounced on that wave. As soon as he saw Iago kind of turn his nose up at it, he was all about that slingshot into it. Kanoa deciding that that wave was good enough to take underneath priority there.
I love seeing that extra 5% that the surfers always bring on the finals day. Like, they're so in tune with the equipment, with the waves, and they're so confident because they already put the nerves to the side on the first few rounds that you can notice, like, every turn has a little bit more than you expect. Like, obviously this one's a setup, but you're gonna see this layback here and then how much acceleration he gets. Beautiful board slide, putting the tail all the way back around, but somehow coming out with speed. And right here, once again, that tail drift right on the end. A little 5% is so hard to reach when you're a surfer in that top level.
I also find just the way that he puts himself in a position to bottom turn around the white water and get that projection up is like, that timing is what we've seen throughout the week, and it's such an advantage having that technique out here at lowers.
They'll cycle. Look at all those turns. They're all hanging up on the top, and it's incredible. Kanoa is ripping right now.
Every single one different too, like the point of emphasis on a different part of the rail, pushing his fins out and doing something a little bit more spicy.
And a deep quiver with JS Industries making that change this year. And kind of wild when you hear the story of him breaking his magic board. He said kind of messing around, you know, jumping in the water with some good friends. You know, Kanoa's got about 5 homes around the world. You know, he loves his crew in Southern California. It's hard on tour. You're in a big event, you got a day off, everyone wants to see it. It's like, I don't know why I brought my magic board out for just kind of a fun mess around surf. You know, he knows better, but gosh, it just speaks to his friends who can do ding repair, get his board ready overnight, and it's still looking like it's got all the magic it needs to perform in this final. Kanoa Igarashi hits the jackpot again, 777 for his best numbers so far. Needs another one to take the lead from Iago Dora.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
History being written right in front of our very eyes and the eyes of the fans here on the beach here in Southern California, a place called San Clemente, big part of the California State Parks, and a wave called Lower Trestles, one of the most rippable waves on the planet. Do the biggest carve of your life, the biggest air, biggest combo, and if you're Yago Dora, you could start the final with a 9.53 as we enjoy this one on the IC replay. Yago Dora lighting up another punt to start on wave number 3, Jesse.
This is another smaller wave for him, but just making sure he's maximizing. I actually didn't expect for that to be an excellent wave compared to Kanoa 7.7, but that was beautiful surfing from Yago. Smaller wave, very technical, obviously, mixing it up every maneuver and going to town.
And here's Kanoa Igarashi coming off a nice carve. Big wall, starting to wait for him there, checks it quickly. Wants to keep up the pace for the rest of it. Just speed floats to get down the stretch and then redirects for a full roundhouse. Big vertical rebound as well. Bit of a throwback with some modern day shredding from Kanoa. Loving the rights. It's been about Yago on the left. So yeah, smaller left from Dora, but still turns it into excellence. 9.53 and then an 8.0 for 2 big punts. And then Kanoa's from the beginning, Rosie.
Yeah, so Kanoa just finding that that answer back as we have a look at him looking down the line, just telescoping down the section, just keeping that speed up as he floats through these numbers of sections and lays that rail. Love the roundhouse cutback, going vertical. But yeah, you think about Yago as we watch him now.
Just still punting on the lowers left. Yago mixing it up with all of his air so far. Flying into the end section, another tail high reverse. Can he pull out of the turbulence? And that one takes down the best aerialist on tour. Loving the lowers left. And you got to shout out a couple of guys that were lefts only at lowers. You know, Jamie Parkhurst, Warren Smith. I don't think they've ever gone right. No, they did, but just lefts all the time. There's certain guys that just live and die by it. Out here at lowers, Yago has just been enjoying how many different types of airs he can throw down. He's already being rewarded by it. And for Kanoa, if he's listening to the scores, which he is, he's going, okay, I think they're scoring just airs at the moment. Every carve he's doing is lethal, but they want to see if he can match Yago in the air today. Well, look at this one, Rosie.
Yeah, so starts off with that aerial maneuver. He almost loses it there. He just gets his feet back in the wax, comes around that section, winds it up, eyes off the section down the line. I mean, at this point, he's so tapped in on what the lowers left is offering. And it's been fun. I mean, even at the beginning of this event, just watching Yago there, indie grab, and getting on the top of that lip line, you think that he's made it all smooth. He has to reposition his feet right there. He kind of wheelies it. Oh, man, he's like a gecko, this guy. He's just so stuck to his equipment, even when he's not.
Yeah, just at the first angle looked like a quick tap, but he actually did grab slob, pulled it off, shuffled his feet, and got out of there. It's like he used to do those Red Bull airborne shows, and he would just do so many different airs, and he'd get props from every air guy just going, Yago's our favorite. And he's also on the CT. It's like, wow, he's got to be in the top 5 list of the best surfers in the world right now in any discipline.
It was kind of scary on those airbornes, like for all the surfers, the free surfers that were in there, because Iago's so consistent, and then someone like Gabriel Filippi also, they're able to pull that off in 30 minutes all the time, and obviously the free surfer is not so used to putting on a jersey, so he took down a few of them, I remember.
Oh, for sure, as we see some just San Clemente royalty. Fletcher's there, Nathan Fletcher and his nephew, Grayson Fletcher. Grayson had a cover recently on the cover of Thrasher magazine, barefoot in the skate park in Hawaii. These guys have done a lot of airs before. Speaking of airs, let's catch up with Strider.
Yeah, buddy, let's go. You know what? The reality of Trestles and lowers and the left and the right. I mean, here we go. Sorry, Iago's up again. I mean, just blowing tail, just absolutely destroying this place and having the best time doing it. The way that he's surfing this wave, it's so fun to see the freedom that he's bringing to the game. You know what, Joe? Take it away. Let's get back to play-by-play. We'll be back with my comments.
Yeah, stay on the phone. A big carve there to start from Kanoa. Laying it down again, just two different types of rail hooks. And now he's going to go for a third, all three variety, all done right in the pocket in the most critical part of the wave. Igarashi still sticking to his game, and then he'll ditch the fins for a reverse.
I like it. I like it. These guys are on fire. You know what? You have got to be lethal above the lip to win lower trestles. I mean, you just have to have that game. It's technical. It's pushing the high performance limits. It's the next level of surfing is where you got to have out here, and this is the high performance capital for the tour, I'd say. And you know what? It's going to happen above the lip. And those front side airs that Iago's doing on the opening section of a wave are bananas. I mean, just watching it from deep in here behind on the right, watching the lift and the height that he's getting out behind the whole thing. It's just so fun to watch. I hope they got some of Lieber's water shots on that, because those are some of that's my perspective, and it's really fun to see how boned out, how huge he's going, and then riding out on the opening sections.
I like that, Strider, and I think it's so important that the judges are making it clear that you have to have giant airs, especially at lowers. If there's one event where it's going to take the nod and components of our criteria, it's got to be this one. There's been times where the criteria's ebbed and flowed, and even when you're on tour, and it almost felt like there's a time you actually didn't have to have airs, to be honest.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And if you're coming up to lowers, you need to. Like, there's not just like sticking to the rail. You got to do both, and that's what Iago's doing right now. In difference of Kanoa. Don't get me wrong, Kanoa is going as fast as you can go on a wave, as sharp as you can be, but it's lacking a little bit of that progressiveness that Iago's bringing to the table, mostly on the 953. There's a huge gap on criticalness and commitment and compromise with the wave on that first turn of Iago on the 953.
I think the 953 is one of my favorite performance waves we've had all season. You know, just for the commitment on the first section, kind of going to the combination from Felipe at Burley where he got barreled and then did an enormous alley-oop. But for Iago to do that in the final, to be like, I'm ready for my opponent, but then to start with almost maxing out the scale, I mean, he could take the wind out of anyone he sails doing that.
And I feel like it's been this arc that he's been building towards this. I mean, we saw him in earlier rounds. He was sitting with priority with over 10 minutes, caught a wave with 30 seconds remaining, and got the score. But here he's really come to play opening wave, the 9.53. This is the vision that we're seeing right now from Iago. He's not done. He eyes off this last section, hammers it right there. And, you know, thinking about lowers, this is the water footage that Strider's been talking about, just lofty, just so much speed, amplitude, just whip in that opening move. I mean, when you're going through your Rolodex, you're going down the line. I'm sure this is that move that Iago's like, this is what I want to do. I want to go as fast as possible, get as high as possible, and just really start this thing on the right foot. And do it for the goofies, too. We've only had one goofy footer win this event. That was Luke Egan a number of years ago. So, you know, there's a little bit of support in the goofy camp to see another goof take this one out.
Did you notice the footwork on that first air right there? Like, I just love footworks on airs because it feels so awkward to be on the air. It's like feels so loose and so out of control. And the way he was able to move that foot forward, and then as he was landing, he hit the front of the board first, so he kind of lifts it up, and then he lost the back foot and kind of regrouped it. It was so impressive.
It's like he's got hands for feet. He could just pick up
really
his
does.
board and put it back down as there's some board talk happening here.
I heard he actually washed the dishes with his foot. That's how good he is.
I would not be surprised. Kelly and Matt Bailes chatting things, surf and surfboard equipment. Another successful event for Matt Bailes. Betty Lou just won the event on his surfboards, and he has a chance to get a sweep if Iago hangs on to this lead.
And just back to Iago, I mean, you think about, you know, that injury that he sustained when his foot basically folded back on himself. He got that Liz Frank fracture. He had to really come back, and I remember doing an interview with him, like one of the first events back, and he said, you know, the hardest thing was mentally getting over the fact that he was able to go and do those airs, and that there wasn't going to be like any ramifications and a re-injury that could happen. So it's good to see Iago 100% healthy and just surfing insane. He's already got an event win this season in Portugal. Like, he's been having like a lights out year, and I love to see him in that form.
You see the build-up just to be in the position he is now. He's on world number 2, you guys. He's never been in this space before. And from almost falling off tour last year, he qualified in the 22 spot and then went crazy in the back end, almost had a last-minute charge into the WSL Final 5, finished 6th in the world. But then had an off-season where he went to Puerto Escondido. He just went surfing. He just wanted a surf trip. He wanted to get away from a contest and get really barreled, which he did. Then he had to have the awkward conversation with his dad saying, hey,
that was an awkward one.
Yeah, I was like, hey, was that hard? He's like, of course it was hard. And I was like, well, did he understand? No, not right away.
Not at all.
And obviously his dad's just like all love and support and respects his decision as it moved forward. And look where he's at now, just finding his feet here on this left again, tags it quickly. Nice control. Off the bottom, off the top, there's another tail high reverse. Next section, he gets off the lip for a frontside punt again, and Iago rides away, writing his name all over the lowers left. The technical ability for him to change gears is having him do the happy dance underwater right now.
It's so great seeing a surfer just having fun. Like, just like, oh, here we go. Kanoa, he's got to answer back.
Kanoa's got to enjoy this one, and he's like, okay, let me jump into this.
That's a little problem for you being a regular footer right now. The typical wind that blows here at lowers in the afternoon, it blows onshore, but on a little angle in the left. So that's exactly what happened to Kanoa. If you try and push too much your tail, your board's going to fly away, unfortunately for him. But for Iago, on the other hand, he's going to stick to his foot. And this is what happens. It's just, I mean, expression, like it's an artist. He's just literally doing whatever the heck he wants. And right here, regroups, bring the foot back around. Very awkward section. Somehow gets the tail high and launches more into the flats. He didn't land into the flats, but try to launch it that way so he can come out clean. Look at that foot. It's almost touching the sticker on the nose of his board. And then he regroups the foot right there just to be able to do one pump. As he was pumping, he was also moving the foot backwards once again. Then does an even more inverted air reverse. It felt like he was going to get stuck, but comes out clean. Magic.
So solid, so smooth. He's got so many great people around him. One of his best friends is Pedro Barros, one of the best skaters in the world, who's probably doing the same dance in celebration, watching his friend get close to another victory. Pedro did a gigantic backside air in a wave pool recently. And I think Iago's just been around like the skate parks a lot. When I asked Iago about skating, he's like, yeah, I'm not really trying to jump in there right now. You know, he's obviously focused on a world title. But it just reminds you of where we are in the world. Southern California, there's so many great crossover athletes that grow up surfing, skating, snowboarding. That's what the lifestyle is all about around here.
Ooh, priority loss.
Jay Adams, unbelievable surfer skater from the Dogtown region, but obviously the Fletcher family. Brian Scheckler was in the Red Bull athlete zone. He loves the surf, I think, just as much as he loves skateboarding. And they definitely go hand in hand. Iago's got 11 minutes on the clock, and he's trying to join the conversation of 2 wins in the same season. It's been a fun year. Barron went back-to-back. Tiebreak decision at Pipeline when we look back, Rosie.
Yeah, that was the one against Leo Fioravanti there at Pipeline, and then Italo against Rio Waida.
Iago Dora getting the win over Italo in the final in Portugal. Fun little punty lefts. And then Jordy started.
This is the coolest. Yeah, this is for me the coolest win of the year. The waves were firing. It felt like J-Bay. He even admitted that it looked like J-Bay, and to have a win, you know, after 8 years of not clinching, that was pretty special to see.
Then Jordy getting the second victory in Margaret River. Kanoa's looking to get in this final. Big section, Corrupt lands it. Pushes out in front for a wrapping cutback. He's changing gears, knowing that the judges want to see him go big on that first section above the lip. Pops the shove it.
That's sick.
Ride spins first. Look at that control. And ends up stepping off. Way to go, Kanoa. Just switching gears and getting the crowd excited. Gigantic Corrupt flip to kick off that right.
Yeah, you could tell. I mean, even with that priority switch up, he's starting to get angry. Kanoa is just gonna light up. I feel like Kanoa is getting Kanoa'd right now. I mean, he's always that guy that's like right in the mix with his competitors. As we watch Iago, Jesse.
Yeah, we heard a lot of noise probably for Kanoa, but also from Iago, starting off with a massive tail blow and eyeing it down the section to finish it up with an air reverse. Once again, getting up and high, more connection throughout the maneuvers in this one, but hey, this was pretty sick. Beautiful Corrupt flip there for Kanoa. The way flats it out, he keeps the speed. Unfortunately for him, it's just there wasn't much more to be on offer because opening up with a massive, very technical maneuver, and then he was just kind of playing around, Rosie.
Yeah, he was. Goes for the shove it there, just riding backwards. I mean, it's just, these guys are so good, but definitely that opening Corrupt there from, as we see board change, you saw him do that kind of gesture with his hands to his caddies on the inside.
And I think that was just a smart air for Kanoa to do. As you broke down the wind, not in his favor on the rights. To be able to get both hands on the rail, you know, for that version of an alley-oop, if the wind was more favorable, he could have been hands-free, but knowing that the wind's against him and threw his board away, he's like, well, I can still do something big on the first section.
No doubt about it, and it's just very smart of him to do that. But unfortunately, that wave just didn't offer so much more afterwards, because to start off with such a technical maneuver, very high risk, the judges would love it.
Last score for Kanoa Igarashi is a throwaway, 7.13. So it didn't affect his top two. Last score for Iago Dora coming in at an 8.37. So now with 8 minutes on the clock, Kanoa's chasing a 9.6 without priority. We'll see how he adapts now, Rosie. He went to switch up his game plan, went to the air. He might try to settle down and just try to pick 2 big sets and just really rely on the ocean helping his cause.
Yeah, I mean, he's switched up equipment now. Let's see if that board feels a little bit more comfortable under his feet. I mean, you know, you can't fault the guy. He's got some great scores in his score line. It's just been the fact that Iago is just surfing lights out at the moment, opening with that 9.53. Kanoa's got to find that point of difference and up the ante.
Kanoa Igarashi, born and raised at the south side of Huntington Pier. His mom and dad actually moved to California to have a pro surfer. That was their intention before Kanoa was even born.
That's crazy.
And it worked. They're like, you're going to be a pro. They were like, we need to be at the Huntington Pier. Got to grow up watching the U.S. Open before he became a 2-time U.S. Open champ. Started winning so much so young. He kind of left all those amateur titles pretty early. He was always just on the road with Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson. We'd be traveling at Snapper and there'd be little Kanoa out there and there'd be like a big national title happening, and he was already kind of living the life of a pro surfer.
Well, yeah, Stephen Bell and was taking, you know, Leo Fioravanti all over the place with them. Kanoa kind of latched on there, and it was this little gaggle of Groms all around, just following, you know, Kelly all around to the stop. So it's cool to see, you know, how Kanoa's grown up and what a citizen of the world he is.
That's right. Mitchell Salazar, we saw Kanoa make a board change.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So there was a crease right above the fins on the board that he was using originally in the heat. Went on a backup. It's basically the same model, exact dims. As of right now, though, it did seem like there is a bit of concern when it comes to the positioning out there from Kanoa after that priority loss. Most importantly, though, this heat ain't over even by a close margin. 6 minutes on the clock, guys. 9.6 is what he needs. I mean, we already saw 9.53 could easily happen here in the last few minutes.
Thank you, Mitchell. So quick board change after the crease. Kanoa making the change to JS Industries this season. JS, a guy who's had success out here in the past. You look at the list of champions that we've had. Louis Egan, 2002. Andy Irons won in 2000. Richie Lovett, we get to hang out with him on tour quite a bit. Won this event 2003. Parko 04, so there's a Australian run here at Lowers. Kelly with the craziest stats when it comes to competing here. 6 titles, including 3 in a row. Pat Gadauskas snapped the streak where he almost went for 4 in a row when he beat him in an early round of the contest. Taj Burrow always said Lowers was one of his favorite events on tour. Won it back in 2013. Beat Durbridge with a huge win. Coach of the Australian Olympic team, won in 2006. And Jordy Mick Fanning was an all-star here. Beat Adriano in the 2015 season. And then Jordy Felipe, that was 2017. So it's been a long time since this event has been a regular season contest, and we hope it's here to stay. Coming up next, it will be the 8:05 post show to break down a great Saturday here at Lower Trestles. Unbelievable highlights that you're going to watch go down. So many excellent scores. I'm just putting my hands up, just going, which wave are you going to pick? See who's got the best number of the contest in the top 5. Jake the Snake Patterson was runner-up to Andy that year. A real gray, kind of cloudy day. It was really hard to see the sets. It was top 3 scoring back then. So he's seen a lot. 4:10 to go. Kanoa without priority, chasing a 9.6, and Iago looking for his second CT win this year before he heads to Brazil. This is the crazy momentum shift for Iago. We mentioned how he finished 22 in the world at the cut last year. But then with Sakurema making the final there, he was able to really get on a roll, have his best result in Tahiti. But for him, if he wins here and carries that momentum into Sakurema, where he's had multiple finals and wins, that's going to be pretty scary for the rest of the field. And he could make a really good charge at that yellow jersey against Jordy Smith.
And I feel like, you know, even the athletes at the moment are really pegging Iago as a favorite this season. The way that he's been surfing, and even the heats that he loses, he's had these moments where you're like, well, his level is just like astronomical. So it's going to be fun. You know, catching up with Iago, he said, you know, this is one of his favorite breaks that he gets to surf, and he was kind of bummed that he never made the final 5 to compete here because he felt like he would have been a contender. So just to see him get this opportunity now as we see him up on this right-hander.
Fun to watch him go right. Big blast there for Iago Dora, trying to pick up the pace, coming from behind that section. He's coming out in front without a problem. Big fin throw, backhand, lays down the reverse in transition. He is turning in a surf movie part in this final. He's going to just flip his board around and incomplete on the end section. But these are those sessions that Iago has where he can land everything. Rights, lefts, almost maxing out the scale on wave number 1. He still has so much left in the tank, Jesse.
I mean, this is one of the most technical, critical turns you can do on surfing, and sometimes it just kind of goes unseen. We get back to that because it looks like a beautiful wave for Kanoa.
Building Lowers wall for the man from Huntington Beach, throws a punt to start, so it's clear that Kanoa is trying to make a big adjustment in his game plan.
And the wind, you see it, like as soon as he tried to go for it, like that the wind just blew his board out of the foot, unfortunately for Kanoa, because that looked like a beautiful wave. But he needed to go huge, 9.6.
Strider.
Yeah, my friend. Wow. Are you kidding me on the backhand? I mean, I've been watching Iago. We've been watching him go crazy on the left, but I think he just had to prove a point that it doesn't matter which way he goes, he's got it on lock. And that was an incredible maneuver down here on the end, that backside whip into the ball. I mean, that was ridiculous. Oh, Kanoa's up. Hopefully we get to see some fireworks out of him. Huge floater over that thing. Let's see the tail fly. Beautiful turn up into the corner. Oh, I can't wait to see the fin count on the inside right here. What do we got? He's going fast. He's going huge. Bam! Oh, that was a lot of work right there. Sorry, guys. I got excited.
No, that was fun. That was really exciting. Kanoa went for a big punt, incomplete on the final section, but really pushing hard, kind of settled down a bit on that opening section. Instead of going for airs, he did the corrupt, tried to double grab straight air, but ended up not really changing anything in the top two. Last score for Kanoa Igarashi in very quickly as a throwaway 5-1-7. And now Yago looking to close this one out, paddling hard to position himself with priority and ready to shut it down. We talk about different aspects of pro surfing, who's the best in the barrel, big waves, high performance, you know, and that category shifted over the years with Yago. I don't know if anybody can touch him with the amount of airs that he can throw down, even on the same wave. And he got to show it off all week long and all day here on finals day. He won back in Portugal at stop number 3 of the season. Now at stop number 8. Yago, for the first time in his career, has won 2 championship tour events. With the horn sounding, it's official. Yago Dora, your champion of the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. And now world number 2, heading into Brazil.
Oh, well done, Yago. I love seeing the happiness leak out of him. I feel like he's been so reserved this whole week, but to actually see him realize this goal, that was just unbelievable performance.
First time ever surfing on an event at Trestles as well. So that's a huge statement.
Massive statement. It's one thing surfing lowers and free surfing. There's a million people in the water, and we always knew that he loved the wave, but then to make it uncrowded, man-on-man heats, he really was able to show off what he could do. Not even just on the left, because he had some great rights throughout this event as well.
I still personally think the highlight of his event so far was that backside air reverse that he landed and he claimed it and he fell. Like, for me, that was like the highlight.
A lot of great highlights to look forward to on the 805 post show. Yago Dora making the world title race. Really exciting as we send it to Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Say it loud, say it proud. Yago Dora, baby, all the way. I mean, your opening ride, you know, in the 9s, amazing. You're our 2025 Lexus Lowers champion presented by Outerknown. Dude, you are on fire. They're the best goofy foot on tour. You're the best aerialist on tour. Tell me how you're feeling.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable. I waited a long time to have the opportunity to surf this event, and to win it at my first time competing is incredible. I want to thank God. I feel like, especially on the quarterfinals, he sent me that last wave, and that was like the booster for me to win this event. And I just can't believe it. So stoked.
Well, you're on your way to Brazil now. You've had success there before. It must feel good to be going somewhere like that, to have the support of all of Brazil. I mean, to be Brazilian and going into that event, the feeling the way you are right now must feel amazing.
Yeah, I'm over the moon right now winning this event, and it's, like I said, it's one I've been looking for so many years, and now going to Brazil, which is like my best event on tour, and I'm so happy. Can't wait.
All right, brother.
Can't wait
I'll
to go home.
I'll let you enjoy it. Enjoy this victory lap on the inside, and congratulations once again to your champion, the Lexus Lowers Pro, presented by Outerknown. Yago Dora, man. Say it loud, say it proud. Love you, brother.
Love you too, Strider. That was insane. Yago Dora, the champion of this event, world number 2, changing the game above the lift, winning that final over Kanoa Igarashi. Up next, 805 post show with Kaipo Guerrero. We'll see you then.
Crack them open, drink them down. That's right, it's the 8:05 post show here at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown, and Dora has done it. 2 CT wins this season on tour. This stop number 8 was an excellent victory for Yago, and the Brazilian flag hoisted up again. And a deserved champion here at Lower Trestles. The performance he put on, nothing short of amazing. Combination of airs, turns, clutch moments, high scores, and this is the celebration. Hi, I'm Kaipo Guerrero. I'm joined by Rosie Hodge and Jesse Mendez for this 8:05 post show. I'm going to start with you, Jesse, because you're Brazilian. How good do you feel right now with Yago's performance?
And a goofy, so that's a win-win for me. But yeah, definitely. It doesn't, like, flags don't matter for me. Obviously, I'm so happy for a very close friend of mine to take the win, but I just want to see amazing surfing. It makes our work so much easier, so much more fun, and everyone that is watching.
Yeah, that was a great final. And we actually had 2 great finals, Rosie, because Sakura, again, another surfer with 2 CT victories in 2025. And she was excellent all day long when it came to scores.
Oh, yeah. Starting off with that quarterfinal this morning, already one of the highest heat totals that we've seen all season from the women. Just incredible. To keep that momentum from the morning all the way through to the final was great to see Betty get on that roll.
Yeah, and Jesse, just the swell that we've had. We've been so fortunate. Even our lay days that we had, there was still fun surf, but we knew this day was coming. And Lower's really provided. It seemed like it was kind of that perfect size for Lower Trestles.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think me and Rosie spoke a little bit about it on a previous heat, that even the sets might have been, some of them, a little bit too big almost for it. So, but then that means that all the insiders and the medium-sized sets are just very consistent. So that's what we had all day, and plenty of opportunity for all the surfers, and it was cranking.
Yeah, and the numbers prove it, just because we had so many excellent waves surfed in this event. Let's take a look at our men's bracket and the journey for Yago Dora coming through for a win. Rosie started off this morning with a tough heat. It was a close heat between Yago and Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, this was a crazy heat and a really clutch performance for Yago. I mean, he sat with priority for over 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. He needed a 6.83. And, you know, he just went mad. Took off on this wave and really made it count.
Yeah, 15.37 two-wave total for the victory here, Jesse. And this is when we saw Yago utilizing the left and the right. But I feel like the left was his secret for this win.
For sure, and I love this landing here that Yago's gonna have. Like, he launches like such an awkward landing with the fins first, like the tail first, and he doubled up underneath him. I don't know how he absorbed that and came out clean, and girlfriend stoked.
Yeah, and then coming up against, in the semifinal, the hometown hero coming up against Griffin Colapinto, but Rosie, Yago was too much.
Oh man, this wave, this heat, they were trading waves. There was that moment when Yago went for that air on the right-hander, didn't quite stick it. He said in his post-heat it was hard for him to regather himself after that moment happened, but then he just went absolutely mad. This wave was insane, Jesse.
I mean, it's so inspiring. Like, I wanted to surf afterwards, but now it almost makes me sad, because, like, how am I going to surf 10% of what this guy's doing right now? It's incredible.
Certainly is the kind of surfing that makes you want to surf, inspire you. Then the final up against Kanoa Igarashi, and Yago, Rosie, opened up in a big way with a 9.53.
I mean, this was just crazy. We were paying off the women's final. Betty Lou was doing her interview, and then all of a sudden, in our peripheral vision, we see Yago going to the air and just well rewarded with that 9.53, and it just never stopped there for Yago. He just grew with that momentum and the rhythm.
Yep, backup was an 8.37, Jesse. Just crazy town, how much talent he had, and just the angles he's able to put on this Mayhem board.
I mean, it's a match made in heaven. Like, Mayhem lowers, Yago left. Like, what can you ask for?
And that brings us to second win this year for Iago Dora. He's on a roll. Hey, I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm going to say it out loud. He makes the final 5. We look at Cloud Break, Fiji. Woo-hoo, could be Iago's year.
Scary.
Scary. Haunted house. Look at the giant numbers, Ro. 9.53, 8.37. Just way over excellent.
Way over excellent, and he just kept Kanoa Igarashi at bay. I mean, Kanoa, nothing to be sniffed at there. 60.07 total, and 8.3 or 7.77. It just, it was just Iago's, right? He was just in. He was in the flow state, and he was unstoppable in that final.
With these impressive numbers that we see, that just makes a great day in professional surfing because both of our finalists went into the excellent range.
I mean, it's like you said, like nothing against Kanoa because he was going faster than Iago, sharper than Iago, but Iago is just ticking every box of the criteria by a huge margin. So like it was hard to catch up to the guy, but both amazing surfing.
And I think you talked a little bit about it, Jesse. It's just the grip that Iago Dora has with his feet is kind of superhuman.
It is very superhuman. Like I don't know. I'm baffled with the surfing he did today. Really, like every time he just keeps getting better and better, and like there's still so much more to see from him.
Yeah.
He seems to be that one step ahead, like his body awareness when he's in the air and just recognizing the section that he's going to land on and where he needs his feet to be to negotiate through that is just, yeah, he's kind of teleporting in his mind so early on. He's always 3 steps ahead, and yeah, he just makes it exciting for us.
Well, not only did the men go excellent, the women went excellent as well. Sakura, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, every single showing from quarters to semis to the final, she went excellent. And she did not have an easy run. She had to start off with a former champ out here, a former world champ, Caroline Marks, in that quarterfinal number 4.
That was a crazy heat. I mean, Betty, from the moment that hooter sounded, she was just on fire. This was such a great heat. You can tell there's a little bit of competitive rivalry between Caroline and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and that's when you know that a heat is absolutely going to light up.
Sakura's numbers in this quarterfinal were giant, Jesse. 17.83 two-wave total.
I feel like a lot of times the best surfer of the event doesn't end up winning, but she was the best surfer of this event.
Yeah.
I have no doubt in mind. Obviously, she didn't get the biggest score. I think Molly got a 9.6 on the semifinals, but overall, I don't remember her committing any mistakes. Like, it was literally flawless.
Now here's her semifinal action, Rosie, up against Sawyer Lindblad. She went excellent again, 16.24.
Well, when we talk about her excellent waves, 4 of the top 5 excellent numbers were all Betty Lou. I mean, like I said, that quarterfinal heat that she had against Caroline Marks, that's the highest heat total that we've seen all season on the women's side. So this woman is just going from strength to strength. She won on the Gold Coast. She's in the top 5 picture now this season. So this final against Molly was just super electrifying.
Fireworks in the final, Jesse. 17.2 wave total for Sakura.
I mean, I think you mentioned, Rosie, on this wave itself, how she delayed herself and just put herself in the most critical part of the wave twice. And I think that was the point of difference in between her and Molly. Once again, both surfers went insane on the finals, but she was just that touch more aggressive and committing more.
Yeah, and the board change that she's made on the off-season to Mayhem's seems like it's been a magic choice for her.
And what a fateful relationship. Like, that was just so written somewhere because, you know, she gets on the boards, they kind of see each other surfing in El Salvador, that relationship starts, and all of a sudden she's on that magic equipment, and the level has risen for her, and now she's in, you know, that top 5 picture.
9 and an 8. I mean, talk about putting on a final and peaking in the right moment, Jesse. That's what Sakura just did.
Yeah, that was 17 points. It's a statement itself on an amateur event. Imagine a final at lowers, you know? Let's just show the level and the caliber that she has.
Yeah, we got so much more to talk about. Now, this is stop number 8 on the championship tour. So we got a lot more surfing to do, and we got a lot more season, but I'm already excited, Rosie, of what I'm seeing as far as performance levels from both the men and the women. It seems like it's getting elevated every event.
And we think about, we just had the mid-season cut at Margaret River, so coming into this, all the focus is the WSL Final 5, and it feels like the guardrails have been, you know, put to the side. Everyone's got their spot on tour. They had to fight really hard for that. They've been a long trot on the road of back-to-back events, but it just feels like everyone's having a lot of fun coming into this section of the season.
The spirits are high, right?
Yeah.
And given that, it's time to make a celebration. It's time to make everything official. And with that, I'm going to throw it to Joe Turpel for the official awards presentation. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Kaipo. Hi, everybody. How you doing out there? Can you hear me? What about now? Hey, there we go. Good to see you guys. Did you have a good time? That was insane. Well, as we kick off this official presentation, the WSL would like to open this event by formally recognizing that Trestles is the modern name of the ancient Ahashiman village site known as the Panhe. The Ahashiman people have lived in the place we now call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. We'd like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Ahashiman Nation, and to Adelia Sandoval, spiritual overseer of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Ahashiman Nation, and Chairman Nathan Banda for leading our opening ceremony on Sunday. That was beautiful. Thank you, Nathan. Welcome once again to the presentation for the 2025 Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown, a stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Everyone got past the cut and earned their spots into this big event. We had some great wild cards as well representing this part of the world. Kira Pinkerton, let's give it up for Kira. She's on a roll this year, representing all you guys on the Challenger Series, currently number 8 heading into Bolito. It's cool for Ventura's Dimitri Poulos to get involved in the event as well. It's here for Dimitri. North America region is in really good hands. And a wild card, Kelly Slater. Give it up for the GOAT, back in the big event once again. 6-time champ at lowers. Still inspiring us at 53 years of age. Well, every time we talk about lowers, we talk about the high performance playground, where we see the biggest maneuvers and performances on the face that you see all year long, and especially above the lip. But I think this year was honestly, not just saying this, the best ever. Do you guys agree? Big thanks to Lexus, our title partner for the event. Also to our event partners, Red Bull, Yeti, Apple Watch, Neutrogena, Surfline, True Surf, Icy, Decine 805 Beer, Pacifico, Sun Cruiser, Hogue, FlexFit, Eero, Open Water, and John Wayne Airport. Put your hands together for all the supporters we have for this big event. Big thanks to all the locals here in San Clemente, one of the best surf towns in the world. The local community sharing us this amazing wave. You guys are incredible. All the fans on the beach since that first heat of the event, and all of our fans that are watching all around the world on our broadcast. Thanks so much. Definitely want to thank everyone here in Southern California, part of the WSL One Ocean Coalition partners who supported us at this event, from Surfrider Foundation, California State Parks, San Onofre Parks Foundation, and the Western Surfing Association. Thanks for making the beach look incredible. To help us up here, we've got some great people that are involved in surfing for a very long time. Let's hear it for our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer. Great job, Jess. Also, Renato Hickel, Deputy Commissioner of the Tour. Thank you so much, Renato. This guy's grown up in Huntington Beach, but we've seen him at lowers, kind of like a local in a way. It's not that far from Huntington. And we've seen some amazing performances from him over the years. It's really special to see him in this kind of form this year. His second final of the season. Let's hear it for your runner-up, Kanoe Igarashi. Great job, Kanoe. You want to put that up real quick for the crowd? Man, it's been fun watching you surf this year. It feels like you found yourself in more ways than one. And getting repeat matchups with good friends like Jack Robinson. Does it get any better than this?
Man, I mean, serving lowers with one other person now, I think is pretty special in itself. So This week, man, I mean, we always, struggle with forecasts and all that kind of stuff, but we came to California and we got blessed with amazing waves. So thank you to the surf gods, and hey, thanks for all you guys. You guys really brought the heat this week, and I'm really excited to keep going the rest of the year, and just want to say thanks to everyone.
I mean, you're a citizen of the world, Kanoa. Tell me what lowers means to you and your career.
What would you say?
Lowers? What does it mean to you and your career?
Man, lowers is so special. I feel like, just the other day I was on the podium at Nationals and USA Championships, and I was talking to Griffin and Jake Marshall and all the California boys, and we were talking about how this feels, it felt more intense when we were 14 years old at Nationals. So, I remember seeing you there at Nationals as well. So, it's crazy. Time flies, and lowers still continues to be one of the best waves in the world. And some things never change. And really thankful for the waves we got this week, and the team that I have around me. And it takes a lot more than me standing on a surfboard to get results like this. So, it's been an amazing year, and can't wait to keep going.
Saw your parents down there.
Yeah, it's another thing that's nothing changed. They're still on the beach, and from when I was 10 years old, 12 years old, won USA Championships when I was 14, and here we are, another podium, so I'm really happy.
Thanks for ripping. Enjoy the moment.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Kanoa Igarashi, runner-up in the final, the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. This next legend has been ripping for a very long time. We love her passion, her connection to every wave on tour. Put your hands together for Australia's Molly Picklum. Runner-up in the final. Another stellar season on tour. There it is. That is a beautiful trophy.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Coming here, I wouldn't expect a trophy, but happy with second place for sure.
Gosh, it's fun watching you put together different types of heats against different types of rivals, and they're starting to seesaw back and forth. You getting one off Katie, Betty Lou getting wins off you, where it started the opposite way. Just a statement of how good the tour is, this year, and how much you've been enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this year, more than any other year, I've been pushed, and inside and outside of the water. It's funny when these girls come up against me, and I'm just like, okay, what am I going to have to do? You never know. And Katie obviously pushes me, and I'm so happy to have gotten one over her. She beats me every time. And then Betty Lou, I got her a few times early on in our career, and then now she's starting to get me. So everyone's just so capable of beating everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. And keep it going.
Staying on Betty Lou real quick. Remember we sat down at Margaret River? Seems like ages ago now. And I just said, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and your eyes lit up. You got so excited to break that one down. Where has that gone from back then when we had that conversation to what we're seeing this year in 2025, seeing her get 2 wins?
Yeah, I know. Every time you mention Betty Lou, it's so exciting and fun for me. Obviously, you see the smile that it brings. She's just a firecracker, and I love versing her. I was actually surprised she didn't really fight me too hard for the inside today, but it's always just such a good battle, and she inspires me in the water. She's incredible. We saw our heat at Pipe, and then out here trying to battle, so it's pretty cool. All us ladies, whether it's big, small, foam, barrels, whatever it is, she's definitely always one that can beat me.
Molly, congratulations. Big statement here, making the final. Enjoy Brazil.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to everyone for showing your wave to us. We really appreciate it, and thanks, guys.
Molly Picklum, runner-up in the final at the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. Well, this man's been on fire. It's been unreal. He now has 2 wins in the same season. First time he's ever done that. The goofy foot flyboy from Brazil. Let's hear it for your champion, Yago Dora. Parabéns.
Obrigado.
We talk about this being the most high-performance wave in the world. We expect to see airs. We hope to see airs. I think you threw down more combinations than I've ever seen in a CT event from start to finish. And even that backside full run you almost kind of pulled off before the final was nothing short of sensational. You've got to be proud of the work that you did today.
Yeah, after so many years watching the finals, it's a bit confusing with the delay on the microphone, but I've been watching the finals from home the last few years and just dreaming about this little laugh right here. And I finally had the opportunity, and to come out with the win is very special. I want to thank God first for sending me the right waves and for guiding my moves. And thanks to my girlfriend and her family that came over to watch me for the first time. And to my team, my dad right there as well, to Gian, Matt, everyone, all my sponsors, and the people of San Clemente too. You guys always receive me with open arms, and you give me my little spot in the lineup, so it's pretty amazing that we got to come here and get these amazing waves, and they came for me today. Today was my day.
Was there a turning point today? I mean, for me, it was maybe that left against Griffin. The Griffin had the hometown behind him, and then another crazy combination on the lowers left was enough to turn it. How did that feel this morning?
Yeah, it felt great, but I think the turning point for me was in the quarterfinals to get that wave in the last minute. That was a really slow heat, and I've had that happen before to me where I was just like sitting out the back and a wave would not show up. So I was just like, please God, send me a wave, and the wave came, and I knew I was just like, okay, I have to make this. I have this shot, and I'm gonna do it, and that was like the booster for me to go all the way and win this event today.
World number 2, how does that sound?
Pretty good.
Best of luck in Brazil, Iago. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Monstro. Parabéns, Iago Dora, world number 2, heading into Sakuraba, his pet event on tour. Look out. And our champion, this one coming from the North Shore of Oahu, winning her 2nd event this season. Put your hands together for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Congratulations. Do you want to put that up real quick? There we go. That's a beautiful trophy. Your 2nd event trophy of this season. Your 1st on the Gold Coast. Something changed. You found out the secret to winning. What was it?
I think it was just flowing and understanding the recipe to win an event. And yeah, I came up top today, and I'm super grateful, and we got to surf amazing waves today, so super happy to bring it home.
I suppose I asked Molly about you. What about the other way around? The heats that you've enjoyed, the tough ones you've lost, and now winning a final against one of your best rivals on tour. What's she all about?
Of course, yeah, Molly's a spicy one. She's hard to beat. Definitely in the beginning of our career, she had a lot of wins over me. But I feel like I'm finally figuring out what she does, and yeah, just want to get those wins, but most importantly, you know, just show my surfing. But yeah, Molly makes it really exciting to go against her. She's an awesome competitor, really smart, and she charges.
This is definitely one of your highest scoring events. I think it's actually your highest scoring event. 8 in round 1, then excellence from every round to follow, including a 9 as well in the final. What did that feel like for you, knowing that your surfing is at the highest level and beating everybody on tour?
Thank you. I would say just competing and getting really good scores definitely helps the confidence, but you have to maintain your emotions. Yeah, once you're able to maintain those emotions, you can just drive through the confidence with that and take it all the way, but keep it really simple at the same time.
We're up into the final 5 picture. Great job, Betty Lou. Enjoy the moment. Best of luck in Brazil.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you guys. Really appreciate the support and you guys sharing the ocean with us. Yeah, let's bring it on for the rest of the year.
There we go. Congratulations, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Yago, Dora, all of our finalists and our competitors here at this incredible event, the Lexus Trestles Pro, presented by Outerknown. We'll continue the conversation and the celebration on the 805 post show. We'll send it back to you, Kaipo. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, and congratulations to Sakura and Yago Dora. Actually, Molly Picklum and Kanoe Igarashi as well. It was an incredible finals day here at Trestles. And the thing that's a little baffling to me, Rosie, is that we still got a lot more surfing to go.
Oh.
This is only stop number 8 of 11 in the regular season. And then we have our final 5 over in Cloudbreak. Like, there's so much to look forward to.
There is. I mean, I was even thinking about it. We got, coming up next, we spoke about it, we got the contest in Brazil, we've got Jeffreys Bay, we've got Tahiti, and then we've got the WSL finals. So, you know, we've been chatting about the rankings and how everyone's shuffling up that leaderboard, but everyone knows that this is a bit of a marathon this season, and there's still those 3 events left before we get to the WSL
That's
Final
right.
5.
And speaking of rankings, Jesse, let's take a look at our current rankings after this stop number 8. One thing, the Big Brew. He's going to stay in yellow when we go to Brazil, but look at Yago Dora right behind him. Don't look back, Jordy, because Yago's right there.
I mean, he can. You got to put, you know, you got to start moving forward because he had a kind of a big lead coming up to this, but now it's very tight. They're basically 1 heat away from each other, so whoever does best in Brazil, it's going to take the #1 place.
And it's exciting because there's no throwaways right now. Yeah. And you talk about, you know, who's won multiple events this season. Jordy and Yago are right there. Baron Mamir maintains his spot in the 5th place position, even after having to withdraw with that knee injury. Ethan Ewing kind of stayed steady there in 6th place.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the guys underneath that cut line. All of them extremely dangerous, and all of them former Final 5 participants.
Yes, no doubt about it. And if you look at all those names, too, they're kind of matched for every event that's ahead of us. Like, you know, they're all very good tube riders. They're good on point breaks. They're good on beach breaks. So it's going to be a tough match for everyone to try and qualify for the top 5.
Yeah, yeah, and that's on the men's side of stuff. And the story on the women's side of stuff is just as exciting. We see a breakthrough year for Sakura, for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and we also see a breakthrough year, Rosie, for #1, Gabriella Bryan. She'll be in yellow in Rio.
Yep, just like Gabriella Bryan, she's won multiple events this season. So has Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And you see, I mean, Betty, coming into this event, she was ranked #7 on the leaderboard. So to march all the way up to 4th place is incredible. Let's see how she maintains that spot with these 3 remaining events.
Yeah, and let's see if Isabella Nichols can really defend that position above the cut line and earn her way into the Final 5.
Yeah, she still has kind of a big lead compared to Caroline and Tyler Wright, which is kind of the next 2 girls right behind her. But it's crazy to think Tyler has a win, Caroline has a win, and they're still not in the top 5.
Well, you don't have to be super good at math to figure out who is leading the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. It's really obvious right now just by seeing both of the winners of this event on those boards. Let's take a look at that, and he's running away with it again. Matt Biolis and the crew over at Lost. Look at the point difference. Look at how much of a lead he has, Rosie.
Yeah, he is, like you said, running away with it. I mean, when was the last time that one of his surfers didn't make the final or didn't win an event? So, yeah, he's got such a great stable of athletes. All of these shapers, though, I mean, I love how invested they are. We've seen pretty much all of these guys. I don't think we saw Darren Hanley down here or Jason Stevenson, but everyone else has been here at the compound, at Trestles, watching their athletes.
It's a huge lead that Lost has. Like, people have to catch up. Like, this is crazy. Almost 100,000 points in front. 99,000, whatever, something like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, the other shapers are going to have to do a lot of work, but just given the stable of how many CT surfers are on those Lost Mayhem boards, I don't know, want to call it a foregone conclusion. I think Strider would put in the refrigerator at this point, but I think it's going to be a runaway.
Yep. It sounds like.
Yeah. Huh?
It sounds like.
Huh?
And it looks like as well.
We'll see how many Lost boards make the finals day over at the next stop. I'm talking about stop number 9, the Vivo Rio Pro. That's coming up next on the calendar. Let's take a look at what we have to look forward to.
Bonjour and welcome to the Vivo Rio Pro.
A good-sized wave for Silva. Here we go, Katie Simmers. Straight up into the lip.
The game here in Brazil is beach break surfing.
Dora, spring-loaded.
Ítalo Ferreira.
Flops it up in the air right around.
Let's take a look at our schedule right here. The cut, we've just finished our first post-cut event, and then June 21st, the Vivo Rio Pro gets on the calendar. And as of note, the Tahiti Pro, we want to thank IC coming up, protecting your eyes and presenting the Tahiti Pro stop number 11. What stands out to you right here, Rosie?
Well, just the quick turnaround. You know, we finished this event, everyone pretty much came straight from Australia. We finished this event with a couple days to spare, but it's about a week before the Vivo Rio Pro starts. So that's going to be, you know, the surfers are going to get their visas or whatever they need ready, the different boards that they might need, and head straight over to Brazil.
Yeah, it's a busy season, Jesse.
And also, like, not to mention, too, J-Bay is right after as well. It's not many days, like, you know, so you kind of got to come back home for a quick trip and then go back to South Africa. It's like a long journey for all the surfers.
And then you're changing out because you're going to need some rubber for J-Bay. You're going to be packing your 4.3s, your booties, your hoods potentially, and then also maybe some more length on your surfboard.
I was just going to say that. That's going to be an important part. The pit stops are going to be really quick this year on the Championship Tour, but during those pit stops, you are completely changing your equipment. Going from warm to cold, back to warm. Get ready, buckle up. We're about to take off, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been an outstanding season so far when I reflect on how far we've come this year, Jesse.
I mean, it's just amazing to be a fan of surfing. It's always been, but obviously the progression and how they're developing on the women's side even more, I feel like. It's just fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our Euro top 5 moments, the way Wi-Fi should be. We got a lot of moments too at this event, I'm telling you right now. It starts with the high performance here at Trestle. This is Aaron Brooks, 8.83 row.
Yeah, just Aaron in one of the opening rounds just going mad, just tearing these lefts apart. Fun to see the surfers be able to utilize a left-hander on the tour, Jesse.
What about this guy, Joel Vaughn, but over Ítalo?
I love this turn right here. Like in transition, that massive air into like a late tail blow. Impressive surfing from Joe Vaughn.
The big guy, the powerhouse, Hauschman, came through with his style of power surfing on the lefts.
He had such a hard run through this event, and then Conor O'Leary, I feel like we didn't pay this maneuver off enough, just how technically sound it was in those glassy conditions.
And Kanoa Igarashi came through in a clutch way up against Crosby Colapinto, who scored a 9. Kanoa turned this heat in the last wave. Clutch position for Kanoa. He hung up the phone. No more calls. Number 4, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and her performance.
This is one of the first heats of the morning. In the quarterfinals, she just went to town against a world champ, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, best heat score of the year, 17.83. She had a 9-point ride. She had an 8.83, dominating.
The type of surfing that she's doing on rail and how much power she carries throughout those waves, like obviously it's easier for her. She grew up in Haleiwa. This is just like a softer version of it, so she was overpowering.
Yeah, number 3 here. This was a crazy matchup between Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto. Griffin turns this heat with this last-minute 8.93.
This was one of the heats of the year for me. Whenever Felipe and Griffin meet up, it's always electric. And just to see that score drop on the sand, that touch moment and the celebrations with the fans.
Number 2, we're going to celebrate her again. Sakura in her finals appearance and a victory here, second victory of the season, Jesse, over Molly Picklum.
More aggressive. This is literally the statement that I have for the difference in between her and Molly on the finals. Like, she all day today was trying to attack the wave with more more power than any of the other women. She was trying. She was literally flawless throughout the whole day.
Beautiful surfing on these long walls for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
To win multiple events in a season, you know, you win one, you kind of unlock the recipe, and then, you know, one event later, you're in the final again and winning in such a dominant fashion. I mean, Betty Lou's going to be unstoppable this year.
And not to mention 200K on the pocket.
Oh,
that doesn't feel bad.
Yeah, high fives on the way up for Sakura. And number one, our men's champ, he put on a show, whether it's on the rail or in the air like this, bro. Yago Dora, our 2025 Trestles champ.
I'm just so happy for Yago. I feel like I'm thinking back to a few events where things haven't really gone his way. He's had some close calls. There's been a couple things here and there, but to see him really put together such a flawless performance, yeah, it just shows what he's capable of and just what a menace he's going to be in the 2025 season come these last 3 events and hopefully into the WSL Final.
I love the word that you use, menace, because I feel that's what Yago Dora is. When he's on board, on a wave, he's menacing. He's up there with the birds right there.
Guys, I need a translation for that word because I don't know what that means. But I'm sure it's as impressive as what he's done. And if you think about it throughout the day of today, how many air attempts he had and how many he landed. Like, it's incredible the ratio that this guy has on above the lip.
Yeah. The pull rate was absolutely incredible. The show was incredible. You guys were incredible, Rosie, Jesse. It's my pleasure to be with you guys. Thank you so much. This was a great event, you guys. And the show's going to continue on. It's not going to be that long of a break. June 21st, 7 a.m. Brazilian time. We're going to have Dawn Patrol and introduce you to the Vivo Rio Pro. In the meantime, enjoy this end of event highlights, and as always, aloha.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching the Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown. This is what we've been waiting for, the high-performance track. That's called Lowers. It's providing for the best in the world, and we're planning on accomplishing a lot of big heats today.
Jordy Smith, your reigning world #1. Jordy's back and surfing better than ever.
Forward in, last up yellow, turns the heat. Jordy Smith with the win. Next heat.
He was like in the spot. I was screaming at him. I was like, don't you go.
It's a rematch. Baron Mamiya versus Kelly Slater. Baron Mamiya does get the edge, but it may have come at a cost.
Larry's got the speed and throws on a radical tail chuck reverse.
It's just pretty special to even be here and be in this position to be able to inspire people.
Joel Vaughn moves on to the next round in one of his biggest performances he's had in his rookie season.
We knew the matchup was coming between Felipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto. This was one of the best heats of the entire year.
Well, we've cleared the water. The swell has arrived. Our finals day field is set. I can assure you this is going to be an awesome day.
The local support. Tomorrow's Father's Day. Your dad down here was early. But most importantly, the kind of sense of community that you see right out around here at Lowers, is that something you're feeling here?
Yeah, for sure. My grandpa's here and my whole family basically are all down here on the beach today. So yeah, I feel the love.
Time to get fired up. This is the Lexus Trestles Pro.
Stop thinking that you know me well. Not thinking about heaven or hell. Just waiting for another cold letdown. No, for now.
Betty Lou just put together one of the best performances of her career on the championship tour. Only excellence on every single wave she just rode.
Yama's on the wind up, big tail high reverse, and he pulls it in a very challenging section.
Outerknown's chances of winning this contest?
They're so high. Kanoa ribs. Oh my God.
Yep.
That's the way he's going to win the contest right there.
Stop thinking that you know me well.
Celebrate. What a great women's final we have set. Betty Lou versus Molly. That's another one of those crazy rivalries.
Dora surfs his way into the finals. Igarashi on to the finals.
Betty Lou, you little legend. You've just won Lowers, the Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown. With the horn sounding, it's official. Yago Dora, your champion of the Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outerknown. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.